Okay.
Belongs in a museum.
Does it now? Hey now, it's your boy PSA Sitch here with another Tuesday show with everyone's favorite woke Godzilla enthusiast, Adam Brendan.
Yellow Flash did that on AI. Asked
Oh, really?
some AI generator for a woke Godzilla. And I think it did a pretty good job. I mean,
Yeah, I mean that's if I had to imagine ally Godzilla with allyship, that's what it would look like.
I tried to go see Godzilla -1, but it was sold out in all the.
Wow,
Well,
sold out.
it wasn't sold out. Okay,
Oh, you
look, I'm
liar.
very particular. I like to sit in special seats in the
Oh
good
my
movie theater.
God. Like, I can only sit mid row in the theater at this exact range.
I
The
have my
highest
look,
quality viewship.
and we like to go to the theater with the recliners. Sitch, come on, I don't want to sit. I like to
You,
lean back.
you have a theater with recliners? Jeez, look at this.
We have look, it's
Fancy.
LA. We have theaters that have the massage chairs.
Oh my
Come on, movie and a
Are you
massage.
serious?
How can you beat that?
Jeez. How much does this cost?
Look, I make
Yes.
you know how I roll, right?
I was like,
Who
movies cost
who
enough as it is. You're like, I got a special massage chair. I go to a special theater where like Asian women come out and they give me a mini petty while I'm watching the movie.
that
I'm
would be
wearing
pretty
night
cool.
vision glasses so they can see what
Look,
they're doing.
look, that would be pretty cool. That would be based. I
Uh,
would go to that theater, I'm telling you.
I
But
mean,
come
listen,
on.
you can. There's some problems because it's like it's a movie theater. Everyone's getting a mani pedi from the Asian women. Some people try to get the extra service afterwards, and you're like, "Whoa, listen, this is in public.
Yeah,
Okay,
come on, this is a movie.
this is a movie. Let's try
But
to
it is
relax
boogie
here."
nights, so okay.
I mean, it depends what movie you're watching. Okay.
Yeah. Look, why are you asking me how much things cost? Do you know how you know how I go to a movie, right?
I don't. I don't even know what that means.
Honey, honey, I'd like to go see this movie. Maybe we could go to this later in the week. Come on, my wife orders all that stuff up.
Oh. I was like, what? You don't know because your wife takes care of everything. That's right.
Basically, yeah.
Gotcha. You're
So,
like, honey, can you get tickets to see this movie? Honey, can you make sure we get the good chairs? Honey, can you order me my dinner? I don't know what I want from this restaurant.
oh, you make it sound so awesome. I'm getting hungry just thinking about this. Just you telling the story's making me hungry.
I'm getting hungry just thinking about my wife ordering food for me.
Life is good, Sitch.
That's how you
Life is
listen.
good.
Listen. Don't let anyone know in the chat make fun of Adam, okay? Because this is true love, okay? This is true love right here.
What are we watching today, Sitch?
I don't know. You tell me.
Are we gonna watch a video or
What
what?
are we doing today? I have no clue what we're doing today.
Well, we have a couple guests coming on. We have
Yeah.
the Vanguard boys coming on in about an hour and a half, and we have Think Before You Sleep coming on after them to talk about the righteous mind.
Ooh, exciting.
Yeah. Sean, Think Before You Sleep, has read The Righteous Mind. He only said one thing about it, which I think obviously we can talk about, but he said, I love this book. It shows that liberals and progressives have no idea what's going on around them, and conservatives can see everything. So that was his takeaway. I think it's a little biased, but
Sure. I mean, it's
yeah,
like half right, maybe.
sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
Some of
Well,
those
there you
moral
go.
foundations are not great.
Everyone likes it.
Of course. So I guess I sent you the watch together, right? I just have to bring it up.
There. I'm in there. So this is Ben Shapiro versus Alex O'Connor. Is religion good or bad for society? Now, I haven't seen this conversation at all.
Right. Yes. Good. So you can't totally nitpick it
I mean,
a
have you met
million
me?
times before you. You're right.
I'm gonna nitpick it live, okay, in real time.
Look, this is if anything deserves some nitpicking, there's going to be some some team nitpicking on this. Well,
Now,
actually, it's not really nitpicking.
Now,
this
before
is
we start,
substantive. Okay, what?
Because I am like a bad person, okay,
Right.
and have actually been busy with a lot of other stuff. I actually never watched the Vanguard Boys response that we were supposed to have them on for.
Well, we're just generally going to talk about.
Okay. Is there anything I need to know? Do they call me a douchebag or something? They say I'm like super smart. Like, what happened?
You know, they actually like us, so
Yeah.
they didn't really say anything bad about us.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's good. That's good.
I think your tweet was just kind of on the screen and they were talking in general about Israel, Palestine. I don't even really think you came up. So,
okay, that's good.
But look,
I mean, how dare they? I should be the central focal point for everything.
They are leftist, socialists, and I mean, they're young and a little naive. So, but I think their heart is in the right place, and I think they need to chill out on our queen, Anna Kasparian. I mean, obviously.
Wow, how dare they attack?
I know. Queen. What's going on? What's going on with that? They need to chill.
I know. Okay,
but other
anyway,
than that,
let's get into this.
Okay, so we can only really do 15 minutes of commentary since this is an hour long. So
we'll get through as much as we get through, okay?
Is religion good for society? Can a society hold together if there are no underlying beliefs that everybody shares? And we're going to be exploring what both of you believe are the most important principles undergirding any civilization. What are the foundations of morality and ethics based on? So without further ado, let's start. I'm not going to go into backstory too much because most people will be aware of who you are, and there'll be a lot of fanboys and girls out there watching. But let's talk about something that, Ben, you have spoken on, and Alex, you have responded to, this idea of the atheist delusion. Ben, could you...
So I'm going to be real here. Okay, this is a very important part of the conversation. I don't like the type of yarmulke that Ben Shapiro wears.
Right, yeah.
Okay, like he gets the one that like has it, like it looks like it's stiff. It like intentionally pops up. Like you can get the ones that are like flatter, that kind of just more like conform to your head as opposed to being like a little like pop up on your head. I don't like it. Get the flat one.
Don't get the one with the propeller. That's the cool one. What happened here? Did his propeller fall off?
Get one. You know, he should get like all different ones because he always wears the black one. You should get ones that are like different colors. You know, like the rainbow on it. You know, maybe a red MAGA one.
A rainbow yarmulke would be perfect for Ben Shapiro.
Right. Maybe one that's like has like a crying liberal on it, and it's like liberal tears or something. Yeah,
perfect. This is your commentary when we only have 15 minutes worth.
This is a comedy show.
We should get into the substance here. Oh, this is this is the atheist delusion. Already shots are fired at me.
Okay. I just noticed
I'm a Christian atheist. Why are they shooting at me?
Okay.
I'm innocent.
They're in the void here, the void of lights.
I know.
Sort of concisely, if you can, talk about what you mean by the atheist delusion.
Sure. So I should start off by saying I don't actually think that it's possible to prove the existence of God. I'm also not a believer that you can disprove the existence of God. I don't think that logical argumentation is going to get you there one way or another. And so I'm not going to try and do that with Alex today, because I think that if people would have been able to provide dispositive proofs, then people would believe them. And if people were able to provide dispositive proofs that God does not exist, then people would be more apt to believe those as well. What I think is an atheist delusion is that it is possible to live ideologically purely in a way that does not rely on fundamental faith principles. When I say faith principles, I'm not going to make the claim that those faith principles are direct from Sinai or that those faith principles require the New Testament, for example. I'm going to make the claim that there are a bunch of principles upon which we base ourselves that are external to what we know about nature and evolutionary biology, and that many of the things that Alex does in his daily life, for example, are going to be things that rely on principles that are external to a philosophy that would assume a lack of the supernatural, a lack of the extra natural. So some of those principles, for example, are free will. So every day we get up, we believe, virtually all of us, whether we say we believe it or not, we actually act in ways that betray the idea that we believe that we have control over our own actions, at least to a certain extent, and that control makes a difference in the world. And that's what gives us purpose. It's what allows us to wake up in the morning and make the decision to do what we believe is right or what we believe is wrong. That the principle.
The only thing that I would disagree with slightly here is that you can't separate the philosophical ideology principles from evolutionary biology. Like culture serves biology. That's the whole purpose of culture.
Right.
Yeah.
I agree. What I would say in regards to what he's saying is that, well, it's true that all people, including atheists, have a series of presuppositional beliefs that are faith-based. He gives the example of free will. There's other examples of like you generally like the moral framework that people are operating from. Like I think, doing the most good for the most people or whatever, like that is a presuppositional belief that's not like based on a fact or something. It's just like your opinion or your faith-based position. There's a lot of these, when you ask someone why they believe something, at the end of it, you're going to get to some faith-based presupposition because there is no other way around that. So it's true, but I think that's substantially different. And I say this as someone who believes in God. I think that's substantially different than like having a faith-based position in believing God exists or that a religion is true.
Right.
Like I think that's a much greater faith leap than just believing that people have free will.
Which is the greater leap, believing in God or believing in free will?
Believing in God and or some other organized religion exist is a much greater leap than free will.
Okay. I think people would come down on opposite sides of that debate. But
but when I say faith, what I mean is like that you can like a greater leap in terms of not basing something on science or experience or things that seem to be true. Like we're kind of wired to believe and operate that people have free will whether they have it or not, and you can't really create society around the idea that people don't have free will.
Yeah, they talk about that in here. One of the things that bothers me about Cosmic Skeptic's position and generally the atheist position is they all seem completely blind to the pragmatic utility of a belief in God. God is like the cop on the beat, preventing people from doing things. Like we all believe society will function better if people don't lie, cheat, steal, murder, rape. Like there's all these things, right?
Mm-hmm.
God, a belief in God is the original law enforcement. Like that keeps people in the society honest. And people who don't believe in God don't believe that they will suffer some sort of eternal damnation for doing bad to others. Probably are more likely to do bad to others. So I don't see why it's so difficult for atheists to just see that pragmatic belief in God. I mean, that's why it evolved. That's why it exists.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, obviously, because they don't like God or the concept of God. So that's why they don't want to accept that argument.
Right. Well, no, they'll say God, like God is a belief in God is a double-edged sword, because as much as God prevents you from murdering and raping, he also encourages you to go out and murder and rape people in other tribes. That's
Right.
what they would say. But I would say, look, cars are a double-edged sword. They kill people every single day.
Sure.
But they also get us to work, right? Guns are a double-edged sword. Guns can be used to commit crime, or they can also be used in law enforcement to prevent crime.
Right.
So you just need to acknowledge from an objective position, there is some utility to the belief in God.
Of course. But I think also beyond, I mean, yeah, God acts as the ultimate cop. I think even beyond that, and maybe this is part of why a lot of the atheists don't like it, God acts as the strongest stop sign to maintain tradition and conservative positions, because there's always the push-pull of like tradition versus change. And if you embed your tradition in God, which usually is what happens, it's like, well, you have the ultimate answer to why you should not change. Well, we can't change because an all-knowing, omnipotent being has mandated some way of living, and you don't know better than God, right? You can't go
Right.
against God's will. So it's kind of like the ultimate like fixation of tradition, arbiter, sort of.
Another excellent and cost-effective enforcement mechanism, right?
Right.
Yeah. So I just like that utility bit.
Of right and wrong are external to evolutionary biology. So both of these principles that I've mentioned already, free will, right and wrong, these come from a language that is external to the Darwinian language of evolutionary biology. If you're talking about free will, there is nothing in nature that suggests the ability to make a decision free of environment and genetics in combination in some sort. The same thing is true of right and wrong, the idea that there is a right and there is a moral wrong that we can reason our way to. Another principle that I think that you're obviously very big on, it's something that you rely on all the time, your entire podcast is based on the idea of reason. These ideas do not exist in the context of a purely materialist atheist universe. Now, I'm not going to make the claim that I can
See, I completely disagree with that, but you probably disagree too, right?
With what part?
That right and wrong can be determined in a materialist atheist universe. I believe we do live in a materialist atheist universe, and we do know right from wrong. So obviously,
The way that you're saying, I disagree with it or agree with it?
you agree with that, right? Or what is your position?
I agree with it in the way that Ben means. I would disagree with the statement on a universal level, because I do believe that God exists in a material framework, obviously. Someone who believes in God, so therefore that wouldn't make any sense to me. If that does that make sense?
Well, most people think God exists outside of the material plane, so he's beyond.
Yeah, but I don't
nature.
believe that.
Hence the term supernatural.
Sure, but I don't agree with that idea. So
Okay, so you have a very unique view of God.
yeah, but that's why I said the way that Ben means it, I agree, but in my own definitions of things, I would not agree.
Right. Well, obviously I laid out why I think God is a effective enforcement mechanism, and a belief in God would evolve in human beings and be useful.
Yeah.
Have served much utility in creating groups of humans that can thrive against groups of humans that don't believe in God or don't have some utility, some enforcement mechanism that's low cost and easy to use. So,
Yeah.
but that enforcement mechanism doesn't have to actually exist. You just have to believe it exists.
Right. Right. Well, I mean, obviously that's true, because that's why religion and God has persisted in humans for, hundreds of thousands of years.
Right.
prove that it's God who's behind those things, because one of the principles of faith belief is that I don't understand God. So for people who don't believe in God, that's an easy way out, right? That's an easy way out for people like me, because I say, well, I don't have to explain the relationship between God and free will, because frankly, I don't fully understand God. But that's not really that's not really an open window. That's just part of pretty much all faith systems, is that if my mind were the mind of God, then I would either be God or God would not exist, one of the two things. So the idea that reason makes a difference in our lives, that we can reason our way to propositions, and that's more than just saying a few magic words and that's setting off a few neurons in somebody else's brain in a naturalistic way, that there actually is principles of truth, another concept that comes from the extra natural world, that these principles exist. So far I've mentioned free will, good, right and wrong, reason, and truth, right? All things that we consider extremely key in our daily lives, and that Alex considers key in what he does. It's, I assume, why you get up every morning, or at least why you feel you get up every morning. What gets you up to do your podcast? It's because you want to say things that you believe are reasonable, are going to convince people to act in a better way, or I assume not a worse way, that get people to change their lives in some way, in a self-motivated fashion that's not merely in a sort of Pavlovian response to circumstance and environment. So if I were going to talk about the atheist delusion, that's what I would suggest is the delusion, that an atheist can use terminology that is drawn from a world that is external to atheism for itself. And again, that's not an argument for God even. That's just an argument against atheism. Again, I think the arguments against God are fairly compelling, and I think the arguments against atheism are fairly compelling. This is one of the things that I've said to Sam Harris. And I think that The difference is that most people who believe in God have expressed doubts, and a lot of people who are atheists tend to be more religious in this way than many of the people who are God believers.
Well,
So my argument against atheism seemed to be much simpler than his, didn't it?
Yes, but you're an atheist who's making an argument against atheism, where he's not, obviously.
Well, I'm just saying, look, obviously, if someone doesn't believe that there's an all-seeing, all-knowing being that's going to torture the crap out of him if he breaks into my house and steals my shit,
Mm-hmm.
then they're more likely to break into my house and steal my shit.
Right.
Right?
Right.
And then that's going to create problems in society. That's a pretty pragmatic outlook. I don't understand why we have to go to all this high-minded philosophical stuff when, I mean, it's pretty simple.
So what would you say if me playing devil's advocate says, well, society in the past was more religious and it's getting less religious. And I'm sure if you looked at like, crime now versus like, I don't know, the Middle Ages or something, like crime was probably
I've
much
seen
higher
Game of
back.
Thrones.
Yeah, I'm saying like crime was probably much higher back then when people were more religious.
Right. I would say as we've developed real law enforcement, real institutions, mechanisms to bring justice to people, the need for a belief in God has waned. So those two things have kind of reached an equilibrium. So while atheism is on the decline, belief that law enforcement will arrest you and throw you in prison where you could get brutally tortured is probably what's driving people now.
Right.
So it's the God enforcement mechanism has kind of become real and tangible.
Right. So the argument is like, if you could theoretically go back in the Middle Ages and have like a mirror society where there was no religion, the crime and all that stuff would be even higher.
Right.
Okay.
Well, look, I'm not sure how much God affected the crime rates in medieval society.
I mean, I'm sure it did, substantially.
extent.
I know,
Right.
What if all Hist always talks about how, people were so religious back in those time periods, and they kind of viewed, like, according to him anyway, they kind of viewed every extension of what they were doing as part of, the religion.
Right.
And I agree. I mean, it just makes sense that if you believe that there's a entity watching you and tallying your score for good or bad actions, that is going to, if you honestly believe that, that's going to definitely change your behavior. Or if you just believe that we're all kind of, monkeys running around on a ball of water, just kind of like fucking with other people, it's obviously going to change your behavior.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Did I answer your question?
Sure.
Oh, well, something's certain. We don't do cold opens or soft starts here on the big conversation. Alex.
Well, I am glad to begin on a point of agreement with you, Ben, that yes, if there is no God, there is no free will. But I think that's because of the truth of the latter of those statements. That I suppose the biggest criticism that I made of you in a video response that I made to the atheist delusion, and this show does seem to have an extraordinary capacity for putting me face to face with people that I've been talking smack about online. So thanks again.
The whole free will thing is interesting. I don't know if you've ever listened to the podcast with Brett Weinstein and Sam Harris. Sam Harris argues that there is no free will, but Brett Weinstein argues from an evolutionary perspective that if there is no free will, then how does evolution even work?
I have heard that podcast. It was a very interesting point. I don't buy into it because evolution doesn't require free will at all. Why would it? It's just like machine learning. It's just you're brute forcing your way to do something, and eventually through random chance you succeed, and that's the thing that gets propagated.
Right.
I don't know why that would require free will.
Because there would have to be actions that there were multiple choices from, and the whatever being would have to, like in the selection process, there would have to be choices.
Right, but this stems from the problem that we always have whenever we talk about free will, which is that Sam Harris is talking about universal free will and Brett's talking about local free will, which is, like, for example, there's a rabbit that's running away from a wolf or a fox, let's say fox, and it has two decisions. Like, it can either run towards a burrow or it could run behind a rock or something, right?
Okay.
Like, this is kind of the options it's chosen with. And we'll say, like, the correct answer is like the burrow or something. Like, that's the correct answer for the rabbit to run into. And so Brett would say, well, the rabbit making that decision is an action of free will, because some rabbits will run in the burrow, some will run behind the rock. But Sam's response to that would be, well, the rabbits that run to the burrow, they didn't do it because they have like some conscious free will. They're not making some sort of decision. They're doing that because some chemical in their brain, based on other experiences they have or based on their instinct, is guiding them towards running towards the burrow, while some are guiding them towards the running behind the rock. So is it really free will in that moment? That just because they have a choice doesn't mean that they have free will.
Right. It's hard in animals because a lot of people don't believe animals have free will. Where
right. But see, that's what makes it
right. Culture.
But that's why it's part of why I think it really hurts Brett's argument, because his argument would be that all animals would have to have free will, which a lot of people don't believe. I mean, and I do agree with the idea that, I mean, I believe in free will, but I believe it only exists because I believe God exists. I don't see how free will exists otherwise. So.
Someday you're going to have to explain that.
Well, no, we've had conversations about how does free will exist if, we're all the sum of our experiences and beliefs and blah, 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 that like are all things that have happened to us that we don't really have control over.
Right.
So anyway.
Say it's a great video and everybody should watch it if they haven't.
Well, I'm going to put that in the description. I think that glowing endorsement. The principal disagreement that I think I had with you, Ben, is that there was a subtle or not so subtle implication in my view that yes, with no God there's no free will, but somehow having God can solve this problem. I mean, you said a moment ago that you don't think you can establish God's existence through reason alone, but assuming that you do believe in the existence of free will, you think it's a real thing that you have.
Yes.
And simultaneously saying that if there is no God, then free will makes no sense.
Yes.
That does read to me like an argument for God's existence, such that in order to either say that there is free will, in order to say that there is free will, one must believe in God. And that does strike me as an argument for God's existence.
I mean, to slightly curve that, or to kind of sand off the rough edges there, I would say that the argument I made is an argument for something extra natural.
Sure.
Now, you can call that God or not God, but the thing that I'm making the argument for is that you cannot get from a materialist Darwinist universe to free will. That is not possible. So I know that the way you solve that is that you say that there is no free will.
That's right.
And what I'm saying to you is you don't act that way.
I like that he calls it extra natural instead of supernatural.
Right, yeah.
It sounds a little better. It's not supernatural, it's extra natural.
Right.
Even though those mean the exact opposite, don't they? If something is supernatural versus something is extra natural. Like if it's extra natural, that means it's just very natural, right?
Well, doesn't supernatural mean the same thing?
I guess
it's just supernatural.
Right. Well, but super could mean that it is very natural, or it can mean it's beyond natural, right? Like Superman, he's like, more beyond man. So
isn't it external to nature? I think is what he's getting at. Like
right, but extra
natural
doesn't usually mean external. So
okay,
it's fine. I just thought it was funny.
I hear this all the time. People say, look, you may say there's no free will, but you don't act as though that's the case. I suppose that I'm just confused as to what it would look like for somebody to act as if they believe there was no free will. I mean, the very argument that there is no free will that I subscribe to, at least one of the various forms that it takes, is a sort of Schopenhauerian view that you can do as you will, you just can't will what you will. And that you are essentially just a biological machine reacting to its internal and evolutionary drives. That's what's happening. Now, call that nihilistic if you like, that's a separate question, but as to the question of how this would make one act, the idea that this might cause us to sort of lay around in bed all day or something, the very mechanism that I think is responsible for eliminating the possibility of free will, that is, the drives that make people do what they do, like I say, do exactly that. Make people do what they do. They make them get out of bed in the morning. Why do you get out of bed and go and make your breakfast if there's no free will?
So
well, you go and get breakfast because there's no free will and something is driving you to do that. That's outside of your control.
for sure. So to get back to the nihilism point, which you kind of put aside, so that means that this conversation is essentially worthless in any sort of real sense. I mean, effectively, we were driven here by evolutionary biology and environment to have this conversation. Everybody who's watching this is driven by evolutionary biology and environment to have a particular reaction to that thing, and ever round the cycle goes. That seems like a very purposeless life. Again, I'm drawing from a realm that is not evolutionarily biologically, connected. The word purpose is really, teleology obviously has been taken out of the realm of science pretty thoroughly by atheists and by many people in the sciences, although I would argue that, again, most scientists speak in the realm of teleology literally all the time, and they're borrowing language from the language of teleology, even when they're describing functions of particular body parts, right? The heart pumps blood in order to keep you alive, right? They're constantly using language that's teleological in nature. The real question that I have, and this is what goes to the question that you were asking at the beginning, before the sort of pre-question question, which was the good of religion to society. One of those goods is people believing that their free will matters and this actually is a useful thing. So I believe that it is deeply important for people in society to believe that they have the capacity to change themselves and to make different decisions than what biology would drive them to do. So you say, well, it's biology that drives you to get out of bed in the morning, which is almost Calvinist in sort of the way that it's described, right? It's like you're predestined to get out of bed in the morning, so thus you get out of bed in the morning. But the reality is that we are constantly making decisions as though those decisions make a difference in the universe. And what social science actually does tend to show is that when people believe that they have control over their own actions, then when they believe that they're capable of changing the way that they live, they do make those changes with more alacrity and in better directions than if they don't believe that. If people tend to believe in a deterministic universe, they do act worse. So it may work. This is going to be sort of Straussian in its implications, but that may work for you. You're a very high IQ individual who can somehow reconcile the idea of living a very purposeful life with the idea that actually there's no purpose to anything. But for the vast majority of people, that is not actually how they live. And I would suggest that even in your daily life, you don't get out of bed in the morning thinking, man, my biology is driving me this morning to get on the bike, have a great day, the sun is shining. That's my biology doing this. And I don't think that most people who live purposeful lives, even if they believe that everything they're doing is predetermined by the world around them, by their own biology, I don't believe they actually feel that. They have to engage in what they themselves would term an illusion in order to feel a sense of purpose and meaning in their lives.
Of course, but that's what the evolutionary...
Internal locus of control, yeah. Go ahead.
Right. They're kind of talking past each other. I don't know if it's intentional or not, because Ben is answering the question of, he's answering the question of the conversation about, is it good or bad for society? And, so he's saying they find that people who believe in this and, free will, they're obviously going to make better decisions in life. They're going to make better moral decisions, blah, 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 blah. Right. When the question that he was asking, that Alex was actually asking, was more not whether it's better for society, but he was kind of asking, what does it look like? What would, getting out of how is getting out of your bed free will in the morning? How does that work? Because it's not really.
No,
it's not really
obviously.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you're being driven by a whole host of different motivations that can all be traced back to evolution. So,
right.
Not necessarily free will. Yeah, I don't know. I was also noticing, and this is a double hit on the atheists. God, this is why I'm almost ashamed to call myself an atheist. I make the distinction between atheists and anti-theists, because the anti-theists are the real crackpots. They're the ones that think the world would be a better place without religion. And I always think, really? You really think that? Look, atheists not only take away the enforcement mechanism, which we just talked about, right? The belief that somebody's watching you that's going to take care of business if you get out of line, right? They then take away free will and give everybody an excuse for bad behavior. Oh, I couldn't help myself, right? My genes made me do it, right?
Right. Yeah.
Look, this is horrible. This is the worst philosophy for a civilized society. But what are you going to do? Look, I believe society can tolerate a few rebels like myself, but I just like if the whole society became atheistic, that's just a recipe for disaster. That's not.
Yeah,
That's
well, I mean,
not
I
gonna
don't
be-
like people would be atheistic in terms of they wouldn't believe in God, but they would believe in something. You know, they would believe in
Well, even a
Marxism or
third thing.
fascism or
Look,
whatever, liberalism. Like, you know,
look, I mentioned two things, and you mentioned a third. Yeah, exactly.
I mean,
They adopt some other delusion that's even worse.
right. It does seem to be the case, and even a lot of atheists seem to acknowledge this when they do research on this, that there is, you know, humans are wired to believe in something, right? Something's got to fill that hole, that void. So
Yeah, you need a worldview. You have to exist in the world, and you need a map of the world as you see it.
yes,
That map doesn't have to accurately map onto the world. A lot would argue it's virtually impossible for it to map on the actual world. Like the Donald Hoffmans of the world will make that argument. So
right.
Process, in my view, in my worldview, I should say, has done so well is provide precisely that illusion. I mean, it's not as that. I mean, you say, look, you don't get out of bed in the morning thinking, gosh, you know, look at my biological
My neurons are
drive.
firing, yeah.
Of course not, because if I did, then the whole evolutionary purpose that this illusion serves would fall away. I mean, you say that this is a fairly purposeless life, and perhaps the implication is that it's a bit of a depressing one. I didn't come here to inspire optimism in people. I just think it is in fact the case.
By the way.
It is in fact the case that free will doesn't exist, and we may feel very nihilistic towards that, but as a wise man once said, facts don't care about your feelings. And I will say that the argument against free will, in my view, is based upon something broader than just scientific analysis or empirical research.
yeah, I don't believe him when he says he's not there to inspire people either, because I would classify CosmicSkeptic as a anti-theist. And look, when I say anti-theist, anti-theists have a belief that I think is unfounded. They believe the world would be a better place without religion. That's their fundamental belief. I don't think it's based in science. I think it's based in wishful thinking. The way a lot of belief systems are based. So,
Yeah, I agree.
Rather, we can build an argument, I think, from a law of logic, the proposition that P must either be true or false, and it can't be both, it can't be neither. It has to be one or the other. Now, this law of the excluded middle, one of the foundational precepts of philosophy, we can simply ask a question of any kind of mental activity, and this will be regardless of whether it's material or immaterial. That's what makes this a crucial argument, and an important one, a pertinent one, is that you can ask of that mental activity, is it determined or is it not? That is it determined by anything else, or is it completely undetermined by anything? If it's undetermined by anything, then it's random, and you're by definition not in control of that which is random. If it's determined by something, then it's either determined by something further inside your mind or inside your brain or indeed inside your soul, or it's determined by something external to your brain. If it's determined by something external to yourself, I should say yourself rather than your brain here to rid this conversation of any implicit materialism, exterior to yourself, if that's what's determining the action, then clearly you're not in ultimate control of that action. If it's something inside of yourself somewhere, then all you do is push the problem back and you ask the question again, is that thing determined or is it indeterminate? So indeterminate, it's random. Determined, you keep going back until you either terminate in something outside of the self, something, or I suppose something undetermined and therefore random, either of which you are completely out of control in. If you say that it terminates in something like a soul, people like to do this. They say, well, look, with a religious philosophy, we have the benefit of introducing a soul. That doesn't solve anything. Because you still need to, it's not a matter of having to explain the mechanism by which the soul brings about actions. That may well be a mystery. But if it is the case that whatever it is that's doing that is either determined or it's not, and that if it's not, it's random and therefore out of your control, and that if it is, it ultimately terminates in something outside of yourself or something random, and both of which are out of your control, free will cannot exist.
Well,
and so I would be
that
careful.
argument does rely on the complete deconstruction of the self. Right? I mean, you're using the term self in this argument in, I think, a couple of different ways. You're saying something outside yourself, but then you're breaking down the self into a bunch of separate components as though the self is a computer. Right? As though if you took the self and you broke it down into a machine, and there's like the microchip, and you've got the processor, you've got all these different parts of it. So it has to be coming from here, or it has to be coming from here. But I think the very idea that we have of ourselves as selves is as a deciding being. And so the attempt to carve that down into, so which parts of the deciding being, that is an avoidance strategy. So I don't think that the argument quite holds.
Well, if we can call the self just a deciding being,
call it a deciding being,
then that sort of fundamental assumption that we make about the nature of the self, I don't think is going to be incompatible with atheism.
How so?
Because we're talking about what the self is here. I mean, atheists believe in the self. Everybody believes in the self.
Well, no, that's not. I mean, that I find difficult to believe. Why would an atheist believe in the self? The self is a series of non-deciding mechanisms. As you,
this is the comedy portion of the show.
Mm-hmm. What does he mean by that?
Atheists don't believe in the self.
Right. What does that mean?
Interesting. I don't know. What do you think he thinks it means? This is such a strange argument.
Well, okay, I mean, he'll say, but
I see that your view of the self is an atheist view of the self, a meatball wandering through space, as I've put it somewhat colorfully. The sort of Spinoza idea that you're a stone that's been thrown, and you can comprehend that you've been thrown, but you're a stone that's been thrown, and that's just the way that it is. Why would there be in atheist philosophy such a thing as a deciding self? The deciding being is external to the idea of an evolutionary cause, because the very word deciding suggests uncaused decision making. And
see, just all of this is just, it's so unnecessary, because if you're an atheist, you just don't believe in God. It doesn't change. You can not believe in God and still believe in free will.
I mean, you can, but I mean, this guy doesn't, right?
Right, but that seems like just a imposition that's being forced on people. I don't see why you can't separate the two. What makes the two inseparable?
So again, and I feel like this, and I guess I should explain it because we haven't talked about free will in a long time. You know, we used to have all these conversations about free will. So the problem that I have when people talk about free will is that there's two types of free will. And I know you hate this, Adam, and you've always hated it, but I think this is the only way to talk about it.
I still hate it.
I know.
Local versus universal.
Local versus universal. And so to explain this concept to people who have never heard me talk about this, the analogy I use is sort of, or the metaphor I should say, is that you walk, like if you imagine someone is walking to a fork in the road, and they can either go left or they can go right. There's two types of free will. Local free will is that there's no person, there's no entity, there's no animal. Nothing's chasing the person, nothing's forcing the person to go left or right. The person is completely free of their own accord to make the left turn or the right turn. Okay. That's local free will. There's nothing external acting upon the person to make them go in some direction. And some people look at that and they say, well, this person has free will because they make a decision, go left or right. Some people say, well, that's not really free will because there's a bunch of factors that were external in the past that dictate whether the person goes left or right. For example, theoretically, let's say every time that person, approached a fork in the road, say they've approached 100 forks in the road in their life, and every time they do, they go left. And every time they go left, something bad happens to them.
Right.
Someone smacks them, someone beats them, an animal chases them, right? So they eventually have been conditioned that if I go left, something bad happens to them. So when this person reaches that fork in the road, they go right. And so some people would say, well, does that person really have free will? Because they're really making a decision because of all these things that happened to them in the past. And those things that happened to them in the past basically condition them to act in some certain way. Therefore, they don't really have free will. And that's what I call universal free will. Now, some people don't like that conception of free will. There's arguments about that that's not the way free will should be conceptualized, and that's fine. I'm just saying this is the problem. When people talk about free will, they usually mean local versus universal, or maybe even some other third definition. And there's a lot of like talking past each other. And I think in this conversation that you're talking about, Adam, there's definitely an argument that you can make, that I think a lot of people make, which is that you can't really have universal free will without God or some sort of external factor, or without just denying, like having an argument about the concept even being correct in the first place. And so presumably people like Alex and a lot of other people who don't believe in free will, they just accept that. They accept the kind of material deterministic arguments that yes, there just isn't free will from a universal perspective.
Well, look, you can say that you're a decision-making machine, that regardless of whether or not God exists, some being created the universe.
Yeah, you are a
I mean-
decision-making machine on a local level. You're making all these decisions constantly.
Right. So,
Right.
so free will exists.
Locally.
Look, it's a stretch for me to say that it's illogical to believe in free will, or to believe in, for God and free will to be inseparable, that you have to believe in both together or none at all. That doesn't make any sense to me.
Well, if you're talking about, like, again, so if we're talking about universal free will, as I've laid out, the reason that Ben makes the argument,
Well,
and that
look,
other
I understand
people
why
make,
Ben is making the argument, and I understand why other people are making the argument.
well, no, well, let me just say this. The reason they're making the argument is that they're agreeing with the atheists. They're saying if we just look at the material facts, they agree that yes, people don't have universal free will. So what they're doing is they're saying, well, therefore, it must come from the supernatural. And so
Yes,
that's why they say God has to exist for universal free will to exist.
But all of them could be wrong.
Of course they could be wrong. God, you know, their conception of God may or may not exist, right?
Free will could be innate in all beings, regardless of whether or not the universe was created by some entity, whether or not God exists. How?
Yeah.
It evolved that way. Free will evolved in people.
No. But what do you mean when you say free will?
The ability to make decisions in the world.
Right. So you're talking again. So you're talking about local free will. Ben is talking about universal free will, as is Alex.
Well, they're fine then. They're unclear in their terms.
Right, but that's the problem that people have when they talk about free will, is that there's these two major different conceptions of it, and people very rarely give names to it or acknowledge the different conceptions.
Right. Even if you're using your version of universal free will, where basically like you're the sum of all your experience,
right?
Something could happen. You could lose that experience. You could get knocked out and have a coma or something. What happens then?
That's not your decision at that point. Then
but then you come to the fork in the road and you're genuinely making a decision. You're making it based on not your personal experience, but you're making it based on some other factor.
Right. So, so let's say so we'll have two examples. You come to the fork in the road. You've never, ever in your entire life come to the fork in the road, ever. Okay.
Right.
You look left and you look right. One pathway looks dark and spooky and scary. It's like a evil looking forest. And then the other pathway to the right, like it just looks like sunshine and rainbows. Okay.
Okay.
So you choose the sunshine and rainbows way because the other side looks spooky.
Well, what if you're like goth?
Well, then you go exactly. But there you go. But then you go towards the spooky thing because that's what you like. But neither of those. Right. So from a universal.
But you made the decision to like goth.
Did you?
Yeah, because you wanted a goth girlfriend when you were in high school. So
why did you want a goth girlfriend in high school?
I see what you're doing here.
That's what I'm saying. This is the problem, is that everything, we're the sum of our parts, or the sum of our experiences and the sum of our parts. And so since we don't choose our parts, we don't choose our experiences, this is where the universal free will people say, well, you don't actually have free will then.
Look, I just think you can make these arguments for and against free will independently of making arguments for and against God. I don't see how God comes in and solves the problem of free will. So therefore, however you come down on those arguments on free will could be completely different than how you come down on the arguments of God.
Listen, you don't have to believe the argument. Okay. But just so you understand it, again, they're all saying, both of the people in this conversation are saying that from a biological scientific perspective, there appears to be no evidence for universal free will. So therefore it could only exist in the realm of the supernatural. That's the argument. So you understand the argument. You don't have to agree with it.
Yeah, no, it's a terrible argument.
Okay.
It's a terrible argument.
Okay.
It sounds like a presuppositionalist argument.
Well, I mean, everything is presuppositional when you keep when you reduce it enough to the base, right? Isn't that was kind of like the point in the beginning of that conversation?
the presuppositionalist argument is that you have to believe in God to use logic.
Oh, well, I don't agree with that. I don't think that has anything to do with this. That's the Darth Dawkins argument, which is a stupid argument.
But this is why I think this argument is just as stupid. It's like, you have to believe in God to believe free will exists. No, you don't.
Well,
and there are a bunch of people that do believe in free will and don't believe God exists.
Yeah, but
so,
okay, well,
obviously. But then the presuppositionalist Christian will come in and say, yes, but what you're doing is illogical. As if, that makes a difference.
What Darth Dawkins' argument, which is a stupid argument, is kind of like, well, you're using logic. His argument is flawed because he says you're using logic, and the only reason that you presuppositionally believe that logic has value is because God dictated that you would find that to have value. But that's not really true, because obviously you can make an evolutionary argument completely independent of God about why humans would value logic and reason. And that's why his argument is stupid. But I don't see how that has to do with the free will conversation, but we can move on.
Yeah, let's move on.
You've just excluded it through your own philosophy.
Uncaused decision-making, I suppose, is a concept that I think is unintelligible. And therefore, if there is an unintelligibility of the self on atheism, I suppose the thrust of the criticism that I made to essentially every point you made in that video, except for the argument from motion, is that what you're saying to me, if it applies to atheism, I think simultaneously applies to theism as well.
How so?
An uncaused decision. I mean, what is the process by which a decision is made?
But now you're falling into the same sort of argument that I excluded at the beginning, which was, I said that the beauty of religion is that there's a bunch of stuff I don't understand. So I can't explain to you how the uncaused self makes decisions.
Well, then I can't explain to you how the uncaused self exists on an atheistic
But you have
framework.
a burden and I don't. Meaning that
I don't think that's the case.
You do, though. I mean, the simple fact is that you are the one who's claiming that a reasonable materialist universe is the cause of all. And so if that's the case, you do have to explain the mechanism in a way that I certainly do not. My entire philosophy rests on the positing of an entire realm of things I don't understand.
Can't you just say that we haven't discovered it in the materialist frame?
Yeah, this is actually a shockingly awful argument from Ben.
Yeah, I thought so.
Alex actually totally nailed him, because Ben's argument is like, well, okay, so Ben could reword the argument slightly to make it work, which he'd have to take a more cynical approach as opposed to a believer's perspective, which would be, well, the moral utility of religion is that religion itself accepts embedded within it that God and moral truths can exist outside of human understanding. Therefore, you just accept things on faith value, where our understanding of science is the opposite. It's that you have to understand exactly how it works. And so therefore it's harder for people to accept the unknowns as being unknowns.
Right, but there is the idea that we might understand them one day, even though we don't understand them now. Just because you don't understand them today doesn't mean you can never understand them.
Right, exactly. And so that's why Ben's argument's bad, is because he's saying, well, because you're taking the framework that you can understand everything, that means you have to understand everything. It's like, well, that's not true. It's just exactly as you said. It just means that we don't know now, but we will know or strive to know in the future.
Yeah, we could know someday.
Yeah, so I mean, it's a really bad argument, so it's kind of interesting.
In terms of their interaction with the world. Now, as I said at the very beginning, that leaves me a giant escape hatch. I'm not going to pretend that that's not a giant escape hatch. It acts in practice as a giant escape hatch. It also tends to act as a fundamental principle of faith, right? Again, in every moral realm. Right? When we get to the problem of good and evil, right? One of the big questions is, well, how can God allow evil to take place in the world? And the fundamental religious answer, as it has been for thousands of years, is my mind is not God's, which is a giant escape hatch. It also happens to be true from a religious point of view.
So if I may, that there are two sort of escape hatches here. There are two appeals to mystery going on here. And it seems to me that what you're saying is something along the lines of my simple appeal to mystery here is disallowed in the way that you're allowed to appeal to this mystery, because I'm the one making the claim. I think that not
because I'm the one making the claim, but because
I'm the one with the burden.
In the context of this discussion, sorry, I'm missing the who's the you and who's the I in a sense, but yes.
I see what you mean. I'm speaking for myself there.
Sorry.
If in the context of this discussion, this began, the subject which I think is the first one you bring up in this video, free will. Here's this thing that I think exists, and on the basis of its existence, think entails the existence of a God, or at least points to the existence of a God. I shouldn't say entail. And then when I say that I don't think that the concept of free will is intelligible, and you say, well, how is it intelligible on atheism? And I say, I'm not sure it is, but it's not on theism either. And you say, well, there's my escape hatch. I can appeal to mystery. I don't think the burden is on me there. I think you were the one who's making the claim that free will does exist, that there is this mysterious property of the universe
actually, that's
that
not
escapes this determined or indetermined dichotomy. And then when I say that this is unintelligible to me, and based on what I see to be fundamentally appeal to a law of logic, suddenly I'm the one making the claim. I'm the one with the burden who has to do the proving.
No, the actual claim.
Okay, this is very silly. This is very, very silly. So they're basically arguing. Ben is like, well, I don't have to prove anything. You're making the claim, so you have to prove it. And then he's like, no, you're making the claim, so you have to prove it. It's like, this is just stupid. I mean, like, the answer is what we already said. Both atheists and religious people can appeal to mystery. They just appeal to it differently. The religious person says, God works in mysterious ways. That's what my faith believes. And the atheist person says, we don't know the answer to that yet. Like it's just okay. Like that's the answer. You don't have to do this. Like, well, no, you have to prove. No, you have to. It's like, no, come on. Let's come on.
Yeah, let's move on.
Yeah, it's very silly.
The claim that I originally made, if you recall, was a conditional claim.
Mm-hmm.
I did not claim free will exists, therefore God. I claimed if you believe free will exists, it cannot exist in a materialist universe. Now, you say, okay, fine, it doesn't exist in a materialist universe. I don't believe in free will.
Yes.
That's fine. That's totally plausible. As I said right at the top here, I'm not going to prove to you that God exists today. What I am going to say is that the vast majority of people throughout nearly all of human history have believed there is a thing called a self. It is a deciding self that makes these decisions. If you are a person who believes that, you're right. It can't exist in your world. So I'm not saying that it does exist. Maybe it doesn't. Maybe you're right. Maybe you're totally right. And all of this is just a series of chemical firings. That's quite plausible. That's fine. What I have said, and this is the argument that hasn't yet been rebutted, is that society does require an extraordinary number of people to believe that they are capable of making decisions for the good or for the bad. Because, again, not everybody is you. Not everybody is capable of waking up in the morning, putting one half of their brain on hold, the side that says, what I'm doing today doesn't matter, and we are all going to wind up in the cosmic nothingness of space anyway, and the sun's going to explode and eat the Earth. Most people don't function that way. And so a functional society, a society that actually works, relies on people actually believing that their fate is in their hands. And the way that people tend to understand that on a day-to-day level is, I get up in the morning and I make a decision whether I'm taking my kids to school today. I get up in the morning and I decide whether I'm giving charity today. I get up in the morning and I decide whether to go to a job today. Because the truth is that for a huge number of people, and I would say this is true for not virtually all, many, I would say the majority of people, if they were informed since the time they were small that their decision-making process does not exist. There is no decision to be made. Whatever's going to happen is going to happen. Those decisions have no moral weight in the universe because the universe has no moral weight. There is no way to create a functional society on the basis of these premises. There may be a Platonic world where philosophers can think about this in the gardens of their imagination and feel great about it, but that's not actually how society functions, not for children, not for teenagers, not for adults.
Yes.
I'm going to go.
Okay, here's where I agree with Ben. Because I do think you do need to believe in free will, and I do think religion helps people, motivate people to do things that are in the interest of society.
Yeah,
I think people in general are selfish beings, and culture, especially religion, is designed to turn people into more selfless beings.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with most of what Ben said. I'm glad he brought the conversation back into
The real
what
world.
it should be. The utility of religion as opposed to the truth claim of religion, which to me is a huge waste of time whenever people have that argument. But
ironically, the Christians and the religious people are on such firmer ground when it comes to the utility of religion, but they hate to argue that because they want to argue the truth claim so bad. They want to argue that it's factually correct.
But that's your elephant, right? Because religion, because basically the atheist argument and the argument that you're making is like, you're like, religion is a magic trick. It's a magic trick that the magician performs on stage, and you look at it and go, wow, magic exists, right? And and you're like, no, like you were like, listen, I'm the big brain enlightened atheist. Okay. I understand that he really has all those cards up his sleeve right there.
Right. Yeah.
Right.
Someone put that rabbit in the hat.
Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly. But you go, but I understand that from like a cynical perspective that that the audience needs to believe the magic exists in order to basically function and not riot. And so when you talk to a religious person, they don't want to make that argument because they're the crowd that believes the magic exists. So you're basically telling them that they're stupid, but it's okay that you're like patting them on the head. You're like, listen, it's okay that you're stupid because it's for the greater good of society. Okay.
God, it sounds so smug.
That's why they don't want to
stand
argue
it.
that, right?
This is why I hate calling myself an atheist. all the atheists are basically just, I mean, so many of them are fedora tippers that are just they get off on atheism because they like patting you on the head. That's like how that's their pleasure.
Well, they
That's what
get off
wanna
on
do.
it the same reason you get off on not atheism, but other things. You like telling people that they're wrong.
Yeah. Okay. Well, this feels a little cruel, obviously.
Well,
Go on and
okay.
No, go ahead. What are you gonna say?
No, I mean, I don't know. I just think that our conversations are always interesting because you're atheist. I'm literally a theist, and yet we're both sort of arguing things from a very atheistic perspective, even though
Of
you're an
course.
atheist in favor of religion. So
Yes, I'm an atheist in favor of religion, and you're a religious person in favor of atheism, or at least arguing from an atheist.
I'm not in
perspective.
favor of atheism. I'm just arguing that I think the framework of material reality contorts mostly with the atheist perspective, or conforms, I should say, mostly with the atheist perspective of things.
Right. And in the political sphere, you think it's better. I mean, you actually share this position with Ben Shapiro. Ben Shapiro always says he doesn't think it's useful to argue political positions from a believer's perspective because other people might not believe that or believe something completely different.
Right.
So you kind of have to step into the materialist frame to do politics with one another.
Of course. Yeah.
Yeah. That is liberalism. Don't tell Ben Shapiro that, but that is 1000% liberalism.
Ben Shapiro, I imagine, is in favor of liberalism.
Yeah, of course he is.
Right.
He's a good liberal.
talk about that in the second section. I had free will to ask any of the questions I've had written down here, but I just didn't want to. I didn't want to stop either of you. It's been breathless and captivating. I'm sure you'll agree. Before we go to our first break, we are going to go on and talk about...
Let's just fast forward.
It's annoying because they finally got back on track and he kind of interrupted them.
And he cuts him off, yeah.
To consider who's relying on the delusion here, you know?
Yeah.
And I don't mean that as an insult, but you see what I'm saying, right?
I totally agree. And so from my argument, you would be, and from your argument, I would be. Yeah. Meaning I think that you are delusional, there's no free will, and you think I'm delusional in the sense that there is no free will, and yet I believe in it.
Yeah. Something like that,
yes.
Yeah.
So for you, Alex, just before we go to the break then, because we're trying to break it down.
Do they ever talk about the utility of free will, or do they get sidetracked on this free will argument the whole time?
No, I think they're done with free will, but I think I'm just going to fast forward past
it. I will say that we are all, if we are sort of delusory in our belief in free will, I mean, you're quite right in saying that I act as if free will exists in the sense of not constantly being aware that it doesn't. I don't wake up and do those strange morning affirmations that you mentioned into the mirror about, you know, the sort of heat death of the universe. But
maybe you should.
People, I think it is good to reflect.
Just from a perception, though. Isn't most your day spent making decisions, Sitch? Isn't that like 90% of what you do as a human being?
That depends on how you look at it, I guess.
What I mean,
so like, for example,
you don't make like tens of thousands of decisions.
I think it depends how you look at it. So for example, okay, I wake up, right?
Should I get up? Should I stay in bed?
Right, but is that but here's the thing. You say, well, is it a decision? Is it really a decision when I wake up?
Hell yeah.
Okay. I guess you could look at it as a decision. Like, can I make the decision to just say, listen, I'm going to turn my alarm off. I'm going to stay in bed. I'm not going to eat today. I'm not going to stream today. I'm just going to stay in bed forever, right? Like, is that really a decision that, you know, I have?
Yeah, 1000%.
I would say it's not, because if someone does that behavior, that's considered so abnormal, it's considered a mental illness. So is that really a
To
decision?
stay in bed all day?
Yes. To throw
Well, maybe you
everything
needed
away
a
and
day
stay in bed
off.
stay in bed. To throw everything away and stay in bed all day indefinitely
You
is a
needed to
mental illness.
rest. You needed a day off.
Okay.
Well, you can't do it indefinitely, obviously.
Right.
But
Well, why not? It's a decision.
well, look, some people do. That's a decision that they make, and then other people make a decision to come and throw them out of
Is it a
their
decision?
apartment.
Or they have chemicals in their brain that's basically sapping their motivation and
let's
energy to do anything. That's why I'm saying it's like I don't know.
The only reason I brought this up is just from a perceptual level. You don't have the feeling that you're making decisions.
No, because when I get up, I don't feel like I'm making a choice. I just do it.
So when you scroll through Twitter
Mm-hmm.
and you see various things, you could respond to this, you could retweet this, you could type out your own tweet. When you scroll through YouTube, you could click on this video, you could click on this video, you could continue watching this video, you could stop watching it. You don't have the perception that you're making decisions when you're doing those things.
So for some things I do and some things I don't. For example, if I'm looking at Twitter, okay,
Mhm.
I can have a thought like, I need to look at what time it is because I'm probably wasting too much time on Twitter and do something else, right? And I can make a decision. Then I do feel like I'm making a decision to like stop being on Twitter, right?
Okay. So
But
you
if
are
I'm
making decisions.
right, but if I'm on Twitter and I just see something and I like it, and I go, oh, I like this, and I hit a little heart thing, I'm not really like thinking like I'm making a decision to heart this, right? I just like, oh, I enjoy this, and then I do it. So almost like an automatic response.
Even in the context of how is me working on a piece of art not making decisions? All I'm doing is making decisions.
No, okay, but maybe this is why you're thinking is why your perceived bias is the way it is, because you're correct. There are, depending on what you're doing, you could be making decision after decision after decision after decision, and you consciously are thinking that you're making decision after decision, right? When you're drawing a picture or painting something, like, yeah, you're just making decisions every fucking second, and you're aware that you're making decisions every second. But a lot of people, depending on what their job is, depending on what their day is, could probably go through huge swaths of their day without really consciously having the feeling that they're making a decision. And in fact, that's probably why a lot of people feel like their life doesn't have meaning, or why they feel depressed, is because they don't really feel like they're making decisions. They just feel like they're just doing things they have to do, or they're just acting out their whims.
Right. You tell a wedding planner that free will doesn't exist and nobody makes decisions. It's like laughable. It's all decisions.
On your mortality in that manner every once in a while, and it does inspire some serious thought about whether you're really taking your philosophy seriously. But I will say that the mechanism is so useful and has been so successful in embedding itself into our psyche that we cannot shake it off. So I can I can have conversations with people, as I do regularly, talking about the existence of free will, and they come away saying, you know what, that's extraordinary, maybe you're right about this. And nothing about the way they live their life changes, precisely because of the fact that the very argument I'm making relies on the assumption that we will still be driven by our drives. All I'm doing is identifying what's actually going on there, in my view. It doesn't actually change what happens or what the brain indeed does.
So the utility argument for what you're saying about free will is that the main utility in you saying these things is for people not to believe you in the end.
We are predetermined to go to a break at this point. So we're going to continue this. And we are having a short break. The access on Alex O'Connor. And
on the delusion point, we terminated in something like, I know you are, but what am I?
Correct.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. And my dad can beat up your dads. So let's move on in this section to...
so embarrassing to have to laugh at this guy's dad jokes, huh?
I mean, it's a fine joke. It's fine. Don't be mean.
It's okay.
It's fine. It's chuckle worthy. Okay.
Okay.
God.
Talking about
Adam's know about polite humor here. Like, oh, okay. There's certain environments where you can make the little dad joke and everyone chuckles and it's totally fine and acceptable. Okay, don't
I'm
be
trying to think. I'm trying to think of a joke that would
the guy
really
doesn't turn to Ben
just.
Shapiro and said, "My dad could fuck your mother." Like, okay, you don't need
You
to
see,
be.
there you go. That's what I'm talking about.
Yes.
That's what I'm talking about.
Adam wants everything to be
Some
very in your
real-
face, very crystal clear. Okay.
Some real humor. Yeah,
He takes that-
exactly.
he wants the host to take out a pie and hit Alex in the face with a pie, and then take out some like sparkling water and shoot it at Ben Shapiro, and then honk a clown nose and do a spinning bow tie as he flies away with an umbrella.
Right. Look, I think if you like pulled out a joint and lit it up and tried to pass it to Ben Shapiro,
Okay.
that might be good. Look, he
Okay.
tries to pass it to Ben, and Ben is like kind of freaked out. But
Right.
Alex
huge
O'Connor
hit.
takes
Yeah.
it. And
Yeah.
takes it.
It's a huge hit. And he's like, "This is my God. This is my free will." Blows a big
Blows a
cloud directly into Ben's face.
No. He blows a smoke ring, and it hits Ben Shapiro in the face.
There you go. There you go.
Oh, perfect. That's what I'm talking about.
There's
no
the
more of
comedy
these
that
dad
we're
jokes.
looking for. Okay.
Yes.
I'm glad we got it.
That is decision making. That is free
Right.
will at its finest.
Another easily solved question, morality and its role in society. So, Alex, we started with Ben in the first section. Let's start with you. What for you makes an outcome good or bad? And feel free to break that down, define things as you want. And how do we determine what is good and acceptable in society?
Here is where I may disappoint you and potentially excite Mr. Shapiro in that I don't have a good answer to that question. Okay. In that, obviously, attempts have been made for a long time to ground good outside of God. I must say that similarly to rehash the same theme, I think there are issues with grounding good in God as well. I don't think that removes the problem. I don't quite know what good is, if it indeed exists. I'm quite suspicious of the concept. I think it might be another one of these unfortunately quite nihilistic evolutionary sort of illusions of a sort. I guess I ascribe to emotivism more than anything, which has sort of gone out of fashion in the past decade, but I think still has some truth to it.
I think you can definitely embed the morality of good without God. It's just difficult because we don't really have the words to describe it because it's mostly intuitive. It seems like, obviously different people, depending on different cultures, they have very different precise definitions of good. This is kind of like we get into the problem of like, what is a woman? And you have to like try to describe something that encompasses all women but doesn't encompass anything else. And then they go, ha, got you, therefore there is no woman. And it's like, well, no, that's not how humans think of concepts, because you could do the same thing with a chair or a door. There's no way to define a door that encompasses all doors but doesn't encompass everything else. It doesn't encompass windows, fences, gates, some other, similar entity or object, I should say. And I think it's the same thing when we say like good, because different cultures have different conceptions of good, but it seems like on an intuitive level, which people don't like when we're trying to nail something down specifically, it seems like on an intuitive level, there's a general sense of goodness that we all understand, like this is sort of the way in which we want to exist or live. And you could say like a good moral society is a society where, we're all trying to maximize whatever that general good sense is for as many people to exist like that without infringing on other people's, goodness.
Yeah, good is a little harder to explain. Bad, I think, is easier. And I think looking for a society where you're just trying to vanquish the problems, the bad, the ugly, I think that is, I think it's pretty easy for people to come to some consensus on what that actually is. Like access to clean water, access to security, safety, all of these things. So I don't see how someone can say, look, I don't even really know what good is, and I'm skeptical that good even exists.
Well, like the
What?
big things, like the big general things, like you're talking about, like being able to eat food and drink water,
Yes.
You're right. Like that's, yeah, but those are the easy ones because obviously
Not being enslaved or subjugated.
Sure.
Yeah.
Right. But then you get into the problem of like, well, different people consider enslavement differently. So like, for
Okay.
example,
So some people want to be enslaved.
well, not usually, but like,
Okay.
for example, okay, you have one person who they grew up in a very religious town and their culture, their family, their society is like saying, hey, you're a girl, you can't get a job, you shouldn't get a job, you need to be married when you're, 19 or 20 years old to someone who's part of our religious thing, and you need to pump out a bunch of kids and work in the kitchen and be a quote traditional woman, right?
Right.
And someone might say that that is a good way of living. That's a good, fulfilling way of living. And someone might say, no, that's you're infringing on my freedom to make decisions.
That's enslavement.
Right.
Yeah.
That's enslavement. What if I don't want to marry someone at that age? What if I don't want to be part of this religion? What if I want to get a job? Blah, 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 blah. Right. And so that's where the breakdown happens, where it's not necessarily easily clear, quote, who is the right person? What is the universal right thing in that situation?
This is why I'm so clear about my definition of morality. And for those of you who haven't heard it, some of you have heard it a billion times, but it's a set of rules that binds individuals into a cooperative community. And all morality is this system, this rule set to bind individuals together to cooperate. So, but that society that they're bound into together, I mean, that can be wildly different. So
Right.
while I agree with you at some level, it kind of goes back to what I was saying about the good being harder to find than the bad. You've picked an example that, from our Western sensibilities does ring as oppression or slavery or,
Right.
But I do think there are worse situations that everybody would immediately describe as
Of course.
oppressive or
Right.
slavery, right?
Yes.
We actually had slavery where people were
Right.
like owned by other people
Yes.
and beat indiscriminately, just for not doing what the masters told them to do. So
Right.
I would say
Right.
that's much worse.
Yes, obviously.
And I mean, even the Jewish tradition comes out of the Jewish people being enslaved in Egypt, right? So, I mean, they're laying out here, this situation sucks.
Right.
So
That's what I'm saying. If we look at if we like imagine that we have like a flat x-axis spectrum of like behaviors, it's like, yeah, on the edges, like slavery or, murder, like it can be very easy to be like, boom, we all accept that these are wrong. But as you move towards the center, things get more complicated. Obviously, it's not so clean and simple. What's, what is right and what is wrong.
Well, look, I disagree because it is a little offensive for Alex to sit here and say, look, I don't even really know that good exists. Put him in a kibbutz on October 7th and tell me you don't know what good is, or what bad is. Get out of here.
Well, it depends what he means when he says good, right? I'm assuming he's talking about from like that there's some universal sense of goodness that we should all be striving for. But I agree. That's why I said I don't necessarily agree with him. I agree that even on an atheistic biological perspective, as I said, there's a general intuition that maps onto what everyone seems to intuitively know, like what is good. Everyone intuitively seems to know that, well, not everyone, obviously.
Survival, yes.
But like it seems like there's a pretty strong intuition that October 7th is bad. And that the people that try to say it's good, that's why they have to create rationalizations and wacky justifications to rationalize it. And maybe that's part of the key here, because like you don't really hear a lot of people saying, well, October 7th is good because, murdering innocent people is good, right? People don't always say that. They say like, well, they have to fight their oppressors. They're in an open air prison. Like the fact that they have to make up a rationalization should show you that justification shows you that there is an intuition that they understand, that we all understand that they're working from, that they have to, that's why they have to make the justification in the first place.
Yeah, totally.
But in a sense, it's more of a philosophy of language than it is a philosophy of what good and bad actually is. What I do know, however, is that there are problems, I think, with trying to ground morality in the existence of a God, especially if it's done so on the grounds that it essentially can't be done anywhere else. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, the religions of the world are false. I think that they are incorrect. That is, I don't think there really is a supernatural authority. And what that means is that the inventions of religious morality are just those, inventions, and inventions of a human mind. Now, if you have a human morality that recognizes that it is essentially a series of compromises between the history of mankind trying to get along with each other on a planet, then what happens is sometimes these ideas and these philosophies rub up against the real world, and we can adapt them as necessary. Now, there is a deep problem with this, and that is, if I meet a man who wants to kill me, or a friend, and he says that he doesn't believe in God, there's very little I can do to talk him out of that, except I can threaten him with legal sanction, I can threaten him with moral reproach, exclusion from the moral community, but there's not much more I can do. However, if a person says that he wants to kill me, and he believes that he wants to kill me because God has told him to do so, then I don't even have that minimal reproach available to me, because there is no law written by any man of any time that could ever count one iota against the dictates of the creator of the universe. Therefore, if that God in fact does not exist, and if these moralities are in fact human inventions, then what you have in the grounding of an ethical system in the dictates, allegedly, of the creator of the universe is all of the arbitrariness and subjectivity and failure and faults of nihilism and human invented morality, with all of the certainty and all of the faith and all of the unanswerability of the creator of the universe. That to me seems a dangerous cocktail that we drink at our peril.
So how do you like the way he frames this?
Like what specifically?
Just he's like, look, I brought up the usefulness of God in a deterrence from doing
Right, he's
bad
kind of doing the
things.
same thing, yeah.
But he completely frames it using God as a justification for doing horrible things.
Well, he's saying
Right?
both, right? You know, he's like, if someone's trying to kill me and they don't believe in God, you can't appeal to God to get them to not kill you.
Right.
But then the flip side of that is also true.
Right.
Which is, I mean, you know, go back to October 7th, you know, people that believe in like kind of like a radical version of Islam where they say,
Of course.
you know, you'll be rewarded in heaven for doing, you know, suicide bombing or whatever.
They think they're doing God's work. Yeah, they totally do.
Right.
But it goes back to the double-edged sword of religion.
Yes.
So I don't, my intuition tells me that God does more work inside the group, keeping people from being evil and nasty towards one another, than God does work pushing people to be cruel to the outgroup, especially in modern society.
I mean, that might be true in modern society. I don't know if you could say that's true historically. I think what you could say is, obviously, God and the concept of God has provided amazing utility for groups to be able to bind together and to work cooperatively. Because if it didn't, then we would have a bunch of societies that sprouted up that were atheist and were highly successful and have been highly successful in our history. And yet that doesn't appear to be the case at all.
Yeah, the evolutionary process has really been God binding these groups together to fight against other groups. And the stronger that God is at binding the group together, the more easily that group can vanquish and destroy the other groups.
Right. The more cooperative that group can be with each other, and the more cooperative they could be at maybe destroying the other. So you can definitely say it is, like, from your perception of morality, like God is a key central figure to strengthen the morality. But you have to be careful, because that doesn't necessarily mean it's like good from a moral sense, you know, because obviously that can lead you to do like bad things. I mean, I guess it's good in terms of like your definition of morality because it binds people, but not good in the other version of morality in terms of like, you know, prescriptively should people be doing this.
Well, and another, God is obviously a useful tool, but another gripe I have against the anti-theists is that they seem to believe that God is the driving force behind all of this societal conflict, as if there's not societal not societal conflict, but not rampant conflict in nature between animals, and there's no
Right.
God that exists there. It's like,
Right.
just
Yeah.
because you got rid of God doesn't mean you're going to get rid of societal conflict.
Well, I think the atheists, like they have the order of operations backwards because, again, they're not taking into consideration the elephant in the rider problem. They're thinking that, like, oh, people are walking around making logical, rational decisions, and therefore, if your logical, rational decision-making process is ruined by God, that's what leads people to do these violent, horrible actions. When it's like, well, no, the internal emotions, intuitions, and your lizard brain is like, that's the fire that's motivating bad behavior. And then maybe religion or God is the lens in how that bad behavior ends up becoming focused.
Right. Well, it could become good behavior depending
Or it
upon
could
how
become
is.
good behavior, right? Or it could civilize, right? But that's what I think a lot of the anti-theists are not accounting for. So, like, yes, people have done horrible, crazy shit in the name of religion since probably the dawn of human existence. But I would guess that even if you had a hypothetical world where religion never existed, all those people would still be doing all that horrible shit. They just have a different rationalization for it that wasn't a religious one.
Right.
So many things there, and so much that you're saying is quite brilliant. I actually thought you were going in a different direction with that last example, which I'll explain in a second. So, yeah, to start with the very beginning, obviously, the idea of right and wrong. So there are many problems with the motivism. Alistair McIntyre does a good job sort of breaking down the problems with the motivism. But the sort of idea that there have to be certain moral absolutes that are beyond contention, and those moral absolutes have to be universally accepted. You can ground that, I suppose, in a sort of descriptive universe. The problem is that, to go back to your example, which again I think is a really interesting one, if a man comes to kill me, I think the real question of religion versus non-religion in the utility sphere here is it more likely that a man is going to come to kill you being a devotee of a religion that says that he must kill you, or is it more likely that a man is going to kill you out of self-interest because he is not a devotee of a God who says that killing is wrong? So if you are faced with these two alternatives, to kind of remove your example one step, the question is why the man has come to kill you. I mean, that's your premise is the man has come to kill you because God told him to, and so he can't be dissuaded by force. Agreed. We see that full scale in the real world on a fairly regular basis. It is also true that over the course of human history, men have come to kill one another on the basis of self-interest in extraordinary amounts of the time. Tribal self-interest particularly, having no particular relationship with God, just the idea that I want to kill you over territory, I want to kill you over resources, I want to kill you because you're not a member of my immediate kin family, or because you killed a member of my kin family, and so in revenge I need to kill a member of your kin family. The entire, to borrow from your language, the entire sort of evolution of religion on a utility basis would have been to create moral absolutes that are applicable more broadly than to you and your friends. Any morality that can be created on an individual level is inherently dangerous because you can immediately graft that morality onto your personal self-interest. The entire purpose of religion, whether you want to ground that in evolutionary brain functionings or whether you want to ground that in revelation, the entire purpose of religion on a utility level is to remove morality from the purview of my special interest and to say, here are things that I cannot do, even if they are in my interest, because there is a higher power that says I cannot do these things. I think that a society that does not have these moral absolutes is in deep trouble. A society that refuses to say that there are certain absolutes that cannot be crossed under any circumstances that are universally applicable, it reduces things that we all take for granted, like equal justice before the law, like the idea that the law is supposed to equally apply to everybody, whether they're a member of your family or whether they're not. And there are broad cultural differences in these questions. I mean, to pretend that all human societies have equality under law is obviously not true. It's not even remotely true, actually. There's a very good book called The Weirdest People in the World, all about the idea that we in the West have this sort of ethnocentric view of ourselves where we think everybody thinks like people in the West, but the truth is that because we are Western educated, industrialized, rich and democratic, we have particular views of the world. Those views are drawn from a particularistic tradition. That particularistic tradition is biblical in nature. I mean, it is Judeo-Christian in nature.
You know who wrote that book, The Weirdest People in the World?
Who?
That's Joseph Henrich, the guy we were arguing about that study on. That's his book.
What was the study?
About people living close to markets being more pro-social.
Oh, right. Gotcha.
He did that study, yeah. I like that acronym, weird. Western, educated, industrial, rich, democratic.
Well, it seems like the weirdness of the Western moral system that he's kind of been talking about, and I don't know if Joseph Hemrick talks about this in the book. It's not that it's unusual. Well, it's not that the moral system is weird. It's that the weird part is that in liberalism, you basically try to expand your in-group morality to everyone. That's the only weird element.
That is the major weird part.
Right.
Yeah.
But if you look at all the other moral systems, from the in-group perspective, it's basically exactly the same. Not exactly, but there's significant, let's say it's like probably like 90-95% overlap between Western liberalism. It's just there's not the same in-group, out-group, view of things.
Well, we make rules for how to treat various outgroups that often are rules of humaneness, where most other moral systems throughout history have been like, just treat any outgroup like they're animals, right?
Yes. It's been kind of a prisoner's dilemma situation, I think, where through most of history, it's like the outgroup is scary and the person might kill you. So you need to be alert and or kill them, conquer them first, where liberalism is kind of trying to take the opposite perspective, where it's saying, well, you know how the prisoner's dilemma works. If everyone's assuming good faith on everyone else's part and acts that way, it actually always produces the better outcome.
Yeah. Yes. We have, I think, 10 minutes before they come. You want to read some super chats or?
Sure.
There's an awesome quote but I can never remember it. It's David Sloan Wilson. I'll just see if I can look it up. Whoa.
J-Mac, our surrogate father, for $20. Thank you so much. Says, just finished watching all the recorded videos today. You guys better step it up. Feed me more content.
We're working on it.
Yeah, we're working on it. Thank you, Jay. And thank you, Jay, our surrogate father, Daddy J-Mac, for another 50 gifted memberships. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
C. Paffy for $20 says, how hard should a person being R-worded by a dolphin, which happens, have to fight back legally so that they aren't committing bestiality? And if there's no minimum, why should jumping in the pool and bending over be illegal? That's a very weird question, C. Paffy. I don't know. I don't think that question is going to help your I don't think that's going to help your presidential campaign. But to answer your question, I think if you're fighting, I think from a legal perspective, if you're just kind of sitting there and an animal starts to like rape you and you're literally trying to stop it from doing that, I think you're fine. So, I mean, there is a minimum, obviously. If some animal tries to like have sex with you and you just kind of stand there and you're like, whatever. I mean, right? Like, it seems like you're into it at that point. I think
could
like
be bestiality.
Yeah, like I don't think someone would sit there and let an animal have sex with them if they weren't into it,
I found the David Sloan Wilson quote.
What is it?
Actually, I think it might be an Edward O. Wilson quote. Selfishness beats altruism within groups, but altruistic groups beat selfish groups.
Exactly.
Everything else is just commentary.
Right.
Yeah. That's why morality is so fun and complicated. It's complicated.
Right.
Well, that's another thing we were talking a little bit about, Nick Rekieta did an interview with Rittenhouse, Kyle Rittenhouse. Kyle Rittenhouse mentioned in that interview that one of the podcasts he listens to is Tim Pool. And I thought, oh my God, he's going to get in big trouble for that.
Of course, doesn't surprise me. Yeah.
Everyone's going to be like, oh, that Kyle Rittenhouse listens
of course.
to Tim Pool.
Right. J-Mac, our surrogate father, for $20 says, I think anyone who has beaten addiction is a good indicator that there is free will. I'm still formulating the argument, but it feels like a good starting point.
I agree. Yeah.
Definitely for local free will. You can't
Sitch
really
always
beat
wants to.
universal free will. I don't know what to tell you. You can't beat it without a God, in my opinion. At least I never heard an argument that's made
We're
sense for
beating
it.
universal free will.
That you can embed universal free will in a position that doesn't require God.
Well, you do admit that the array of experiences that you're saying make free will, universal free will, impossible. There is a random element to them,
Of course.
right?
Well, I guess it depends on how you define random, right? I would say
Well,
random. The people that are like the material determinist people say it's nothing's random. As soon as the universe exploded and all the atoms start getting scattered in a direction, there's some sort of like clockwork machination that sort of dictates the flow of reality after that point. I don't buy that argument. I think there is randomness that just materially exists in the physical world. But
yeah.
Larry Shoemaker
Okay.
for 4 months says, "Hurry up, Adam, you genocidal monster. You're always late to the Sitch show. You have no shame. Keep the chatters waiting for a late stream."
Look, here's what we do. I'll tell you what. I look at the chat and I see if people are posting late or using the late emoji before it's even time to start.
Right.
And then if I see a bunch of it, I think, oh, well, they're expecting us to be late. So it really doesn't matter. We can be late. And every single time I see a bunch of people saying we're late before we're even late.
There you go.
So look, it's your guys' fault.
Yeah,
How do you
there you
like
go.
that?
Listen, there's no free will. We see late, and every time we see late, we go, oh, we got to wait. Every time we see a late in chat, we just have to just wait an extra 10 seconds. So
Yeah, we blame you.
it's actually your guys' fault.
I'm going to send the link to the Vanguard boys and see if they come around.
Is it?
Or we can.
David Puff said. David Puff said that Kyle is estranged from his family. Does he talk about that in the Ricada conversation?
He not in the part I listened to.
Oh, you didn't listen to the whole thing?
I didn't finish it. No.
Okay, that's sad if that's true.
Yeah. He's a strange
philosophical zombie. Thanks so much for the £2. Says objectivism has an answer for free will without God. I mean, I'll check it out. I really don't like objectivism, but I'm curious as to what the argument is. So I'm not surprised at objectivism. Objectivism, obviously, by what it's about, would have to have a very strong explanation for free will that is outside of God. So that makes sense that exists in objectivism. I'm guessing they have a definition for local free will. Would be my guess. So it was on V radio channel. V interviewed Kyle's sister. Oh, okay. Interesting. That's too bad if that's the case.
So, but he's just, okay.
Lucy Lumbug, thanks so much for the 5 gifted memberships, despite you being a dirty, dirty sticker. Thank you, Lucy. Caleb the Cynic for 5 gifted memberships. Thank you. And Critically Chibi, thanks for 5 gifted memberships. Christian Baller, thanks so much for being 20 months outside the simulation. Says, getting ready to propose to my girlfriend of 5 years in a couple of weeks. Wish me luck. On a worse note, my best friend started watching Hassan for the good coverage of the Israel-Palestine. Please help. Well, first of all, congratulations that you're proposing to your girlfriend. We all wish you luck.
No, that's great. That's great.
Yes. Yeah. It's all
what
it's
an
all
emotional roller
Christian.
coaster.
Yes. Congratulations. It's gonna be fine. 5 years. Come on. Obviously, you got that in the bag. For your friend watching.
Look, you should. I don't think you should ask unless you know the answer.
There you go. There you go. That's true. For your friend watching Hassan, that's a little bit tougher.
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah. Just send him over here.
There you go. Just slap him around a little bit.
I noticed the Vanguard boys are streaming, so this is great.
Oh, cool. Okay, I'll come in hot.
They said debate discussion. Oh, nice.
Nice. I don't even know what we're debating.
With Sitch and Adam.
Moondoggy for $5 says, I make sure I can buy alcohol at the movies I go to. There you go. Base. Christopher Keating for €5 says, Sitch, extraterrestrial doesn't mean very terrestrial, nor does extra natural mean very natural. Well, that's a great point. I guess you got me there. That is true.
Extraterrestrial.
Extraterrestrial means beyond.
What about
So,
superterrestrial?
People don't really say that. Don't really say that. Um, that's true. Is there other? Is there another example of extra being used in a context besides extraterrestrial? I mean, I guess, yeah. I mean, I look like when you Google it, it says extra. One of the definitions is. Well, thank you,
Nice.
Christopher. Genius Kuhn for 15 months. Oh, what the? Best class is best class.
This happens when you don't have saved. Refresh. We're back.
Are we back?
We never left. I don't. What? You guys are high.
Is it back?
That's what they're saying.
I think it's back. Hit refresh, everybody. Yeah, I don't know. It's weird. Maybe listen. I can't read Genesis Kuhn Super again because every time I read it, the stream goes down. So I'm going to assume that
Maybe there's some sort of spell.
Yeah, there's a magic conspiracy on your super chat or your membership chat, Genesis Kuhn. So I'm not going to read it again. I mean, it's very funny. Sorry, but it has been cursed. Peter Woolley for £5 says, I'd be interested in a conversation between you guys and Alex. Would you want to invite him on?
Hell yeah. Look, I don't think he would come on, though, to be honest with you.
I don't know anything about him, but sure.
Yeah, if you can get him on, we'd love to talk to him.
Bob Higgins for 8 months says, but Sitch, can you even have free will if someone else built the fork in the road? How can I be expected to live freely if other people exist? Checkmate Christians, Jews, and Muslims. There you go. True.
One of Alex's friends made an extremely bad faith video about me a long time ago that we covered on the show. It might have been like the third Sitch and Adam show that we actually did. And I can't remember the name of his friend, but very, very bad faith.
Really?
Yeah, it took a tweet that I made out of context.
Was it an atheist guy?
Yeah, it was an atheist guy.
It wasn't CosmicSkeptic or genetically modified skeptic or something.
No,
skeptic?
It wasn't that guy. But there's a 75% chance that he does have skeptic in the name, but I can't remember his name. One of those skeptic guys.
Proving there's no free will. They all have skeptic in the name.
Well, you got a point there, maybe.
Right.
That is a point in favor of the non-free will belief.
Sam Wall's art for $10 says determinism is unfalsifiable. If you act in character, it's because your upbringing. If you act against your character, it's because of regret. No matter what the choice is, the world forced it. I don't disagree with that. That is true. It is unfalsifiable. Because we can't experiment. We can't have an experimental group where a person exists outside of the environment, because that doesn't even make sense conceptually. So, or actually, I don't know. Maybe we will when we have AI bots that can determine these things. I don't know. Did you see? So you know that they've done this thing where they hook your brain up to some sort of like machine that reads your brainwaves, and the AI supposed to be drawing what you're thinking. You aware of this? That they've been doing these experiments?
Yeah.
And so what basically the way the experiment works is that they show you a picture and they say, we want you to visualize this picture in your mind. And then they have an AI thing that reads your brainwaves and it draws the picture based on your brainwaves. Okay. And they've actually got it up to supposedly 75% accuracy, where it can kind of draw something that approximates what you're thinking about, which is kind of insane.
I tweeted out the pictures that the AI developed and the pictures that the people were looking at.
Yeah.
I tweeted this out like months ago, though.
No, they just because before it was at 50% and now it's at 75%, supposedly. So they've had another update.
Really?
Yeah. Like it's saying the picture. I mean, it's impressive. It's definitely impressive. I mean, we will get to, it's kind of crazy. We are going to get to a world where people can, hook your brain up to the mind reading machine.
Oh, okay. Yeah, look at this. The one that I tweeted out, Tim Pool retweeted. It was like the first time Tim Pool had ever retweeted me. So
there you go.
I was like, but he was retweeting me like, oh, this is terrifying and we should be afraid.
You're like,
they're going to be able to read our thoughts.
There you go. Listen, you know how they're like in the in the realm of the blind, the one-eyed man is king.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be like, in the realm of the AI bots reading your brain, those of us who cannot visualize any information will be king. I will be king. They won't be able to read my brain.
I believe. Look, I think that's what you responded to the tweet. Now that I think about it,
Did I? I had the same joke.
You responded to the tweet with that apple picture, where the apple.
You're right. I remember that. Yes. I said the fives will rule the world.
Yes, exactly.
That's so funny.
There's this picture. Okay, there's like a perfectly rendered apple at one end and just like a black dot at the other end.
Yes, in terms of how you visualize it in your mind. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, Vanguard boys are here, so
okay,
on your best behavior.
Okay, I won't drop any bombs.
Obviously, because they're streaming on their end, so
sure,
they're going to be looking for the serious dunk on us. So we have to be careful.
What's up, guys? You hear us?
Hey, what's up? How's it going, Adam?
What's up?
Good. How are you? Thanks for coming on.
Oh yeah, of course. Hold on.
I saw you guys were streaming at the same time, and so hello, Vanguard Boys audience.
Yeah,
who I am an occasional member of, because I do listen to your guys' content from time to time. So,
oh well, thank you.
Yeah, thanks so much, man. I'm trying to figure out how this works on our side. If we have to end our stream, or if people can't hear what's going on.
There's no way they can hear us right now.
Okay, we're probably just gonna have to end the stream. So let me say,
we'll come back and explain that to
them
later.
Look, if you want to take a second and try to figure it out, look, you guys should be able to stream at the same time.
No, I know. It's our bad.
We're grandpas. We have absolutely no prowess when it comes to this. I always leave it up to Gavin.
you have like StreamYards or something like that. Just change the StreamYard's microphone to be the same as the microphone you're using here, and it should be fine.
Oh, you think they'll be able to hear you guys as well? Okay.
Cool. Oh, I don't know, but let's test it out. I was in your chat a second ago, so.
Yeah. Cool. Zach, do you want to try coming back in StreamYard, and then we can just try to work? Hey, guys, we're just trying to get the audio situation figured out, so hopefully this works out. If not, you guys can just watch the discussion over on Sitch and Adam's channel, but we're going to try to figure it out.
There we go.
Yeah, because I'm getting like a horrible echo.
Yeah, I don't think it's coming in through your mic on Zoom. I think it's going through like your laptop or computer mic or something.
Yeah. Hold on 1 second. Let me dip out for a second here.
Boomer. Yeah, take your time.
Sorry, guys.
This is how you know Adam is a truly moral person, because he's like, listen, you guys, we're not going to tell your audience to come to our channel.
Look, Jay from New Jersey for $20 says, movie question. Why do movie buffs hate on Marvel so much? It's not Marvel's fault that most non-Marvel movies are trash.
Yeah, we were just talking about that, actually. Did you hear what we were saying?
No, I didn't, but I'm reading your super chat on your channel.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, I noticed.
Yeah, it was that was an interesting question. We're the biggest Marvel haters on the internet, probably. I never got the Marvel bug. I never got into it. Honestly, that might be the best jumping off point.
Look, you guys are tipping a toe into the anti-SJW realm with that. What are you talking about?
But that's what's funny about that is that we're gonna. I mean, it's worse than that. I'm actually like an annoying film bro when it comes to it. I hate the like Model T Ford like assembly line manufacturer, take all of the creativity out of every IP and make it fucking, like, you know what I mean?
My language. Yes.
Like Gavin and I are not opposed to, and I don't want to speak for Gavin, but he has his own fucking snobby film opinions. But I'm a big fan of the idea of like building and doing creative riffs on a franchise. Like Gavin and I, well, I could say I appreciated more than I liked every element of the delivery of Joker. I thought it flew a little bit too close to the Taxi Driver source material, but I get that was part of the appeal. I love the Sam Raimi Spider-Man movies as much as my audience will be triggered. I was just talking a little bit shit on Sam Raimi. The old Tim Burton Batman movies, Gavin and I love watching during the Christmas time because it's just very like unique. You actually get to feel a sense of that like auteur cinema, right? The authorship of what they're trying to do and a repurposing of the comic book stuff. I just feel like it's been, very popcorny in a bad way instead of popcorny in a good way. Like you can make Jaws was the film that invented blockbuster cinema. You know what I mean? It was very creative. It was ambitious. They had to overcome technological, obstacles. They had to figure out how they could work within their budget. There was a lot of creative freedom given to a young aspirational guy named Steven Spielberg. And I just don't think you're getting that nowadays. You're getting guys like Ryan Coogler who will make really amazing low budget films like Fruitvale Station, and then they'll get poached and they'll make a movie like Creed, which, you know, I'm a fan of just because I grew up loving the Rocky movies, but not necessarily what I would have loved to see him doing, not as intimate as I think that he would be, you know, making of films. And then it's the same deal. Marvel throws so much money at him. It's impossible for him to say no. He's got to think about his family. At that point, he's thinking about his kids with how much money he's making. So they take really good live talent and they just force it to make, you know, polished, sanitized, you know, one note kind of movies, which I get please a lot of people. And if that's your audience, that's your audience. I don't want to sound like a huge douchebag, but for us, I was like, fuck, dude, it feels like.
I think there's definitely a lot of Marvel movies that I would agree with that. I don't know if I'd say everyone. You know, I don't think like the first Iron Man. I mean, obviously,
I think those movies have the best case. Yeah, for sure.
You know, I think, you know, I think the first Avengers is pretty good. I think the second one kind of sucks. I think the first Infinity Wars was pretty good, and I don't perceive that as I mean, it has a formula, has the big dumb fight at the end. With all the armies. But taking the big dumb army fight at the end, I think that's pretty good. I think Thor Ragnarok. So I mean, I wouldn't just say like a broadly that they're all follow the formula, but definitely recently they seem to.
Well, I mean, Iron Man 3, when did that come out? Like 2013?
I know, a million
years ago.
Right, yeah, I know.
I will say that in the first phase of Marvel, like in the lead up to Infinity War and Endgame, they did a pretty good job laying the groundwork for that ultimate team up movie. I think they did a pretty good job like introducing all the characters and making it genuinely exciting when they all came together in the first and, you know, second Avengers movie and stuff like that. I remember that. I think they did a good job laying the groundwork for, at the time, what was a pretty innovative approach to the whole cinematic universe thing. But I just think after Endgame, like they've totally failed to recreate any sort of, you know, similar strategy as far as actually getting people to give a shit about the new Avengers or the, you know, new team, anything like that. It's crazy how much they've dropped the ball, in my opinion. And I was actually going to ask you guys about that because I was just watching your video about the Disney CEO and him, you know, kind of admitting that like if you go woke, you go broke. Do you guys think that that's like actually the reason why Marvel, for example, or Disney as a whole is kind of suffering right now, like the whole wokeness stuff infused into media and pop culture? Or do you think that's just one element of it? I was just interested in kind of broaching a bit of a conversation with that.
I mean, I definitely think it's an element of it. I wouldn't say it's like the whole picture. I think basically there's like a weird thing that's going on where it seemed like, I don't know, 10, 15 years ago, maybe there was like a big push to have very writer-driven movies and TV shows. And, you know, we had like a lot of good things kind of seem to come out of that. And then now it's like there's like a lot of like studio driven, you know, high up, you know, kind of what you're complaining about, where like, here's a formula, you have to kind of do this thing driven project. Right. And then when they have the writer driven project, it's really weird, especially you see this in like Marvel and Disney stuff. It's like, it's all like hyper infused with weird woke morality shit. And it's kind of confusing. And so the question is, okay, so like when you watch something like She-Hulk, which I don't know if you ever saw, but it was awful.
Yeah.
When you watch something like She-Hulk,
I saw the still photos of how bad it looked, and I was like, I'm never wasting my time with this, but go on.
So like She-Hulk is like hyper woke in terms of the politics of the show. And the question is like, okay, so obviously you putting in like politics people don't agree with, that's going to turn people off. And so does that what, you know, we mean when we say that wokeness ruins something? Or do what we mean is, well, is it because the people writing the show, they're not like thinking about it in terms of, okay, this should have a narrative story structure of a, you know, character journey that kind of follows your, you know, classical hero journey that movies and television, all these things have been kind of based off of forever. And like that should be the first thought. And then kind of like the political things should come in secondly. But instead, because the people doing the stuff are woke, they're kind of working backwards. Either they're working backwards to infuse their political stuff first, or even worse than that, because they believe in sort of a woke worldview about sort of this idea of, you know, people, or like women especially, but people should be kind of born as like perfect avatar characters that don't need to change. They just need to fight against a repressive society. If that's kind of the belief structure that you're operating from, I would argue that's going to necessitate that you're going to generally write bad stories. And that seems to be sort of the case that's going on here.
I do agree that people don't like to have, you know, political messaging just shoved down their throat. And I think that because I actually don't think that people care about having political themes in their movies. Like, for example, Barbie was one of the biggest movies of this year, if not the biggest movie. And that movie is about as progressive as you get. It's literally one of the characters starts lecturing at the audience, like towards the end of the film, about progressivism and the patriarchy and all that stuff.
Bro,
that
it was
movie,
even killing me. It was grading me in the theater. And I have, like, I'm just saying, like, dude, and that's another one of my hot takes. Like, I'm not afraid of that. Like, I'm wearing a fucking shirt that says "Death to Gender Roles" because my homie made it. But like, but it's like nobody. And just to echo Gavin's point, like nobody likes to go to the movie theater to get like a point beat over their head.
Let me finish my point.
I go to church for that. Yeah, I'm not going to the movies for that.
The point, though, I think, is that Barbie didn't lead with that stuff in the advertising. Like, if you watch the trailers for it, it's not like you really knew what you were getting into. I think a lot of people, by the time they realized that that's what the movie was, it was too late. They'd already bought their ticket. They were already in the theater. You know, all the colorful kind of Barbie stuff just is what got them into the auditorium in the first place. You also could look at a movie like Avatar. You know, I think it's still the most successful movie of all time. That film has a pretty obvious, like, incredibly unsubtle anti-imperialist political message to it.
Right.
Like I said, one of the most popular, if not the most popular movie at all time at the box office. But again, if you watch the trailers for that film, look at the promotional material. It's not like they really led with that stuff. It's not like they were trying to shove it down people's throats. Like, aren't you excited to come watch this movie about, you know, imperialism and how bad American militarism is? Like, that's not what they led with. So I do agree that a lot of the more recent Marvel stuff, like the recent Marvels movie, which was a huge flop, like you look at the trailer and you're just like, oh, I see where this is going. I'm going to be lectured at, like, you know, that's going to be the tone of this. And that does turn people off. So I expected to disagree with you a little bit more, but I actually totally agree with you there.
Well, I'm very smart and nuanced. Okay. But no, like, but I think Avatar is a good example because, you know, look at Avatar and Titanic, both by James Cameron, which were, you know, some of the most successful movies of all time. And they both have very progressive politics in the movie. When I say progressive, I don't mean like by today's standards. I mean like when they came out standards. You know, Avatar is, as you were saying, it's basically Fern Gully. It's hyper environmentalist. It's very anti-imperialist. Pretty anti-capitalist.
Dances with wolves with blue people.
Yeah, right. And then Titanic is all like, you know, oh, look at all these rich people, class struggle stuff, you know, blah, 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 blah. And the reason I think those movies still work, despite the fact that they might have political stuff that people disagree with, is that they still follow a very basic human natural storytelling thing. They're both love stories, okay? They're both about characters who grow and change through their experiences, who basically go to another world and they learn something new and they, you know, decide that they maybe like this new world better than the old world. And that's a very kind of classic storytelling thing. And it seems like, you know, when you look at like She-Hulk, or I haven't seen Marvels, or, you know, something that's else that seems kind of woke, or even Captain Marvel, like that element has been lost for some reason. It's like, you know, if She-Hulk had all these progressive politics stuff in it, but it was about her starting off as like a character who didn't control her anger, didn't control her powers, and through the course of the show, she learns to change and become a better person and control herself and, you know, blah, 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 blah. I think it could still work with the politics in it. The problem is that for some reason, it seems like embedded in a lot of these, what we call, quote, woke movies and quote, woke stories is an idea that the characters have to not change. They have to start off as like perfect, and it's like they have this fight against some evil, repressive or oppressive society. And I don't think effective storytelling doesn't seem to work that way.
Yeah, I think it kind of gives and Adam, I don't want to take your if you were going to jump in.
What?
Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead. What's up?
I was just going to add, I think that it's kind of a weird thing to look at because I think if you look at Disney broadly, right, it's got a lot of arms. It has what most people initially think of it as. It's like it's children's films, right? The like animated stuff, the bread and butter that it's had for forever. It also obviously owns the Marvel. It owns, you know, a bunch of different like more mainstream filmmaking arms. And I think that what's happened is that there's like been a weird like pivot in how they make those movies for people. And in a way, it kind of does. Like, Gavin, I don't know what he's getting up for a second, but I think you guys would both agree with me that, like, you know, a movie could have different politics than what you know, personally feel like, kind of what Sitch was talking about. Like, oh, it doesn't matter, like, if I disagree with this, like, if it's a good movie, if it's a universal story, like, you know, maybe it, like, okay, like, maybe I don't agree with all the politics of, like, you know, Black Hawk Down or whatever, but if it's a good movie, like, I'll fucking watch it and I'm not having to, like, worry about, like, well, what was the fucking, like, you know, human rights, you know, cost of this, just to, like, give a example of a film. You know what I mean? But
it's been a while since I've seen Black Hawk Down, but I don't remember a lot of politics in it.
Me neither. I don't even think I've seen it since I was 7. Maybe we could say
there was a point when they like hit you over the head with it. I don't know if you've seen the movie Elysium, which is a sci-fi movie. It's
Matt
from the
Damon's
same guy.
in that?
Yeah, it's the same guy that did District 9, which District 9 is really good and tangentially touches on politics because obviously they're like
District 9 does not tangentially touch on politics. The whole thing is like stemmed in
that guy
like,
went on Rogan and talked about it, like basically ruined his whole film career, right?
It's like
he's back though now. Neil Blomkamp.
I don't know about that.
But yeah, District 9 is pretty political. It's like all about like apartheid.
Yeah, because it's about apartheid and stuff like that. But since it's with aliens, it gives us, lets us stand off a bit. Right. And he even made the aliens kind of look like bugs, which is talk about dehumanizing. But in Elysium, like the politics is so heavy-handed that I really think it ruins the movie. But in District 9, I think it was handled correctly. So, I mean, I do agree with you that there can be politics in a movie that I disagree with. It just depends upon whether or not it gets preachy. And I think part of it is, some of these movies are just made from like a conservative perspective or a progressive perspective. And sometimes those writers are kind of blind to the opposite tribe's perspective, and they tend to straw man their perspective a bit. And I think that's where they get into trouble because they're not familiar enough with the arguments on the opposition side that they make them in a compelling way that's believable in a movie.
I mean, yeah, it's kind of like if you take like the Daily Wire's films that come forward, or like some, like say like some, uber progressive, like ultra woke
Lady
film.
Ballers.
Right, where it's just like clear. Or I remember back, what was the God's Not Dead movie that was out when Gavin and I worked at the movie theater when we were in high school? And it was
look, that's a perfect example.
And it's just
it goes both ways. Yeah, the Christians are kind of blind to the sensibility of normal people.
And I think that's what happens, right? When it's not actually art that's coming from like an earnest place of like a need for self-expression. Like maybe I, watch a movie and it's about a guy that, he finds his faith in God and it's really powerful and he builds a community and like his church has becomes this big, thing, and they make a stand for what they believe in or whatever. Right. And I'm like, I'm not a religious guy, but I would fucking get down with that movie. Right. But if it's actually just like some like weird ass pastor that's like going around and you're like making a movie like Father Stew with Mark Wahlberg. Well, that's not actually going to make me connect with it because it's just a clear like puff piece for whoever this guy was that Mark Wahlberg wants to valorize with his like, low budget production company. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't know what you mean by the word earnest, because do you mean like believable? Because I do think the believability is what interferes with it, but a lot of the cringe Christian movies I think do come from an earnest place. Like I think I do believe these things. You're
setting out not to tell a story, but you're setting out to make a point, I guess. Is more
propaganda versus you know what I mean? Like
let's talk about like Russian film, for example. Take all the fucking like stakes out of it, right? That was all propaganda, right? Some of it was like really awesome though. And I just think that the worst of it was when it was like the most shallow, blatant, like for the state propaganda, right? That was going on in the USSR. And then the best of it is like operating within the realms of propaganda. It can't challenge the state at all, but it can make an entirely different and unique point that actually is sustainable. And that's how you get, the more lasting films of that generation.
Yeah, I think the two issues are, one, what you're saying, Adam, the how shoehorned, how in your face the politics can instantly turn you off. And the second thing is what you're talking about, which I guess in a more like cynical way I would describe as that, art is subjective to an extent, but it's also objective to an extent. There are objective ways in which people are used to hearing stories, and that changes over time, obviously, and is culturally different. But like if we're just talking about in America, or into a Western audience, there are sort of objective ways in which people have to structure stories for people to emotionally connect with them. Because really, whether a story is good or not all depends on whether it connects with you on an emotional level or not. And there are certain tactics and techniques and ways of structuring a story to make it connect, or attempt to make it connect with you on an emotional level. And it seems like a lot of the people who are kind of trying to push a message, whether it's a Christian message or a conservative message or a woke message, they're not thinking of storytelling that way. They're thinking of the messaging first, as opposed to I need to make a story first and then make the messaging work around the story.
That's a great way to look at it, Sitch, because they look at it more like they're going to educate you. They're not going to give you this experience. and appeal to you emotionally.
Right.
Yeah, totally. It is really interesting to see the state of Disney in the post-pandemic era and kind of break down everything that's gone wrong, because obviously a lot of the issues that Disney's dealing with you can kind of apply to the whole movie industry in the post-pandemic era, but I think Disney really specifically kind of personifies a lot of the issues, and they just cannot seem to get a W. Like I said, I was watching your guys' video earlier, and it's just crazy to see how like pretty much every big budget movie they've released this year has been a flop. Even the ones that aren't really woke or have anything to do with politics, like the new Indiana Jones film, for example. I saw that movie. I don't really think it had much wokeness in it or much political subtext at all, but it also just wasn't that great. And it was mind blowing to me that they spent, I think, like almost $300 million on it or something wild. So yeah, it's pretty crazy to see.
Get Harrison Ford to show up to the set, but yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And then I also tuned in earlier when you guys were talking about the new Godzilla movie, which I think you said you didn't have a chance to see yet, Adam, but that film was like $15 million, and it's already obviously made its budget back like times 10. But it's like, what the hell is Hollywood doing, racking up these budgets, and then it's like money laundering or something.
People have basically rejected that too. If you look at the most successful films of the year, you mentioned the Godzilla movie and how they made that for about 15 million. But what was the movie that
really?
I never make it out?
I didn't know it was so cheap. It looks great. I mean,
oh yeah, it looks amazing. But yeah, it was $15 million. Isn't that fucking crazy?
Is there a bunch of nobodies in it? Because that's probably a huge budget.
That probably is why. I don't think a lot of the Japanese actors are, probably anywhere near as big name as the people that show up in like Hollywood productions.
The star anyway. Who cares?
Exactly. No one's turning out to like Godzilla movies to see whoever, Millie Bobby Brown or whoever the fuck.
Yeah,
Matthew Broderick. No. Yeah.
So you guys, you guys did a stream, and I think you had one of Sitch's tweets up,
Sitch
and it was
said
about
that Glen
like
was
Israel
a Hamas
Palestine
terrorist sympathizer, and I said that I did not think so.
I said Glen Greenwald was a Hamas terrorist.
Didn't you say
sympathizer?
thank you for? I believe, and this was a while ago, so I'm not tripping about it, but I do remember we reacted to it on. I believe Tim Pool. It was something along the lines of like, thank you, Tim Pool, for calling out Glen Greenwald and others.
Oh, the Osama bin Laden tweet.
Oh, there we go. So not Hamas terrorists. It was
not
Glen,
Hamas.
It was
Al Qaeda. He got it wrong.
There we go. Okay, sorry. No, I can say pretty.
Well, you guys are welcome to respond to any of our stuff. Obviously,
only if you say that I'm right. What do you mean? That's the only way. You can
no, obviously. I mean, like, and same, obviously.
Yes. Oh, of course. And yeah, we dunk on people all the time. It's no hard feelings if we ever means you guys. We actually really. I mean, I'll speak for myself. I like your guys.
Look,
show
I watched. I watched part of it, and I didn't think you guys were like very mean or anything. So.
That's good.
I think if I remember correctly, I may have overbracingly said that Sitch. I think it was just a result of you being addicted to being wrong. Which if
wow.
Well, look, I agree with you on that. So
wow.
But no, I will say that for when it comes to a guy like Glenn, I can pretty comfortably say that the dude is anti-terrorism, just for the record.
So,
yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Well, no. So my point with the Osama bin Laden thing was, so Glenn, and I don't know how you feel about this. I really don't like Glen Greenwald. I've never liked Glen Greenwald, even when because I remember like years and years and years ago, I remember him getting into a fight on Twitter. It's kind of like pre-woke stuff. It's like 2012 or something, maybe. Do you remember there was like this big story about how the US was like wiretapping or had like the entire metadata for 5 different countries?
Oh yeah, the Edward Snowden files. Yeah, Glenn broke that.
No, this was after Edward Snowden.
Oh, gotcha.
Or maybe it was during. I don't remember. But anyway, and Glenn reported on this, and then Glen Greenwald got in a big dust-up with WikiLeaks because WikiLeaks started calling Glen Greenwald racist because he didn't release the name of one of the countries because the U.S. military said it would be like too damaging or something. That's really weird.
Interesting.
And it was kind of like, this is so funny because this is what annoys me. So there's like, I remember this really weird interaction with WikiLeaks was basically trying to outwoke Glen Greenwald, and then WikiLeaks kind of hurts Hillary Clinton. Everyone's like, oh, they're so based and anti-woke. I'm like, what are you talking about? Do you not remember the thing?
I know that, I mean, to this day, I'm pretty sure he has been for much of his career, but I know to this day, Glenn is a staunch defender of WikiLeaks and considers Julian Assange to be a personal friend. So I'm sure whatever.
Not at that moment.
Yeah, clearly not. I'm not honestly familiar with that. As far as the like bin Laden stuff and TikTok goes, I'm trying to remember exactly what the origin of our little disagreement was.
Well, I could
But
tell
I think
you because I remember. But
sure, I think that the point we were making was just that like people were examining or re-examining the bin Laden letter, talking about why 9/11 happened, and it seemed like a lot of people on TikTok, especially younger people like folks of Zach and I's generation, were kind of realizing, oh, like this sort of terrorism didn't just happen because like evil people hate America. It's not that simple. It's not that black and white, contrary to a lot of the propaganda that was fed to us in the lead up to and during the invasions of Iraq and Afghanistan. So I kind of took the whole phenomena or trend or whatever you want to call it as nothing more than that. People just reading this letter and being like, he makes some decent points, in the same way that you might read like the Unabomber's manifesto and be like, well, he is kind of right about the effects of industrialization and capitalism on the environment. That doesn't mean that he was, justified in killing people or doing terrorism, but that's kind of what I saw it as. I think that's sort of what Glenn was saying too. But what did you read as our disagreement other than that?
So I guess my issue with Glenn and kind of the whole TikTok thing was that, and I know this is the problem with the format of media, TikTok, social media. Everyone has to hyperbolize everything to make it sort of funny or entertaining, but then very often that ruins the message. Because if someone just said exactly what you said, I'd be like, okay, I mean, sure. There's lots of shades of gray and complexities to why terrorists and Osama bin Laden and other people are going to do the terrorist acts that they do. But on TikTok, you had a bunch of people being like, oh my God, I read the letter and it's completely right. And they would have like a video of them going, oh my God, my mind is blowing up because like Osama bin Laden was completely right, which obviously.
And those were like unironic, like people just actually, I didn't see that personally.
Well, I don't know. See, I don't know if they're, my guess, which is where I agree with Tim Pool here, is I don't think that the majority of people even read it. I think that there was one person on TikTok who probably unironically is a piece of shit that agrees with the letter. And then a bunch of people see that gets views, because like America Bad, leftism is very popular right now. And so then a bunch of people just start copying that thing and it just kind of repeats the meme, essentially, even though they never read it. Because the thing that was driving me crazy about it, and why I think Tim was completely correct about this, is that in the letter itself, like, yes, he does talk about like supporting Israel and stuff like that, but huge parts of the letter are about, America has to adopt Sharia law, the fact that we permit homosexuality is evil, the fact that we permit, all these religious freedoms is evil, blah, blah, blah. And it's wild to me that anyone on the left could read that and be like, oh my God, this is so true.
Yeah, I imagine that a lot of the people that did not like selectively read it, or they read quotes from it that they agreed with. That's how almost everybody in the world, I feel like, consumes media at this point. And that's a problem, right? We have a big problem with media literacy in this country because the headline has so much power.
But Glenn is contributing to that. That was my problem with Glenn.
I think what Glenn is doing is he's trying to draw a line and a distinguishing factor by saying that, hey guys, like this is a moment where the American youth is waking up to the fact that the narrative that they have been fed for their entire life is completely wrong. And of course there's going to be idiots, and so a lot of times the most like ostentatious and the most ridiculous people rise to the topic.
But it's not completely wrong. It's partially correct. It's just a simplified, unnuanced version of the truth.
What's an oversimplification?
So the oversimplification
that they sold to us after 9/11 was completely false. We invaded a country that didn't attack us. We've been buddies with the Saudi Arabia, which had 9 of the fucking pilots on those planes. We never we never invaded Saudi Arabia. We went into Afghanistan. We went into Iraq because of what had happened in the late 80s, early 90s with the Bush senior administration. That
the oversimplification of the worldview that kind of like Glenn was reacting to, and the people reacting to with the Osama bin Laden thing was the whole like, George Bush saying they hate us for our freedom, right? And so that was sort of the thing. People were saying, oh, I was taught that, Osama bin Laden did 9/11 because he hates us because we're free. And so that's the oversimplification.
Right.
But the thing is,
one, because of our value set, but because mostly
that's half true, though.
Value set to,
that is true. That's part of it.
They wouldn't have given a fuck about our values that I would argue if we'd minded our own fucking business in the entire 90s and the late 80s. And honestly, we fucking dug our own grave. We dug our own grave. We were giving money to the Mujahideen because we wanted them to fight the fucking
wait. Okay, let's pause for a second. Okay. So before we get into how much he would have left us alone or not, I just want to point, there's 2 parts here, because I want to address what you're saying. But the first part that I want to address is, this is kind of my problem with the way that Glenn frames this information, is that he doesn't say in his tweet, like, people are realizing that, that there's all these complexities to
Wait, could you read the tweet again from Glen? Do you have it?
I don't have it offhand, but you can
Okay.
go find it if you want. He's not saying like,
curious.
there's all these complexities to these issues and it's not so simplistic, blah, 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 blah. If you only read Glen's tweet and you had not read Osama bin Laden's letter, Glen makes it sound like Osama bin Laden's primary reasons for what he did that he lays out in the letter is because he doesn't like, America being an evil imperialist foreign power, right? And if you actually read the letter, the majority of it's not even about that. The majority of it is about Israel, and the majority about it is about, America not following Sharia law. That's the majority of the letter. And so to me, it is dishonest if you focus on other elements of it are there, but are smaller elements, and you say those are the primary things because that's the message you want out there. Because Glen wants America to be more isolationist and less, involved in foreign policy.
I think that. Oh, go ahead, Gavin.
Oh, yeah. I was just going to say that I think it's fair to say that people on TikTok were probably omitting the aspects of the letter which focused on the Sharia law and the homosexuality in the West and all that kind of stuff. But I still feel like Glen probably wouldn't deny those elements of it. I don't think he would sit here and say that didn't have anything to do with it. Again, I don't want to fucking just sit here and defend Glen Greenwald. I don't know how exactly he feels about that. He's a friend of our show, but there's plenty of things that I disagree with Glen on too.
Right.
Have you guys had Glen on?
Oh, yeah, I think
Glen's
4 times.
been really fucking supportive of us over our career, which is probably why we took the opportunity to fucking go for it. No, he's a cool guy. I have a lot of good feelings towards Glen. We disagree a lot. We've debated some of the woke stuff with him that we have disagreements on. I think he's a good faith guy, which is just why because I know we've had a exchange before where I've kind of determined that I think he's a good faith guy.
He said he was going to come on our show a couple times, but he never materialized. Yeah,
well,
exactly.
That's actually one of my favorite things about
Maybe
Glen
he's
for the most part.
Scared.
Is that he usually does engage with his critics and people that he disagrees with, ourselves included.
Okay.
To my knowledge, man, in the past when we've had disagreements with friends of the show, they've ran scared. I remember when Jimmy Dore was on your guys' show and you guys tried to press him on Russia, Ukraine, he immediately ran scared. Usually Glen will show up and has people on.
Well, he might come on yet.
All right, never mind. Jimmy is Jimmy's
favorite
favorite podcast, actually. If you can believe it, Jimmy Dore fucking loves us.
Really? No, you guys attack Jimmy Dore all the time. I guarantee you he hates your guts. But
no, yeah, Jimmy and I had a
look. I think Islam itself and jihad in specifically is an imperialist kind of ideology, is it not?
So is Christianity and so is Judaism.
Well, I don't know that Christianity is spreading itself by the sword these days.
What are you talking about? Have you heard of Israel Palestine?
They're going around trying.
So when Adam, when you're saying that Islam is like a imperialist, you're talking about embedded within the religion is an expansionist policy, right?
Of course,
obviously, and Christianity has
expanded Christianity over the entire fucking world. That's why.
Yes, but the difference
as well too, right?
Look, the difference is one is being spread by the sword,
at least embedded in the philosophy.
Okay,
I think we did. He just wants to conquer all of North America. Adam.
He wants the virtue signal for Judaism.
No, I'm just saying
are you done?
Judaism's very anti-proselytizing. So
they literally showed up.
There's this thing called the Reformation.
Did a Nakba. And then
there's this thing called
that nobody ever challenged that ruling. They thought
wait. I just want
no land when there were thousands of people living there. There was an extermination and ethnic cleansing.
Okay, everything you're saying is wrong. But before
here we go.
Without getting
here we go with the Palestinian talking points.
I just want to be clear. The point I was making before
everything I'm saying is wrong when there's literally over 1 million people displaced in Gaza right now. Okay, well this isn't going to go.
So anyway, what I was going to say is without getting into the whole history of 1948 and all that stuff, my only point was saying is that when Adams talks about it being imperialist and expansionist, he means from a global perspective, not the Jews saying, even if I were to adapt what you're saying, or adopt what you're saying, wait, let me just finish. Let me just finish. Okay. Even if I were to accept everything you're saying is true, I'd say, well, okay, you can say that the Jews were, quote, imperialistic or colonialistic in this one area. It's not an expansionistic power.
Yeah, look.
The way that Islam or even Christianity.
In an area the size of Rhode Island, they want to basically hang on to their real estate. Islam is about spreading itself over the entire globe.
Do you not know that right now, where there is no Hamas in the West Bank, there's clear efforts to do settler colonial movements and displace people who have lived there for generations? And I'm not just talking about the Arabic population of Palestinians who are Islamic, but also Christians who have lived there for thousands of years. Did you not know that that's going on?
What does that have to do with what we were saying?
We
because
can
you
talk
just said
about that.
The Arabic, excuse me, that the Arabic world and that fucking, like the Islamic religion was predicated on like expansionism.
No,
denying the fact that all
do you accept that claim?
Stop. Everyone stop. Okay. Everyone stop. Take a breath. We're talking past each other.
I'm not mad.
I just want we're talking past each other. Okay. The only point I was making, which I was making halfly tongue in cheek, because it's not really that important in the conversation, is that embedded within the religion itself, okay, of Christianity and Islam is an expansionist philosophy. Okay. We're embedded
in colonialist philosophy.
Yes. Embedded in Judaism is a isolationist philosophy. Okay, that was the only point I was making, and that is true. And that's why when you're talking about the expansionist colonialist empire of Judaism, you're only talking about it in one specific country.
Well, but that part is the joke. But I'm actually saying, look, I just want you guys to acknowledge, because I think if you're going to go full pro-Palestinian here, you have to acknowledge that Islam is a colonialist project. You can't on one point say, look, I hate these colonialists in the Middle East settling in Israel, and at the same point, I'm going to support the colonialist Palestinian.
Okay, can I break in here for a sec? Because to me, it has nothing to do with Islam versus Judaism. If we're talking about what's going on in Israel versus Palestine, it simply is a matter of government. So in the same way that I'm not a big fan of the Saudi Arabian government, that's not. To me, that doesn't have as much to do with Islam as it has to do with the government policies. They might use Islam to justify a lot of those policies. In the same way, I do think that the government of Israel does use Judaism to justify a lot of its policies with what's going on there right now. But to me, it has less to do with is Islam expansionist or colonialist religion versus is Judaism expansionist or colonialist religion. Do you think, for example,
hold on, it is important to the Bin Laden letter, though.
No, that's what I'm about
because
to
the Bin Laden letter is about we hate them for their freedoms because we want them to adopt our ideology or die, that's like a expansionist policy.
But do you actually think that the point of 9/11 was to expand Islam into America, to take over America? Because if anything, it seems like 9/11 and the terrorist attacks, they were a response to our imperialism and what we had been up to in their region. Again, not to justify it or in any way excuse it, but it doesn't really seem like the point of 9/11 was like, let's take over America. It was more like a response to us meddling in their affairs in their region.
What was our imperialism in the Middle East pre 9/11?
The entire 90s and the Gulf War in Kuwait. Yeah.
So we should have just allowed Saddam to just wipe those people out.
Are you going to make the babies an incubator argument?
No, wait. This is kind of my problem with this argument that Osama bin Laden is making. It's like there's this idea that America is just marching into the Middle East to start conquering everything, which people kind of had that idea now because of the Iraq and Afghanistan war. But this predates that. Before, it's like you have the American, and by the way, you have America backed by the UN. The entire UN is like, listen, Saddam, you can't just go marching in here and just fucking murdering people to take their shit. And so I don't see how that's an example of like America sticking its nose where it doesn't belong in the Middle East.
Because
we're the cavalry, basically.
America after World War II has decided that it's going to have its hands in every single honeypot in the entire globe. It's demanded what's called U.S. hegemony, the firm rule of the United States as the chief global superpower. That's what was going on in the Middle East before 9/11. And again, I like Evan's Unabomber
Not
analogy.
Really, it was really Europe. I mean, even because then like after World War I, well, you're talking after World War II, but after World War I, when they were drawing all the lines for all these Middle Eastern countries, America was very explicitly like, listen, we don't want any part of taking, control of these mandates because it's going to be a big fucking hassle.
That's true. But after World War II happened, JFK decided that he wanted a fucking firm ass operational board in the Middle East. And ever since then, we've considered why did he want that? Because he wanted to fucking have an outpost where frankly, where we could be able to keep an eye on fucking China and the northern. Look,
you're so close. You almost have it. You're right there.
Wait. No, go ahead. Finish it off if you know what I'm saying.
It was because of Russia, because of the USSR. Because
that too.
But that's the problem. Is it's like in this time period in the 60s and 70s and all this stuff. It's like if America just said, "Hey, listen, we're going to go back into like the way that I view things let's use Godzilla as an example. Okay. The way that I view things is that each country has a giant monster that represents it, a giant kaiju, if you will. Okay.
Right.
America is represented by Godzilla, even though he's Japanese, because whatever, Godzilla's base. Okay. And Russia has a giant big bear. And there's kind of this attitude I feel like that people who are very pro-isolationism have, which is the idea that if the American monster, if Godzilla just goes back into his cave in Washington, D.C. and goes to sleep and builds a border around it and just kind of like lets everyone do what they do, that in 100 years or 20 years, Godzilla can get up from his cave and just everything is going to be fine right in the world and he can keep going on. But that's not really what's going on here. What's really going on here is that every country has a giant monster that's fighting for territory at all times. So if the American monster goes back into its cave, then the Soviet Union monster, the giant communist bear, comes, sweeps the entire world and starts taking shit over. And when we come out of our cage, we're like, oh shit, we're surrounded on all sides.
Yeah, I mean, I can understand your argument for like against isolationism, and that's a debate which I think is worth having. And I also don't agree, by the way, with like Osama bin Laden's justification. Like, I don't think that what he did was warranted or justifiable. Again,
no one here agrees with 9/11. There's no Hassans here. We get it.
Obviously, yeah. So like, yeah, I'm sure he did say things that were incorrect or, you know, try to prey on people's misunderstanding of certain conflicts. I'm not a fucking expert in the, you know, pre 9/11 history of the region or anything like that, but I do think it's interesting, again, just going back to the point that like, yeah, he actually did have more points than just like being this evil terrorist that hated America, and that often as a broader conversation about terrorism, specifically in the wake of what happened in Israel on October the 7th, it's just more of a meta conversation about like, oh yeah, usually terrorism doesn't just happen because evil people hate freedom. Usually there are more like nuanced compounding aspects which, you know, lead to people being radicalized, desperate people that have been oppressed by imperialism and militarism. Like, yeah, that does breed the conditions for terrorism to take place. And I think the same thing can be applied to what happened in Israel. And that's also a conversation which wasn't happening. A lot of nuance which wasn't being included by the mainstream media and by a lot of the people which were analyzing the situation. So, you know, I think that's just kind of the interesting aspect of it. I don't necessarily specifically, you know, disagree with some of the things you're saying, though.
Yeah.
Is it though? But look, if his letter specifically says we hate America because America is not an Islamic state,
well, lots of Americans hate Muslims because they're a Muslim country instead of a Christian country. I mean, in fact,
isn't that just another way to say that they hate us for our freedom, though? I mean, Islamic. This is my point about the Islamic religion being, you know,
well, I'm not a fan of religion at all. I'm not a fan of religion in general. I think that most organized religions, they do represent a form of authoritarianism, and that usually when they are implemented in a government sense, in a theocratic sense, it does lead to less freedoms happening. So, I have no doubt that, you know, theocracies want to make non-theocracies also theocracies. I don't really disagree with that. I just don't necessarily think it's like some inherent evil in Islam that makes, you know, that just breeds terrorists or something like that. I think it has more to do with like the geopolitical factors that lead people to have this hatred for America, whether or not it's justified or whether they've been, you know, preyed on by people that, you know, want to manipulate them. That's a different question.
Yeah. Can I ask you guys one question? Like, and before 10/7, obviously, and that was like, for anybody who wants me, of course, that was horrible. Fucking, it was like a 9/11 in Israel. Nobody fucking condones that shit. It was terrible. It was a mass slaughter of civilians. Okay,
some people do, but obviously,
well, so not here, not the four of us. Good. I think we can all fucking agree with that.
Yeah.
So but you know, one of the things I remember when I was in high school was I was really obsessed with the guy that founded Vice, Shane Smith. He had a real moment. He had a real run of fucking, you know, a tear. And one of the things he said that really like changed his mind, because they had that documentary called Heavy Metal in Baghdad that they made. It was like one of the first Vice guides to travel that really got big. And he started talking about how the soldiers there, you know, were getting frustrated with how the fucking occupation was going, because they were trying to build relationships with you know, the civilians there, that, you know, because a lot of people go, like, you know, I have problems with the United States military, but like my old man was in the military, you know, like people go in there with fucking good intentions. They're not going over there trying to fucking just like savagely destroy all the fucking civilian population over in Iraq, Afghanistan, wherever you end up, right? But the indiscriminate bombing campaigns that were being delivered on. And this was actually Obama era. This was post Bush when they did the troop surge. But it like completely eliminated any chance that those guys were going to have of being able to convince the people on the ground that they were the good guys, that it was basically just forcing all of those people into the arms of the opposition and what would later become, like ISIS and ISIL and all the fucking like radical, terrorist arms that, kind of developed in the wake of it because their homes had been killed, their uncle had been fucking murdered, or, their dad lost his legs and could not feed their family anymore. It's hard to convince people like that you're actually on their side, because it feels, of course, like you are not. Don't you think that there are kind of parallels that we could derive in like all situations like that, like the suffering that's happening in Gaza? Even in nobody condones murder, right? Like you don't even have to have that conversation in America. You go to court for murder one, premeditated murder. Everybody's like, that was wrong. But the first thing you still have to do, if you're a prosecuting attorney, is make the case for what was the motive, right? What was the motive here? So giving people a
That's
motive.
what we're trying to do. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so I think that was essentially, the point that a lot of people very clumsily made, and I think that this is tough, right? Because you have a lot of people who feel very strongly, they see a lot of intense imagery, and it leads people to make bold declarations, right? And not necessarily so. Like you see people who are, very outraged by the, displacement of 1 million people in Gaza, and then they hear somebody who's singing the cheerleading of Hamas, and they're extremely vulnerable and ignorant, and they're going to be like, "See, those are the guys that are fighting back," and it's like, no, that's just making the case worse, because those are a fucking terrorist organization and they're not actually interested in helping the people of Palestine. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I mean, I don't think either of us agrees. Obviously, the way in which America in any country conducts its military campaigns has, should be done, as humanely and morally as possible. And obviously, if you're trying to convince, the people that you're, quote, the good guys, and blowing shit out of them is not really going to accomplish that. I guess my problem is I have when people kind of talk about a lot of our involvement in other countries is they kind of have this view that is incorrect. They have this view that like America is some kind of colonial empire like the British back in the day, and we're going to march, like we're marching into some country to be like, we're going to make this America, we're going to make you the 51st state, and we're going to colonize you. When it's really what's usually going on is there's a civil war in the country, and we've chosen one side, and some other external country has chosen another side. And so that's where the conflict comes from. And then we get bogged down in this like horrific civil war. It's Vietnam, that's
war
Iraq,
by proxy. Yeah.
And that's kind of usually what's going on in these situations. And so like when people talk about what Osama bin Laden's, complaining about, it's like, okay, well, Osama bin Laden, I mean, he was a guy who was complaining when America was giving Afghanis arms to fight off the Soviets, because he was worried that would make people too happy about the West and America. And so he's just a person who just, he's been radically, fundamentally religious his whole life, according to, when people talk about even as a child, that, even though he grew up really wealthy, he was just very religious from the beginning. He was very radical from the beginning. He's always hated the West from the beginning. And so I don't think really that any of his critiques that I've read in his letter, I don't think any of them are valid. You can support, there's reasons to support and not support Israel. There's reasons to support, America, letting the Afghanis fight off the Russians in the 80s. There's reasons for America to be involved in Kuwait or Somalia. There's reasons for America to not start a war with Russia when Russia attacks the Chechens, which was something he was complaining about in, his letter. So I'm not really sure I buy any of his critiques, especially when everything he's saying comes from a religious perspective. If America was an imperialist empire that believed in the same version of Islam that he believed, he would be cheering on all these foreign involvements.
Yeah, well, obviously he was a deranged ideologue, so I get why anybody that's coming to cheerlead Osama bin Laden is doing themselves a severe disservice. Like, I mean, there's no way for me to come back to you and be like, actually, bro, I don't know, I think that Osama bin Laden was spitting over there. Like, I agree that most of what he had to say was
but that's what people were saying, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's what they were saying.
Right. And I think that if there's an evidence of somebody that's out here being like, yo, Osama spit, I think that they need to do like probably at best a lot more homework, and at worst, like, we need to start talking about other things. Like, obviously, like, I just think that
incarceration.
I think that for the most part, it was a vulnerable, it's like people not understanding and then like people have, I think, and you guys probably really, I don't know what your guys' like geopolitical politics are in specifically, but
America
obviously I
should
think we
take
can
over
find
the world.
I'm a
lot of-
colonialist. Yeah.
yeah,
I think we should just take it all
base
over.
colonialism. Yeah,
Yes.
McDonald's
Team
everywhere.
America, I
Yes.
think, should be a documentary.
Yeah, but I think that a lot of people have grown up in. I don't. You guys are probably about our age, right? Maybe
I'm much older than you guys. Sitch is a bit
I'm-
older than you.
Yeah.
Well,
But
probably
just
10
saying,
years
like
older than you
generationally,
guys.
right? Like, I just mean like ballpark, right?
No,
so
you
like,
guys look like you guys are probably in your 20s.
Yeah, I'm 25, so is Gavin.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, so I'm in my 30s, and
Right.
Adam.
Okay.
is a
I'm
little-
Well, anyway,
ancient,
you guys
so-
have lived through the
A
same
little
shit that we've
older.
lived through, which is like, you know,
Yes.
most people who are our age, I feel like, and younger, people whose like prefrontal cortex, like Zoomers, not like fully developed. But the one thing that everybody in America, I think,
Well, you're
honestly,
25 now. You have no more excuses, Zach. Your brain is fully developed. Okay.
exactly, I can fucking claim the prefrontal cortex and start shaming the people who are younger than me. Let's take away their right to vote.
Right.
No, but what I was. What I was gonna say was is that people who are young, right, and obviously like most people, like the four of us, we spend a lot more time thinking about politics than probably just about 99% of the country, right? But so most people, they know that they have this unexplainable feeling that they've been lied to, that they've been deceived, that whether or not you think that Bernie Sanders is the guy or Donald Trump is the guy or Hillary Clinton, you probably feel like, hey man, people are lying to us. Like it was fucked up that we throughout my entire childhood had 7 wars that the United States was like kind of involved in, and also like our roads are falling apart, and like I can't afford my fucking mortgage, and rent is expensive. You know, all the people feel fucked. They feel like they got completely led astray. And I just think that was a lot of like looking at it and saying like, it actually wasn't because they said it was because of our freedom. It was because of this other thing. And like, yeah, that's super shallow analysis, but I just think that's what led to it, was like people feeling fucked and not having the tools and the, you know, understanding to unpack that. And I think that a lot of people took that as an opportunity to be like, yeah, now start being skeptical of what the United States government tells you. Again, I would say probably in the most clumsy way, if you're like doing a TikTok dance to Osama bin Laden. It's like,
Yeah, that's not good.
but also, I don't
knock
think the
that
right
shit
response, and
off.
one of the reasons why I think Glenn got so worked up about it was because the Guardian removed the letter, and I don't believe in censorship, and I know that's one of Glenn's like big fucking issues.
Right. No, I agree with basically everything you said. I do think that people, for many reasons, have lost faith in American society or wherever they live, and they do have a sense, an intuitive sense, that they've been lied to. And so something like this would definitely trigger that intuition. But that's part of why I was very annoyed at Glenn, is because I think he's playing a very dangerous game here irresponsibly, because he's looking at it from the perspective, or at least how I interpret it, that he's looking from the perspective of, he believes, it seems like, that the whole America bad, American empire idea. And so he's kind of looking at this as like, oh, this is good because it'll get a bunch of kids, bunch of the young Zoomers on board with the whole America bad, America imperial empire thing, and maybe they'll get them to be more isolationist or whatever.
I mean, do you really think that Glenn's foreign policy really just like boils down to America bad? Really?
Yes, I do. Yeah, I really do. I think that's his focal. I think that's his presupposition that everything's based off of. But
I mean, would you?
But wait.
Let
me finish. So here's why I think it's irresponsible. Okay, I think it's irresponsible for 2 reasons for him to put out the tweet and kind of describe this the way that he's talking about. Number one, because I think it's just objectively not true. But even more important than that is that you're correct when that people have this sense where they've been lied to. It puts people in a very vulnerable position where it makes it easier for them to adopt someone saying, well, I have the answer. You have been lied to. Here's the answer. And using the Osama bin Laden letter as a template for that, or as a focal point for that, is a huge fucking mistake. And Glenn should know better, because I believe Glenn's an atheist. And since so much of that letter has a bunch of shit in it that he doesn't like, it's stupid for him to heavily lean on that letter and assume that his audiences, or the audiences that are absorbing this letter information, are only going to derive the very limited scope that he wants, and instead not look at the letter broadly and say, well, listen, maybe there's some good ideas here about freedom being bad. Maybe there's some good ideas here about fundamental Islam.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, I don't even remember specifically what Glenn said. I think it was Zach that put your tweet up on screen during our segment. So I at this point, I don't even like want to be defending his comments when I don't remember what specifically he said. I still think it's interesting just to see a younger generation kind of coming to terms with the more sophisticated and nuanced context of what actually happened on 9/11 instead of, kind of just the propaganda that we were all fed. I mean,
look, One of our arguments, though, is that they're kind of still being fed propaganda, because what is the argument that America had 9/11 coming before the Iraq War even happens or Afghanistan even happens?
Wait, I mean, what are you saying?
Well, no, sorry. Look, obviously, in Osama bin Laden's letter, he's making the argument for Islamic jihad. What is the argument that the TikTokers are making? They're making an argument that America was meddling in the Middle East and that we had it coming. But what were we doing?
I mean, we were in the Middle East. Is that your question? Like, I mean, I'm not saying like I don't want to be set up in a position where I'm like America deserved 9/11, because I don't believe that. I don't believe anybody deserves to have a terror act.
But if we have military bases in Saudi Arabia, say, that deserves the kind of things that Osama bin Laden was planning.
What's interesting about that, is that, one, I think a lot of what it was that, to be honest, like this is all speculation. I'm not inside anybody's.
Look, we're welcome there. Our military bases we're not there by force. We're there because we've been invited by
family
Saudi Arabia.
In bed with the fucking Bush family, and that's why they were all able to flee America after 9/11.
Right. But the argument that they're making is we're meddling in the Middle East to the point that we're colonialists trying to take over the area or something, which just doesn't seem factually correct in any way, shape, or form.
We wanted to have a sympathetic government not government's a loose term, right? Like this is, that we wanted to have a sympathetic regime so that we could have unfettered access to oil fields in the Middle East. No, we were.
We weren't. Well, no, but we weren't doing this by force. We were doing it with the carrot, not the stick.
Well, everything is done by force when you're the global superpower. That's like me having Don Corleone walk in here and say, "Hey, man, you better give me your fucking pizza restaurant," and them saying, "Okay." And so, I didn't say it by force, did I?
See, look, I fundamentally disagree with this.
You do not believe that America is the mafia don of the fucking global stage?
We aren't going into these countries and saying we're going to give you an offer that you can't refuse. It's literally, not take the offer or we're going to invade your country.
No, we'll just economically sanction you and starve you to death.
You think we would put economic sanctions on Saudi Arabia? Look,
if they said you're banned from our fucking country, you're not going to get any oil, you think we would let that stand? No, we would fucking find a reason to go to war with Saudi Arabia.
We can pressure. We seem like we can pressure those countries that are not Western democracies. I don't think we could go to Canada and say we're going to put economic sanctions on you unless you agree to some trade deal we like, right? We couldn't do that.
Well, we don't have to because we already have. We already have the military prowess.
Yeah, weren't we just talking about, Sitch, weren't you just mentioning how even though it's not like a literal British colonial empire thing, like basically through conflicts such as Vietnam, we do assert our military dominance in incredibly unethical ways in proxy wars and able to gain access to resources and military outposts around the global stage? Like, is that not something we both agree?
There was a proxy war in Afghanistan, but we were on Osama bin Laden's side. That's right. Thing.
Well, what I said was, I mean, that you kind of reinterpreted what I said. What I said was that usually there's a civil war. There are two factions in the war. America ends up supporting one side. Usually it's the side that America believes it's better for America in the long run, as opposed to this idea that America's marching in and conquering countries. Right,
like but don't you think kind of playing the role of the world police is problematic in a sense because of the fact that it creates these issues and these anti-American sentiments around the world and populations that do feel like they've been oppressed by our global presence, and then it creates these, breeding grounds for radicalization. Again, I'm not defending these fucking terrorists or governments or anything like that, but I just think like this is a, something we can all acknowledge is happening. I don't think it makes anyone...
And we went into Kuwait, just if I could add, we went into Kuwait in the 90s. This is before 9/11 to do the bidding of Saudi Arabia. That was what they wanted us to do. That was so that we could shore up our relationship with them so that we would have unfettered access to their oil.
To kick out Saddam Hussein. Like Saddam Hussein invaded Kuwait, okay? And once we kicked them out, we didn't even invade Iraq. We left.
And you want me to believe that that's because of humanitarian values? No.
Wait, does it matter? Wait. Why does it?
No, what I'm telling you is that we don't do anything out of humanitarian values. What we were doing here was we were meddling in
no
region
country
for
does
oil.
anything purely out of humanitarian values.
Well, yes, that
we do,
well, so
though,
that
to
doesn't.
some
So
extent.
no
Look,
one's arguing with that. Like, obviously,
then why would
countries
we allow
do things
one
for their own
country to be
interest.
like a global police force, right? Which is essentially what it seems like the argument is for the United States. If we're not having an ethical police force, why have one?
Let me address what Gavin was saying, because it has to do with the police force thing, which is like, yes, I agree with you practically, pragmatically, consequentially, that by having America be the world police, it will cause a lot of resentment in the world and all that stuff. 100% that will be true. The question, though, is it worth it? And and my answer to that be, well, that depends, because if America is not being the world police, someone's going to be the world police, and who's that someone going to be? Because kind of the problem I have with the way a lot of this is
going to be Don Corey Lone
is that, whenever there's a power vacuum, something rushes to fill it. And the question is, what is it going to be? And in the Cold War era, it was the USSR. And we don't really want, in my opinion, as not a socialist, we don't really want a world, even if you were a socialist, you probably still wouldn't want the tanky Stalinist USSR. You wouldn't necessarily want the USSR to be the world police that has all this influence over the Middle East and the rest of the world. And I'd prefer America have influence,
but you just said
promoting
America
its liberal
influencing
values across the rest of the world.
You said it wasn't influencing that part of the world just a second ago. You said, why would Saddam Hussein do that? Because not Saddam Hussein, sorry, Osama bin Laden do that because we weren't putting any pressure into the Middle East before 9/11. But there you just said we would rather have the United States doing it instead of Russia, which was a net benefit, and that's exactly what happened.
I never said no. I didn't say we weren't. I asked you to explain how we were, and then you did, and I said yes, we were to fight off the Soviets.
Okay, and after the crumbling of the Soviet Union, we exerted our power further, right? And that's why we were able to go into Kuwait. That's why we were able to do all of what we're doing without causing global conflict with problems like countries like Iran.
But again, so like when we talk about Kuwait, that's something that it seemed like the entire world was on board was that Saddam Hussein shouldn't be doing what he was doing. I mean, literally, there was a UN security resolution, which almost never happens, to stop Saddam from doing this action. I don't think that that's a good example of America being in the wrong there.
So do you support the United States going into Ukraine right now? We haven't broached that, but if we just want to throw everything into the fire, because you have a very similar global response from what Vladimir Putin was doing, and I also opposed the United States getting involved there.
Mm-hmm. No, I don't think America should be involved with boots on the ground in Ukraine because no one wants to get into a nuclear war.
So because...
I was just going to say that I see the point you're making, Sitch, about like the power vacuum. Like, yes, America's currently the #1 global superpower. So therefore, we kind of just take responsibility for everything that any country which inhabited that role would also kind of, incur. Right. But I see your point that like if China or Russia took that role from us, that it might not be better. They could potentially just be doing the same things. But I just don't think that's terribly relevant. I mean, I agree that like America bad is kind of an unsophisticated perspective in which to view the world through for the reasons why we just, laid out. Like if it was another country, they might also be doing bad things, but that doesn't really change the conversation. Because of the fact that we are the global superpower and the world police, yes, it will result in us doing immoral and unethical things, as we both just acknowledged. Countries don't always just do things for humanitarian purposes. And because of the fact that many of our aims are imperialistic or, based in our desire to influence regional politics around the world or for resources like oil, for example, that is going to create populations which are easily radicalized, right? And that will, create anti-American sentiment and yes, terrorism around the world. And I'm sure there's anti-China terrorism in fucking Taiwan and, places that they've exercised their imperial might as well, right? Like I'm sure if you go to a lot of those countries, they hate China too, and you could find a lot of China bad leftism or whatever.
Right. Yeah, no,
we do some things for humanitarian reasons though, right? Like it's not all bad.
I would say the veneer of humanitarian reasons. I mean,
the Catholic Church does a lot of things for humanitarian reasons too, right? That doesn't mean that they also aren't horribly corrupt.
There's a lot of people who vote Democrat. You think those people want their leaders to do things for humanitarian reasons? Like a lot of Democrats want us to support Ukraine. Do you think they're doing that for selfish reasons or humanitarian reasons?
I think the American electorate is actually far more interested in the humanitarian reasons. That's actually never something.
The whole idea of representatives is they're supposed to respond to what the electorate wants. So if the population wants to help Ukraine for humanitarian reasons and send a bunch of our tax dollars over there to help them, how is that not doing it for humanitarian reasons?
No, because they're doing it because the American, for one, I think that the American people, they do recognize that there's a horror going on there, but we're not sending blankets and diplomats over to the Ukraine and border and, Donetsk region, all that shit.
Bombs and drones and stuff.
Exactly. And escalating it. And it's not necessarily what I would view as humanitarian, but the United States has made aid, just synonymous with doing a good thing. They'll even call it lethal aid, which is kind of oxymoronic. If you ask me, it's who's that aiding? Just aiding in the destruction of somebody else. Right.
So are you saying the electorate wants to do it for good reasons and the politicians turn this into bad thing?
100%. That's exactly what I think they're
that's how they sell every war. Is that not how they sell every war ever? We have to do this for
maybe
X, Y, and Z humanitarian reasons.
But maybe this is delusional. But I think if our government does things that are ruthless and hurt people indiscriminately, that the electorate will rise up and punish them in the next election.
I think go ahead, Gavin. I was just going to say, I don't think that people have the option, right? I think that's why we've created such a weird binary of our electoral cycles.
They do. This is why Biden's poll numbers are sinking.
But then they canceled the Democratic primary in Florida, one of the most anti-democratic moves Gavin and I have ever seen in our lives.
Right. Okay.
I don't know if you guys saw that, but they did cancel the primary in Florida because they thought that Biden was going to get fucked.
You want to weigh in on the humanitarian?
Well, not really, because
we can move on.
Well, no, just because when you do it, it's we get into when you talk about a government doing something, a government is composed of many people that are all motivated for very different reasons, and
right.
I do have a cynical approach where I do think the electorate is pushing things for humanitarian reasons. And then also, politicians and presidents and senators are all pushing things for various
selfish reasons.
Their own selfish reasons, whether it's to get elected, whether it's because they think it's better for trade, blah, 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 blah.
Fundraising. I agree with you, Sitch.
Someone asked this question, I think it's kind of interesting. They said, would you guys support the U.S. Intervening to protect Guana from Venezuela?
I'm not an expert in that. I have not looked into that. I know that there's a fuckload of conflict going on in Venezuela. I have an isolationist view. If you're asking me if I support sending U.S. ground troops there, my gut instinct would be say no.
Okay.
Yeah, I would need to know more about the situation. Obviously, I'm in favor of us helping in non-violent or escalatory ways as far as militarism is concerned. I think that there is a lot of aid we can deliver to countries that need it or people that need it around the world. But generally, I'm against America playing the role of the world police, just given the fact that I don't think our track record gives us that, qualification.
So you don't think, you'd be against in every situation where there's a situation where a foreign country is invading its neighbor, completely unjustified in all those situations, even though it's horrible, America should just not be involved militarily?
I think everything you have to take on a case-by-case basis, right? What are the circumstances? What's the global response? Personally, my politics and the way I look at global conflict is that it needs to have a global solution, right? I think that we need to stop presenting America as a singular solution and start looking at us as an entity that can work in tandem with the EU and Australia and potentially South Korea or other allies throughout different parts of the world, and say, obviously, we have to hold ourselves to a higher standard where we're not going to let atrocities occur and that we have to respect sovereignty as an international community. But I wouldn't support the carte blanche of the United States taking the reins because I just don't trust the nefarious levers of power, right? The incentives start to run awry so fast because the entire United States post-World War II economy has been predicated on a war economy, i.e. building generating weapons, generating all these different things. And now, even Elizabeth Warren, who is a progressive, maybe in name only, but if you look at, her career, I think that she's got some bona fides that you could definitely put her on the left. Some people get crazy triggered about that, but I think it's a reality in the Senate. She still has to, take, consideration into Raytheon because that's a lot of jobs outside of Boston, right? That's a lot of manufacturing union jobs, and those guys don't want to fucking, lose their gigs. And I don't want those guys to lose their money, but I also don't want the perverse incentive of manufacturing more jobs. I would rather have Boeing making, Southwest airplanes as opposed to 747 fighter jets or whatever the fuck.
Right. Well, I mean, shouldn't you be in favor of the first Gulf War then? Because I mean, that's kind of what happened.
The first Gulf War?
Yeah, like Saddam invades Kuwait, and we don't just run off in there.
We're the cavalry.
The UN comes together and they're like, "We're going to sanction you," and they sanction them, and then they say, "Okay, we're going to give you." The
United States made up all kinds of fake justifications to go into Kuwait. You know what I mean? They had to lie to the American public incessantly to get them to approve.
No, but I'm saying this literally followed. It literally followed the process you're talking about. No, you have a dictator invades a country for his
what are you talking about?
Evil moral reasons. And then they go to the UN.
I would have to look at it from a case-by-case basis. That's why I just said, I literally started my entire sentence when I responded to you by, I would have to look at everything by a case-by-case basis.
Right.
And the UN is not something like holier than thou. That's like saying, oh, well,
I thought that's what you were saying when you were talking about, working with global initiatives.
I was not referencing the UN. I was talking about like an idea.
It sounds like you're talking about Iraq, the second Iraq war. No, not the first one, though. The one with George H.W. Bush. No, the George Bush's dad, George H.W. Bush, was president when Saddam Hussein invaded Kuwait and took over Kuwait. And Kuwait was an ally, and America went in to push Saddam Hussein out of the country. Basically like the cavalry to save Kuwait. Okay, so they pushed him back into...
There was also a massive fucking uproar from the American people. It cost George H.W. the election. They also lied. That was where the initial babies and incubators story initiated from. Like, to act like this was a humanitarian goal. Of course it wasn't. Saddam Hussein had threatened to kill, to eliminate like American leadership. It was a big fucking huff and puff.
So should we have let Saddam Hussein keep Kuwait, take over Kuwait, and just Kuwait's not a country anymore? It's part of Iraq.
I don't think that would have been the United States' role to get involved there, if that's your question.
Okay. So but I guess that's the criteria I'm trying to figure out here, is that when is it justifiable for America to be involved with one country taking over the other country?
Like, can I ask you a question, Sitch? This is kind of how I look at it. I think that, like, we were using the example of just like regular criminal court earlier, or at least I was, right? Like, you have to establish motive in a court of law, right? So if I think that it's a crime to, let's say like do attempted murder, right? Like, you stab somebody a bunch of times, but they live. Okay. Now, do I have the right to then keep that person in my basement as my own personal prisoner? No, I do not. In the United States of America, I do not have that right to imprison them myself, even though that crime of attempted murder carries a minimum mandatory sentence in this country. I'm not allowed to then impose that sentence myself.
Because you're not the state. Is that what you're saying?
Right. I don't believe that the current apparatus of the United States should be able to impose punishments for that. That doesn't mean I don't believe it's a crime. What Saddam Hussein did in Kuwait was 100% a crime. I don't want to be in this like weird fucking situation where I'm advocating for like a murderous fucking crazy person like Saddam Hussein. I'm not doing that. I'm just saying that I don't think the United States has the positioning on the global stage as being the person that's going to be like the judge, jury, and executioner there.
Sure.
Does that make sense?
So, no, that I understand. That's why I was asking. So, but that's where I'm confused, because it sounds like your position is that you don't think the U.S. should really ever be involved.
Not as an individual entity, as a nation. No, I don't.
Okay. Well, I mean, I brought up Kuwait because it had to do with, the UN, but so not as an individual
entity,
it
actually happened. I mean, obviously.
Not with the UN's backing. So,
like looking at NATO as an example of that, right? Like the idea of NATO, right? If you invade one of these countries, you invade all of us, right? But the NATO organization itself has been less than stellar, to say the very least, right? A lot of people will point out the Gaddafi and the destruction of Libya, and how there was no plan for the country after that, and how it was like gone into as like this under this like whole veneer of a humanitarianism. And this was under Hillary Clinton when she was Secretary of State under Obama. Sidney Blumenthal. These are Democrats that are supposedly supposed to have the real like progressive bona fides, and it doesn't happen. The entire fucking country of Libya, I mean, if you go there, it's almost uninhabitable. It's heartbreaking to look at the photographs of what's going on over there. And that was done under the veneer of like a global humanitarian effort to like fucking rid them of this like murderous, bloodthirsty dictator. So sometimes it just doesn't work out like that, which is why I think we need to be, always working towards a better instrument of maintaining a global network of peace. We have so much surveillance, we have so much ability to kind of look at all this, but what we haven't invested in at all is the ability to do international diplomacy at a scale that's suitable to the modern
other
age.
People do things. So this, like, Saddam Hussein invaded Kuwait, that was the inciting incident of the whole affair. Like, what if China took over Mexico? What if China invaded Mexico and took over Mexico? Would we should we still not do anything?
I mean, other countries have sat idly by as America has committed war crimes and invaded other countries. I don't necessarily think China should have like stepped in to, start a proxy war with us when we decided to invade Afghanistan, and then we'd have two nuclear armed superpowers going at it over Afghanistan. Like, as horrible as I think what we did was, I don't think it was worth sparking a larger global conflict over. That would have just resulted in more war, more death. So yeah, I mean,
I get that. Look, and I'm not in favor of what we did particularly in Iraq. Afghanistan is more difficult because I think there was more justifications for Afghanistan, but I'm talking about us being the cavalry. Look, I'm not in favor of preemptive wars. The Bush doctrine of we need to go invade countries so they don't do a terrorist attack on us in 20 years. I'm not in favor of that. What I'm asking very specifically is, like in Kuwait was invaded by another country and we as an ally assisted them. I'm making the example more closer to home by saying if China invaded Mexico, and let's say they just set up a CCP leadership in Mexico. So now we're dealing with Mexico, but we're really dealing with the CCP.
I mean, isn't that how Russia feels about Ukraine? Like, it's basically our outpost. It's a client state of ours. It basically would crumble immediately
but
if we left. Like, and for that reason, no, I don't think that Russia has the right to invade Ukraine. I am against Putin's invasion of Ukraine just because he thinks that it's America's outpost, bombs and missiles pointed right at their borders. I mean, that's their justification, right?
Okay, one thing, there's like two different situations here. I'm postulating that China literally invades Mexico, knocks off all the people in charge there, and puts Chinese Communist Party stooges in charge of the population, okay? That's the scenario. Ukraine, I don't think, is that situation. Like, America hasn't gone into Ukraine and murdered everyone and put Americans in charge of their government. That's not what's going on in Ukraine. So it's completely two different situations.
I see what you're saying. I think the fact that the Chinese government and the American government both being nuclear armed superpowers, I think that complicates it, right? Because then you have an escalation between two nuclear armed superpowers, which could result in World War III, which could result in the death of us all, right? So I do think it genuinely gets more complicated when it comes to that. I just think that makes it harder, and for that reason it's probably not quite analogous to the Kuwait example. But I'm not saying there's never an example ever where America cannot intervene and help on behalf of our ally. I just think that given our track record in modern American history of fucking things up around the world in the name of humanitarian causes, no, I don't think that gives us the moral high ground to stand on to be the world police and for people to trust us to play that role in a way that is in good faith and not just in the interests of our national,
Look, neither you have to answer. Look, me personally, if the CCP did this in Mexico and we in America were talking about, hey, what the fuck? We got to do something about this. I would be in favor of doing something about it. Okay.
Bombing or boots on the ground or something, or whatever different proposals call. My policy wouldn't be, just let it go. Like, that wouldn't be my policy. Okay.
Well, I think that,
but let's hold on. Let's make
diplomatic response just to be clear.
Okay. Obviously, diplomatic response, and that actually kind of leads into my next question, because I think what's going on in Ukraine is something more akin to like soft power. Like, America's going in there as advisors. We're going to teach you how to do democracy, right? We're not going to kill all your people, but we are going to put a thumb on the scale with influence, soft power, right? And the CCP could very well do something like that in Mexico, which would make things much more complicated. Obviously, if they helicopter in and kill everyone, we have more justification to go in. If they start involving themselves in Mexican politics and, if someone is elected, then it's a much different thing. So,
but we're allowed to be right in Taiwan, right? We're allowed to do that. And if China takes Taiwan, then would you support a nuclear power, nuclear conflict there?
I think
that is Taiwan's right in China's backyard, far as fuck from America.
Right. And the Taiwan thing is complicated, but I kind of want to stick on the soft power thing. Like, China, it seems like China is already engaged in trying to influence the American government through soft power anyway. So to make the distinction. And I think what's happening in Ukraine, a lot of people are conflating soft power with like hard power, covert. Like a lot of people say in 2014, a coup took place in Ukraine that I don't think actually happened. There's not a lot of evidence for happening.
Yeah, that's what Jimmy Dore absconded as soon as you brought that up. He was like, "Oh,
yeah,
what? I
that's
gotta go."
exactly what we tried to confront him on, because there is a tangible difference between soft power and hard power, right? Obviously. So I want to. Are you saying that America? You've obviously said America should not involve itself with military actions. Should we involve ourselves politically?
I mean, to what extent? I guess is I guess my natural
like
follow-up.
what we're doing in Ukraine.
I think what we're doing in Ukraine is definitely a military involvement, though. We're giving them lots of weapons. Like, that's undeniable. We're not just giving them tips on how to fight back.
We intentionally fucked up the peace settlement that was supposed to be negotiated months ago.
Before the Ukrainian war, though, we were involved in Ukraine politically.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I think that politically we should be involved. In fact, some people, kind of scoff at it, but Marianne Williamson, who's running for president against Joe Biden in the Democratic primary right now, she proposes a Department of Peace, right, which is kind of like the opposite of a Department of Defense. It advocates more for handling things diplomatically and, yes, using America's massive amount of sway and leverage on the international stage to advocate for diplomacy and peace instead of endless war, instead of more, militarism. So I don't think that we just need to be like fucking a completely isolationist country that's completely unconcerned with what's going on, especially in a humanitarian sense. Of course, I think we should be a force for good on the world stage. I just don't trust us to be that in our current iteration with the government structured the way it is and the incredibly perverse capitalist incentives that Zach mentioned for the manufacturing sector, right? So no, I don't trust us currently to be the world police, let alone some sort of diplomatic negotiating force that I think we ideally should be. But yeah, in a perfect world, we should use our sway and our power for diplomatic ends. Absolutely. And if we wanted to help negotiate and set up meetings between Zelensky and Putin and try to weigh in and solve what's going on there, of course, I think we should do that. I just don't think that, choosing one side to arm and then basically treating it like a proxy war to try to weaken Russia, I don't think that's a good approach.
I'll say one more thing and then I'll turn it over to Sitch. Just a lot of people say that our involvement politically in Ukraine was what led to the war in Ukraine and forced the involvement militarily. But Sitch, you want to take over?
Well, no, I was going to say it's kind of fascinating what you're saying, because it reminds me of like there's two arguments that get conflated often. It kind of reminds me of like the taxation argument, where there's some people who just don't like the concept of taxation from like a moral intuitive level, and so they're just opposed to it. And then there's a lot of people who they're not necessarily opposed to taxation, but they feel like they're throwing their money into a hole. They're not really seeing themselves get anything for it. So then that's why they're against, raising taxes.
Is the U.S. military.
Right. And so it's kind of sounds like we have to be careful when we're having this conversation, is like there are people who are just against America involvement in any country. And it sounds like you're saying it's not necessarily you're against American involvement. You just don't trust America to do the correct thing. And if you did, then you would maybe be more in favor of America, or be okay with America being basically the world police.
Well, I mean, I advocate for a multipolar global society. I don't think there should be a world police. What I have said, though, is if America...
Unipolar.
Yeah. What I have said is if America didn't have such a stained track record in the last 50, 100 years, basically since World War II, I think that, incredibly stained track record does kind of disqualify us from being the world police and prevents much of the global population from trusting us to fulfill that role with any degree of, good faith intentions other than, like I said, our own interests abroad. But yeah, ideally, if we had not spent the last 75 years wreaking havoc around the globe, then I think that that could potentially,
in about 200 years before that, wreaking havoc about anything that stood in our fucking way. Let's not forget the original sin of the ethnic cleansing of Native Americans, just to be the resident lefty.
Oh no!
Listen,
please, Zach.
They should have built roads and cities if they didn't want us to kill them.
Right,
Too much
John Wayne said
virtue
that, right,
signaling, Zach. You've gone too far.
I've gone too far. I've said I care about the Native Americans. You're right. I'm
No.
sorry, but I just wanted to echo Gavin's point, because I think that's actually a good articulation of where my politics are at as well. I'm just plagiarizing Gavin's work. That's what I've been doing for years. But no, I think that of course there should be an effort to use our stature. Even if you just remove our economic power and our militaristic power from the equation, I think that it's safe to say that the United States has tremendous cultural power globally on the global stage, right? Like when people all have their eyes on us.
We made Team America.
100%, dude. And I love the South Park guys. I think that they're fucking hilarious. But it's just I just think that if we were to try and put our thumbs on the scale diplomatically, we could do it by reaching the actual people of those countries, right? And we wouldn't have to bomb them. And I'm not trying to sound like the hippy dippy peace guy, right? But I am saying that I think
I'd argue that we had those,
right?
Look, that's the problem with Ukraine. Look, my read of the situation is we did influence them politically and culturally, like you're saying. They said, look, we think America has it right. We want to adopt more Western values, more open society values. Yeah. Well, American, European values. But this started to threaten Putin's power. He was upset about that because the last thing he wants is a free and open Western style democracy right on his border when he's been in power for the last 30 years and has fake elections every three to 4 years, right? That makes him look bad.
I mean, neither of us are in favor of the invasion of Ukraine. I think what Putin did is pretty inexcusable.
Yeah, it's illegal,
right.
100%.
But I think that's the thing that I'm talking about is I feel maybe this is a difference of worldview, because I think that your worldview is that America basically goes in with the military first and like smashes shit up. When I think really usually what happens
if you look at our track record, bro, it's kind of hard to argue with that.
Just let him finish.
I think usually what's going on here is that it's very similar to the Ukraine situation, where first and foremost, America is trying to use soft power, economic power, cultural power to sort of move things in a direction that America wants, which very often I would argue is in a direction that's better for everyone.
The people
I believe
want
that liberal democracy is a much better way of living than most other forms of government that exist currently. And then there's some kind of violent pushback from some sort of authoritarian dictator or some sort of, fashion, something in the region or in the country itself. And then that's, what happens. Then Russia invades, then Putin invades, and then America gets involved militarily. And that seems to be kind of what goes on here.
Or
don't you think that
Saddam Hussein invades, or Osama bin Laden gets pissed off because they don't like this?
Not to sympathize with Putin or the Russians or anything like that, but in the same way that you were saying that, like, if China set up shop in Mexico and had a bunch of missiles pointed at our border just miles away from us, like that would probably be an issue, like from our perspective.
But we didn't do that. We didn't do that.
But so you think that you don't think that in any way we have treated Ukraine as a military outpost in order to...
We didn't move a bunch of nukes in and point them at Moscow. No, we didn't.
Because, look at... So, it was like when Bush Jr. was president, he was like, Ukraine and Georgia should be part of NATO. And Russia got mad.
Right, but don't you think that in a lot of ways NATO is an arm of American imperialism?
No.
Not to say that NATO is all bad.
What does imperialism mean? What does that mean?
That's a good question.
I mean, furthering our aims on a global stage, essentially, and exploiting whatever
our aims to free the world, to end slavery, to let people live.
Let me ask you a question. Okay, wait, because let's talk about our aims and then exploitation.
Okay, I don't want to have this like hugely broad meta.
It's not a hugely broad thing, because I assume you would agree that Russia would be better if it existed as a liberal democracy as opposed to what the fuck authoritarian that it is right now, right?
I would rather live in Ukraine than Russia. I'm not denying that. I'm saying that I don't think America's goals are just so purely humanitarian oriented that, like, the only reason why we influence other countries or set up shop in a country like Israel is just because we care so much about human rights, and we're just so on the side of...
I agree with you. The reason that America and other Western liberal democracies would prefer if every other country in the world was a Western liberal democracy is because, number one, it's very rare that Western liberal democracies fucking attack each other militarily. And number two, because we all want money. And
Wait,
it's
what
very
about us?
easy to
We
have
attack-
trade negotiations and relations with countries that have similar values. Okay.
How can you say
Especially
that Western
liberal
democracies never attack other countries when we've attacked more countries than fucking any other?
What did I,
country
wait,
ones
I
that
didn't
can't
say that.
lead
What did
us.
I say? I said
We
they don't
attack
attack.
authoritarian pieces of shit.
I said Western liberal democracies don't attack each other.
Each other, yeah.
Okay. And so they're able to have a lot of good economic relations with each other. That's the selfish, moral reason for why, Western liberal democracies want every other country to be
We
Western
do
democracy.
attack a lot of
it boils down to the economic interest. You kind of just
here's why this is amazing. Because even though there's a selfish reason for doing it, it turns out that living in a Western liberal democracy is much better than living in an authoritarian fucking shithole like Russia or some theocracy. Okay. So it's like this weird conflux of the moral reasons actually line up with their own selfish reasons. It's wonderful.
It's
that's
beautiful.
not always true throughout
I'm
history.
crying
would
over
say.
Of course, it's not always true throughout history, but I was talking about in terms of the NATO example that you're bringing forward. Because, a lot of these countries that were part of the Soviet, Soviet Russia when the USSR fell, they become part of NATO because number one, they have legitimate security concerns about Russia taking them over, and number two, that's good if they get influenced by America and Europe and become more American in Europe and less like Russia. That's a good thing for the people that live in those countries.
I agree. I also, however, think, there are aspects of like the Chinese government that, things that they do better than we do here in America. That doesn't necessarily mean that I think China just has the right to start spreading their ideology. I think you would agree throughout the region, throughout the world. And you would probably also oppose that sort of kind of cultural imperialism where it exists. And I think America would push back, sometimes militarily, sometimes not, where that kind of imperialism exists. So in the same way, I think, while it's not justifiable, you can at least understand why Russia would not want us exerting our influence like that in their region, right on their border, in the same way that if China set up shop in Mexico or Canada, we would probably be a little bit sus about it, given the missiles and more than just the fact that, their values are different than ours.
It depends how that culture or values is presented. So if America comes in and says, hey, we're going to force our values on you, then I agree that's wrong. And I don't even think that works. I mean, that definitely didn't work with Iraq and Afghanistan. And that's part of the problem, is that we've learned, hopefully, that you can't just force your values onto people. But in a situation like Ukraine or in other countries, if you just simply say, you present your values to people, or you show a model of your values to some group of people in the country, and they make the decision that, hey, we like this and we want to move towards that, then that's great. And if China had, did something like that with Mexico, and they just said, hey, look, you can follow our socialist model or whatever, even though I don't agree with it, and all the Mexicans said, hey, this is much better than the model we're following now, then I don't think that we should invade Mexico. But that's very different than if China comes in and says, like Russia is doing with Ukraine, and saying, no, you're not allowed to do what you want. You have to, follow our whims, because we have, our own concerns here.
I actually agree with a lot of that, Sitch, but one thing I want to add that's like kind of complicates my political reasoning here, and one of the reasons why I'm firmly like against the United States militarily like escalating with Russia is the nuclear arms element of that. Right. To what is the end? And that's where I start to, kind of think of it, because I think from of an obvious standpoint, like you'd have to be a lunatic to argue that like, oh, yeah, we should actually have like a fucking closed society with no elections, and like fucking Vladimir Putin's able to do whatever he wants, and let's build some statues of the guy, and like there is a faction of, we call them the tankies. Right. I don't know if you guys ever delve in that portion of the left. But yeah, the people who think that North Korea is a paradise. Like, I'm like, obviously it's deranged. And I agree, Sitch, I think that, China building up the port of Mombasa in Kenya and, exerting their, influence via capital is not like a threat to the United States in the same way that like, the United States, capitalizing a portion of Ukraine and, giving people the, ability to, I don't know, I don't want to say be exposed to Western values, because that's a little bit like 1980s, but you know what I mean, right? Like,
but it wasn't really even America. This is my kind of problem with the way Ukraine's framed. I mean, the original conflict stemmed from Ukraine deciding that it wanted to join the precursor to being in the EU. That wasn't America. They just wanted to be more European. And that's when Russia, put the kibosh on that economically. And then when that didn't work, because everyone in Ukraine basically revolted and they ended up kicking the president out, that's when Russia invades the Donbass and Crimea. So it wasn't America. They just didn't want them to become more European.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? Like, I think that if you look back at like when Russia first took Crimea, right? Like I think obviously unilaterally I would oppose that, right? Like that was a land grab, that was international aggression, like against the law, all that stuff, right? But Obama had the sense at the time to know, hey, if I go ahead and I create a hot war with Russia, that is going to get fucking ugly. He already had Syria unraveling, and I think that that's why Russia thought that they could go ahead and take Crimea without fucking adding to the like kerfuffle, because Obama's administration basically had created so many fucking fires for themselves that this was like going to be.
But what was the downside of that?
Right. No, that's what the downside of that, of course, is that it emboldened fucking Russia to do that. So my question for you is,
emboldened them to do what they did recently.
100% it emboldened them to do, and 100% it emboldened them to do it again. But my question is the United States as a singular entity and also a nuclear power, going to be able to rein that in without creating a massive escalation? We haven't shown a lot of ability to de-escalate in our time. So I think my greatest fear, and the greatest fear of Gavin, is seeing this turn into a hot war, nuclear war. Because again, like, I don't want to be lumped in with these fucking crazy assholes that think like Ukraine deserved it, like all their cousins are Russians, like they have to be clearly they don't want to be fucking Russians. Like that's just like, you know what I mean? I believe in self-determinism. I believe in fucking sovereignty of nations, right? If people have the right to fucking govern themselves, all of that shit. Like, let's not throw that out the window. My concern here is that the United States is going to throw gasoline on a fire with another nuclear power, and I think that we've the entire reason that we had a Cold War for 30 years was because at least everybody knew a hot war, mutually assured destruction, all that kind of stuff. So I'm just curious what your thoughts are on that. I know we're pressed on time.
Yeah. So I mean, I do agree that and I said this earlier when we were talking, I don't think America should be involved with troops on the ground in Ukraine to avoid a potential nuclear conflict for that reason. I know that fear was played up very big in the beginning of the conflict, the beginning of our support. Russia was, rattling its saber about using nukes and everything. It feels like, to me, at least now, that, Russia hasn't done anything about that. It feels like that concern has mostly drifted away. I don't really foresee, I mean, who knows if Trump wins or something, but I don't really see Biden deciding to amp up the conflict in any way where they send troops on the ground. It just doesn't seem to me to be like a foreseeable outcome where America is going to be involved at that level in Ukraine.
I do agree with that. Luckily, it seems like all of the fears of nuclear war were a bit overblown, but I mean, it's kind of hard. I understand the fear. Like, you don't want everyone to die, but it didn't come to fruition, didn't come to pass. And as I said to, I think it might have been in the stream where Jimmy Dore ran away, what I said to Kurt, because he kind of was very big on the nuclear thing too, which I understand is a legitimate concern, is you have to understand it's a balancing act, because if you do nothing, that also increases the chance of nuclear war going forward in the future. I mean, there's a reason that Iran, there's a reason that North Korea, there's a reason North Korea has nukes, there's a reason Iran is trying to get nukes, is because they all are afraid that America is going to come and topple their government. And they know that if they have nukes, it gives them some protection. And there's a lot of Western European countries and just in the region that don't have nukes, and they don't feel like they need nukes because they felt safe. But if Russia goes and invades Ukraine and it takes them over, topples their country, that shattered, as we saw, that shattered the illusion of safety for a lot of European countries. And so if we do nothing and we say, hey, if you have nukes, you're allowed to go take over whatever country you want, that's basically sending a signal to every country in the world to go make nukes. So it definitely increases nuclear proliferation exponentially if we do nothing. I think that's fair.
Hey guys, we only have about 15 more minutes, but if you guys have anything you guys want to talk about, I didn't want to invite you guys on and just...
Oh no, honestly, and I hope that everything's, I've been enjoying our fucking discourse together. The only thing I was going to say was we'd already touched on Marvel. I know you guys are like movie entertainment guys, and one of the things Gavin and I have been trying to prioritize on our show is that the left like fucking shits itself whenever you try and talk about anything like fun or normal or just like a good time. So I've been trying to, integrate things like sports and fun into our podcast. So it's not just like, well, guys, are we on the brink of World War III again? And that's one of the things I appreciate about your guys' show is that you're not afraid to just like, okay, obviously everybody wants to talk about politics, it impacts all of our lives, but like, yeah, I also want to talk about the fact that this Marvel's movie just flopped, you know what I mean? So
sure, yeah, Sitch loves talking about Barbie. So, and you guys
dude,
actually brought up Barbie.
You guys you go ahead, Zach. I was just gonna say, you guys got Adam on from YMS, right?
Yeah.
Yes, yeah, that
Dude,
was a lot of fun.
I was so envious when I saw that he was on your guys' show. I've been a fan of his work for like a fucking decade now. I didn't get a chance to watch it yet, but that's super cool you had him on.
Well, it's
Reach out
funny.
to him. He might talk to you. Why
It's
not?
it's funny because I'm glad that both you guys, I don't know if you liked Barbie or not, but you both acknowledged that it was like very, very political. And it's funny because, when I talk to YMS and other people, we get in these big arguments about really whether Barbie is that political or not. Which to me, it's just kind of baffling that people are like, no, it's not that political.
Is that what Adam was saying? Oh, sorry, Zach. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh no, I was just
Sort
gonna say I
of.
like Greta Gerwig a lot. And I just think, of course, it was like it's just ridiculous to argue that it was political. Like I don't know how to people
That it wasn't, you mean?
that it wasn't political. Yes, excuse me. I think that it's hard to argue with that. Like people could make the case, like you could make the case that these identity politics shouldn't be political, but in the current stage of the fucking world as we're inhabiting it, of course they are. And that's just, it's kind of ridiculous. And I actually was super stoked. Gavin, I think, was also really stoked going into it because I love Greta Gerwig. I think that she's a real talented director. If anybody was going to be able to helm this like weird, fucked up Barbie movie, I loved the fashion, the set design. I thought that, it was really well put together and well thought out, but I fucking hated the script, dude. I couldn't get over the script the whole movie. I wanted to like it, and I was sitting there and I was like, man, it hit me as one of those movies that I just wasn't going to be able to relate to because it was trying so hard to make me relate to the thing that it was presenting.
See, my thing with Barbie is I actually thought it did a really good job of kind of marrying the political themes with the characters and the story in the first like half or maybe even like 75% of the film. I thought that some of the political commentary was pretty clever. And even though it wasn't subtle, like I didn't think it was terribly preachy. I do think in the last like 30 or 45 minutes of that movie, it really kind of like just descends, not to sound like a fucking, conservative, but it does kind of descend into fucking postmodernism and just like you can't even take the story or the characters seriously anymore because everything is just like, it's just commentary on society, and it just stops even being about the actual story that it's telling in the first half. So I do find that to be like really annoying when movies do that.
Do you guys have like a favorite movie or something? Go ahead.
A lot of
for sure. Wait, Gavin and I were just ironing out our top 5. Like, how there was that weird like Instagram thing. It was like the 5 movies to get to know me. I would love to know
what were they?
Mine, Dazed and Confused, Clerks.
Okay, there we go. Linklater.
There will be. Oh, dude, I am a huge.
How about Waking Life?
Love Waking Life.
Yeah.
Dude, that
really?
movie's incredible.
Okay, not many people like that movie.
It's basically like reworking Slacker, but into like a weird dreamscape. I thought it was super interesting. I fucked with
did
Linklater.
too. Yeah,
But it is
an acquired taste
narrative as opposed to just people talking, because the narrative part is very interesting, but they never really do anything with it.
In Waking Life.
Yeah, that's the fact. The guy can't wake up, or he doesn't know.
Right. It's like a lucid dream, essentially.
Yeah. Sure.
Yeah, it's been a while since I've seen Waking Life, but I do remember loving it.
Dazed and Confused. There was another link. Clerks. What was it? What else?
Clerks, The Social Network, There Will Be Blood, and Good Time were the ones that rounded out for me.
There Will Be Blood is pretty awesome. Yeah,
dude, it's amazing, and that's a proof that you can make a movie that is just 100% political, but do it with such depth and richness that it's like it's a commentary on so much, and also obviously specific on the like perils of obviously the oil industry, but also the like
it's super complex too, because the guy is kind of a like a-hole through the whole thing, but he takes care of the other guy's kid. He totally raises him as his own kid. So
until it's inconvenient, though. Until it's inconvenient, that's the whole point. And then he's a bastard in a basket. Remember when he like disowns his son?
Yeah.
Why does he? I don't remember why. Why does he disown him?
Because he stops being like convenient, essentially, for his ability to make money.
When he's deaf for like a while.
Yeah, but that was the reason why he did that, was to get sympathy in order to make more money and like
only seen it once,
appear to be. Yeah, it's a great film.
I just remember that
excellent.
I just remember the end was really goofy to me because everyone talks about the milkshake scene, which is at the end, but after when he beats the guy to death with the bowling pin or something at the end of the movie, I think that was like the first time you saw blood in the movie, and then it cuts to the title, There Will Be Blood, and I just started laughing because it was like, oh, well, they said there will be blood, and there it is right at the end.
They paid it off.
There it is.
What was the last movie you said? Because I don't think I've even seen that movie.
Oh, the movie? It was by the Safdie brothers. It was their debut, like big budget I think maybe they'd done a couple of short films in New York, but yeah, it was Robert Pattinson. It's like a 90-minute thrill. Saw it with Gavin when we were in college, and it was like one of my favorite movie experiences.
What
of all
is it
time.
called?
A Good Time.
Good Time.
They made it like 2 years before Uncut Gems came out. It's really fun.
If you like Uncut Gems, you'll fucking love Good Time.
It has one of the most trippy scenes ever where they get a Sprite bottle filled with acid, and boy, I won't tell you anything else.
2017. I'll check it out. Yeah.
But
yeah, that's cool.
Gavin's the real film buff. He's got the more esoteric takes.
Yeah, my favorite movie outside of David Lynch. David Lynch is my favorite filmmaker. So like all of his
really.
movies,
Now
yeah.
That's an acquired taste right there. Yeah.
He's got a
look.
Lynch
I love
shrine.
David Lynch movies. Like Lost Highway is one of my favorites.
That's actually my favorite
amazing.
Lynch film. Yeah, that's my
Oh
favorite
yeah,
Lynch film.
yeah.
Wow.
I saw that in the movie theater and I was like, oh my god.
When it
this is
came out, or like on
amazing.
a re-release.
No, I saw it when it came out. Yeah.
Oh, that's so
Amazon,
badass, bro.
man.
That's
And
so badass.
look, all the
The
people I
soundtrack
went
is
with were
crazy.
all the people I went with were just complaining after the movie about how terrible it was,
That would
and
be
I was
me.
like,
I was like, what is this artsy fartsy bullshit?
look, that's when I realized I'm not like other people. Because I mean, I was in heaven the whole time I was watching that movie. It's so good.
Yeah, dude,
Yeah.
I love that film. But what's your favorite movie?
I like the movie. I like the movie Fight Club. I like the movie The Matrix. I like the movie. I like Time Bandits a lot, which is kind of
nice.
a
Terry Gilliam.
strange movie. Yeah.
Yeah, did you hear Johnny
I
Depp
don't-
might
look-
be in the new Terry Gilliam movie? I don't know if you care about that.
Oh
but
well, that makes sense. I didn't.
Yeah.
You know, I didn't like the Terry Gilliam movie with Heath Ledger where Heath Ledger died. I can't
I never
remember the
saw
name of
that one.
movie, but
I know what you're
it
talking
wasn't.
about.
Dr.
It wasn't very good.
Emporium's
Yeah.
Imaginarium or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know what you're
It
talking
wasn't-
about.
Wasn't
It
good.
wasn't very good. But Terry Gilliam, I think, is like he's very intuitive filmmaker, and I'm a very story guy. So
Brazil has the worst ending of all time, Adam.
Brazil is
What?
amazing. Sitch is
Love
totally
Brazil.
wrong.
Love
And
Brazil. 12
The
Monkeys
end is
also
so
great.
awful. You're
12 Monkeys. 12 Monkeys is great too.
12 Monkeys
That's
is good. That's a good one.
Bruce Willis and
Yep.
Brad Pitt.
Brad Pitt. Yeah,
Brad Pitt playing
is like
very
amazing
against type.
in that movie.
Yes.
Mhm. Yeah, he's a
Yes.
weirdo in that one. That's a
He
good
used to
film.
do that shit too. He used to actually take interesting roles. I feel like he gets a bad rep, but he had a tear in the 90s.
No, Brad Pitt's a fantastic actor.
Yeah, for sure.
I really like that movie, Children of Men. That's probably one of my
that's,
favorite movies. Yeah.
Is that Alfonso Cuarón?
Yeah, we were just talking about
Yep.
Alfonso Cuarón. Remember, I was debating you about Gravity.
That's the one. Dude, Y Tu Mamá También could have been on my fucking short list that I just gave you, but I didn't want to sound like an asshole just to sound like I was saying like a fucking Spanish film, but or a film that's in Spanish. But I love early Alfonso Cuarón.
Children of Men has the amazing long scenes before that became a thing, before they started doing movies that were like one entire shot.
Yeah.
So that's amazing. Also, Children of Men has the best up-down ending where it's the protagonist loses and wins because he manages to save the woman, and also, but he dies in the end. Like he gets shot and he's trying to keep it from her. So
Yeah.
it's very, very, very
It's bittersweet. Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
That's a great film. I need to
Which is
rewatch
always
Children of
amazing.
Men. But yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah.
Totally.
Yeah, no, I love Under the Skin, which
Yeah.
is a very like
I
acquired
fucking love that
taste.
movie too, bro.
The thing about Under the Skin is it could have been so much better if you actually knew what was going on. I knew what was going on because I went to the internet. I was like,
Oh, you
after I
think
watched
so?
it, yeah. Well, it's
think
so
it's
vague.
I think it kind of
Yeah.
works better that way because part of the mystery of that movie is like guessing like what exactly the fuck is she doing? Like why is she doing what she's doing? What is even going on here? I think
Yeah,
if you
totally.
just like, gave away the mystery at the very beginning, that could ruin some of the intrigue of that film. But I see what you're saying.
Do you
It
figure
could,
out
but
at the
look,
end? Do they even explain what the fuck's going on?
It's not super clear at the end though. I'm with you. Like if they came out at the very end and you realize, okay, like she's an alien. Once she figured
robot.
well, look, it's not even really clear in the movie.
Yeah, it's kind
But
of ambiguous.
once she kind of wises up to like, what the hell is going on here, and just starts experimenting, like going complete scientific method, like I'm going to figure out what the hell's going on. Then the movie really picks up the pace. So
I worked
But
at
yeah.
AMC when that came out, but I never caught it. I know I remember you liked it, Gavin.
Yeah, actually, the director of that film, Jonathan Glazer, just made his first film since Under the Skin, which is about to come out. It's called Zone of Interest. It's about the Holocaust, actually, and apparently it's freaking amazing. So I'm super excited for that. I mean, as excited as you can be for a movie about the Holocaust.
Dude,
If you want to see
Son of Saul, oh my god,
Yeah,
I haven't seen that. If you want to see a good political movie, The Contender is really good. It's about a female vice president. And who's the guy that plays the dude in The Big Lebowski?
Jeff
Bridges.
Jeff Bridges, yeah. He plays the president of the United States. And it totally shows that actor's versatility. Like he can go from playing the dude in The Big Lebowski to playing the president of the United States, and it's completely convincing. Like he just gravitas just emanates from him as the president. It's so awesome. Yeah.
I'll have to check that out. Big Lebowski is another one of my probably top 5 or top 10 movies.
Oh yeah, Big
It's
Lebowski is
fucking good.
amazing.
Yeah, so good.
What's
So,
your,
yeah,
what's
thanks-
your
Oh,
favorite?
what was that, man?
What's your favorite video game for narrative storytelling?
I do not go to video
Gavin
games for
skips
narrative
every
story.
story.
Wow!
Yeah, I skip all the story scenes.
There
I
you
was
go.
like,
Look at this, Gavin.
God,
Look, you're there to shoot
terrible.
things, right?
Oh
Yup.
my god!
Gavin will play 2 video games. Oh, he has actually he bought a GameCube so he could have the like Super Smash Brother Godzilla game. But the only other thing he'll do is run around the forest in Skyrim, or we will pass the controller back and forth and try and see who can get to 5 stars in GTA. That's it. No missions, nothing. Just
There you
fucking-
go.
You're excited
There
for
you
GTA 6
go.
in like 2 years.
Yeah, we didn't
Yeah.
even get into the GTA 6 discourse. I was interested in your guys' take
I'm
on that.
excited. I
But
don't give
What
a
is the
fuck.
discourse? I don't even know.
some
People
people
are
think it's
pissed
like,
because you
yeah,
have to
some
kill cops
conservatives,
and
I guess.
stuff.
Well, yeah, and people are like, it's, giving into the degradation of society or something, like very 90s kind of
Oh, I
arguments
saw
against.
the Elon Musk tweet about that. Yeah.
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 I see. Yeah, it's very bizarre, but
Well, that will be interesting if when that game comes out, you see the sort of conflux between the sort of more anti-woke right clashing with the classically conservative, more religious right of like, oh, this is, you're fighting the police in GTA. This is bad,
yeah, totally. It's super interesting to see because like 10 years ago, people were also pissed off about video games, but it was all the SJWs, and now I feel like a lot of the anti-SJWs are just the new SJWs, if that
I
makes
mean,
sense.
it will go in the cycle. So we'll see
Yeah.
if the pendulum swings fully back in that direction. I hope it doesn't, but it very well could.
Yeah. This was a fun convo, though, guys. Really appreciate you having us on. And I was
course.
glad to get a more fleshed out and nuanced view of your foreign policy. That tweet didn't quite, give the encapsulation that I needed.
Listen, I'm a very nuanced, intelligent person. But listen, I like talking to you guys too, because I feel like even if we disagree, I just feel like I feel like we're able to communicate to deeper positions than very often people can't get there.
Yeah,
No,
a lot of
Gavin and I
times we
both
try
hate
to
that
talk
shit.
to people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Um,
And they
That's
just
always nice.
they won't go anywhere. It's just all surface level. And it kind of feels like they're trying to hide the ball a little bit, which is always frustrating. So you guys probably
Right.
experience that as well.
Yeah. We tried not
If
to
you're
hide the
talking
ball
to
too
people.
much today, but I thought it was a good discussion.
listen,
Nope, just
I know
go
you
full
guys are all
Magic
just
Johnson
waiting
with that ball. No, okay.
to like pull the mask off and have full tanky, and you want the CCP to take over the world. But
That's
I
exactly what I was
appreciate
saying.
you, hiding that. So.
Once we abolish capital and all hierarchy, we'll forge the next Garden of Eden. You guys
There
can follow
you
me
go.
on my next sermon. The Church of the Branch Vanguardians. No, I'm kidding.
Right. I know we asked this the first time, but I don't actually remember the answer. Do you guys identify as socialists, social democrats, liberals?
I always just say I'm like a fucking hardcore lefty in American political sense. Like my old
That's a very dangerous thing to say.
stock
nowadays,
response is like I could shout at the top of my lungs that I'm like a fucking democratic fucking socialist, and
Mhm.
I don't believe in like hierarchy or whatever, but that's not applicable in like regular everyday American life. I feel like a lot of times it's just LARPing to be like, I'm a fucking Marxist Trotskyite. I'm like, I don't even know what the
Sure.
fuck that means. I'm just a regular guy. I'm a bartender. I want fucking people to have health care. You know what I
Mhm.
mean? I don't want anybody to fucking like get hassled because of their
Do you
fucking
want to
religion or
abolish
identity.
capitalism?
I mean, I wouldn't rule it out, Sitch. I wouldn't rule it out.
Okay, so you're agnostic on the capitalist question.
Well, let's
Okay.
let's call it a stream, and
Yeah.
well, we have another guest coming on, so that's a thing. But let you guys reach out anytime you guys want to talk about anything, and we can do another stream on capitalism and anti-capitalism, Sitch.
That'd be great. That'd be a lot of fun, actually. I'll be down for that.
Sure.
All right, I'll reach out to you guys and we'll schedule something.
Sweet. You guys take care. Thanks for having us on.
Yeah, take care.
Everyone have a great night.
Found someone that likes your awful art movies, Adam. You must be excited.
I know. And he doesn't want your story in video games. Oh God.
Doesn't like video games, likes your artsy fartsy movies. So thrilled. You found yourself in younger form, younger lefter form, okay?
Well, let me tell you, David Lynch, that's my guy.
Oh God. Okay. Terrible.
Well, that was fun, man. That was fun. And we got some good stuff going on, the politics stuff too, as well. So
right. Okay, well, I'll read some super chats.
Cool.
While we wait. Mark Twain's Revenge, thanks so much for the $100. Thank you so much. Says Christian theologians had to create just war theory because Christianity had no inherent justification for war in its teaching or prescripts. Really? That's fascinating.
Of course.
I didn't know that.
Sitch, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
Christianity is the best. You just need to...
There you go. Just need to open my heart to Christ.
Yeah, do it.
Is that it? Yeah. Open up to the Lord. What's going on?
Hello. Is it working?
It's working.
Yeah, what's up, Sean? How you doing?
I'm still very super boomer with this stuff. It's like the first time I've used Zoom before in my entire life, and I'm dumb. I left the stream on, so I can't hear what's going on right now.
Oh, okay. You're hearing the echo?
And I'm like the guy who called into a radio show and left his radio on.
Yeah.
There's like
Sir, can you turn off your radio, please?
It's like a 30-second delay.
Yes. This is the second time you use Zoom. What are you talking about?
It's
you used Zoom with us before.
Third time you used this, right? You've been on twice before. So third time.
No, I think we did Discord the first time.
No, we did not.
Speaking of David Lynch, that show Twin Peaks is really, really good. David Lynch is a very good character writer.
Hell yeah, he is.
He actually feel like the people in his stories are real people with more than just with more than just fitting an archetype. There's a lot of weird stuff that goes on that show.
Twin Peaks was amazing. Have you seen that? There's like a 4-hour video that explains Twin Peaks.
No, I want to watch it now, though.
That is some sort of metaphor with the media. It's pretty good.
Possibly a lot of Freemasonry in that, though, like the lodges and stuff like that.
Right. But he even goes, I guess Twin Peaks. I mean, David Lynch came out and did a bunch of seasons of Twin Peaks after Twin Peaks was out of the public eye. I guess he did them independently.
I'm not sure about that. So what I know is that in the 90s, they did 2 seasons, and then they basically finished the show, or it got canceled, and they finished it because it got canceled. And then there was a movie made. I'm not sure if that was actually in between season 1 and season 2, or if it was made after. I can't really remember. But during one of either the movie or season 1 or season 2, one of the characters goes into like a mystery dream dark lodge thing and says, "I'll see you in 25 years." And so in 2017, that was the 25th anniversary of the show or something like that, or of that scene. So they did a season 3 of the show.
Wow. Yeah.
As far as I remember.
I think he covers that in the video. I'll look it up and I'll send it to you. But
we were going to talk about how, before we move off the subject, how is it that it's very interesting that you and Gavin, how is it you have this mentality where you like all this like artsy fartsy, weird, kind of cerebral, slow movies, but then when it comes to video games, you have no patience for any of that stuff, and you're just like, I just want to run around going shooty bang bang. Like, how does that make sense?
Yeah, Twin Peaks is very slow.
I'm so glad you pointed that out, because I mean, life, it's a mystery, isn't it? I mean,
really... you take the Ben Shapiro approach. Yeah, it's just God.
I can't possibly know the mind of God. Okay, and you're the one arguing that I don't even have free will over it. So.
I missed one. Someone pointed out that there's a Psych episode that's dedicated to Twin Peaks that I forgot to mention. I'm sure that counts as the part of the lore. Psych was a show where a guy pretends to be a psychic and he solves crimes.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
But that's an old show now.
I do remember that show. So
Anyway.
we were gonna. You had read The Righteous Mind, something that we talk about a lot, which is cool as fuck, to be honest with you.
Well, if you want to say read, that's cool, but actually listen to it on audiobook.
Yeah. Look,
Adam listens to everything on audiobook. He's never read
some-
a book in his life.
Why would you even read
some of
anything
us,
anymore?
some of us count that as reading.
I do. I mean, now it's a podcast. Now I can like wash dishes and drive and stuff like that and have it as
Yes.
productive time instead of just staring at the wall blankly or something like that.
You stare at the wall when you read? Oh, when you listen to things.
Yeah. Also, it's like my attention span, because I'm super ADHD. So like I can read like 10 pages at a time, but with an audiobook, I can read probably 40, 50, 60 pages at a time relative to the material. So you can
Right.
just do it way faster.
True. That's true.
I totally agree. Yeah. I put it on. But what was your take on it?
So with a
Can-
book like that, it's really, really difficult because I've already learned a lot of the material from other things. So it's very,
Right.
very hard to say like what the complete takeaway is. Like, oh, I learned something, but it's like there's a lot of little points where it's like, oh, that describes this a little bit more, that describes that a little bit more. So being a book about moral psychology, I liked how, I don't know if this is I talked about this before, where like men and women have different moral patterns, and like the red pill space some of the more crazy people in the red pill space will use that to say that women are immoral, whatever. I'm not sure if the morality patterns that they were talking about between the left and the right were the same ones, but that was interesting because it tells you how to talk to people, where it's like, if you want to communicate to people on the left, you need to make arguments that involve compassion and fairness, versus the right, it's more like you can do whatever. Compassion, fairness, loyalty, what are the three other ones were. So I thought that was interesting in terms of someone who's
Authority, sanctity, loyalty.
I think there's one more.
Liberty, oppression, fairness.
Was that on a
cheating,
different metric? Because I think everybody cares
care,
about
harm.
liberty, oppression.
No, it's fairness by proportionality that everyone cares about. It's
Okay.
Liberty, oppression is the psychological reactance. It's that feeling that you get when people tell you you can't do that, and you think, boy, I really want to do that now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So
I mean, I'm assuming you get that when people say like, you can't park there, and you're like, fuck, I'm gonna park there right now.
oh yeah, instantly. The second someone tells me I can't do something, is the minute I want to do it. Otherwise, you kind of have to be careful with that in content creation too, where it's like you don't want to bring up certain points where it's like, okay, as soon as I say don't do that, people are just going to immediately do that. Like probably doxing is an example of that, where it's like, don't look into this, and then immediately people are going to look into that.
Yeah, no, that is psychological reactance. Yeah, that's a whole moral foundation.
So I did like that part of the book. I do like this is part of the realm of already known. People are largely they're largely like victim to their own background psychology, and a lot of people don't really know why they do things. And that's what's described as the elephant versus the rider. And you can kind of learn
that's
how
what
to
I was
control.
going to ask you. Look, everyone is always we talk about the elephant and the rider a lot, but we haven't explained it well. What is can you explain that?
As he describes it, so it's a combination of base principles based on genetics or your past experiences or your upbringing. And so all that's going to guide what you perceive as moral or immoral when you're an adult. And a lot of that stuff is reasonably universal, and a lot of it's really weird and random depending on what culture you're in. So like one of the more fun parts of the thing, this is probably, we already knew this, but like here's a different explanation of this, where it's like they gave a bunch of different moral tests to people across different cultures. So in India, they said, would you do this? In America, they said, would you do that? Where the Indian people would say like, oh no, this is totally immoral, versus the Americans like, no, it's fine, whatever. I think one of them, I don't remember, they try to do like really gruesome things, like, is it okay to eat a dog or something like that?
Yeah, that's one of the experiments.
Versus
or hypotheticals.
Yeah, I just can't remember like the very specific rangy ones off the top of my head. But that was kind of an interesting point.
Is it okay to eat the family dog when it dies of natural causes? Yeah, right. Or the guy who buys a turkey and has sex with it before he eats.
I was going to mention that one. Is like, how much of this is YouTube friendly?
Right. Yeah. No, I love those questions. Those questions are hilarious.
Yeah. I mean, like, if no one sees it technically, but it's like, would you do it? Probably not, because your past experiences, morality, and stuff like that. I'm sure there's somebody who would if they were really deranged.
Right. Well, I mean, those questions are interesting because he was talking about how, like, in America versus India, like, we put a lot more weight on individual freedom and liberty. So in America, when you ask someone like why you shouldn't, fuck a turkey, or like why you shouldn't, like, eat the dog or something, like sometimes Americans have a little bit more difficulty expressing, even though they don't like it because it triggers their disgust mechanism. They might have a little bit trouble explaining why it's bad, where in other cultures where liberty and freedom isn't so valued as much as like the purity element of things, they'll very easily explain why it's like, degenerate or gross to like fuck an animal.
Yeah. Well, there's also an interesting point where on that, like if someone has a base morality, they will make up reasons to justify why something is immoral or moral. And so what they would do is train the people asking the questions to listen to just memorize all those objections and say, so it's like the dog is dead and you eat it. But they're like, well, surely someone would see. Is like, no, all the windows are closed. It died. Nobody knew you had the dog.
Right.
Like,
yes.
But like, what if my computer screen was on and it was recording for some reason? So people would just make up justification, and they would never say it was immoral or anything, or there wasn't a moral compass to that.
Right. They intuitively knew it was wrong, but they didn't know how to articulate it. And then the questioners would be very good to like try to box them in just to try to get to that position.
That part was funny.
Yes.
I think probably the best answer to that, if the dog is dead and you decide to eat it and no one's around to see it, and all the contraindications are accounted for, you could just say, well, it's going to change you as a person.
Right.
But that'd be and then I'm sure they probably try to find an objection to that.
Mm-hmm.
But what if it doesn't?
Do you think the book gave you a better understanding of human behavior that you could use like in your daily life?
That's where it's hard to say, because a lot of the stuff I've heard from other books, but there are, if we're talking about making arguments to cater to specific groups of people, you could say like, oh, well, have more of an affinity to the right, so I probably already know how to communicate to people on the right. But if I'm trying to make an argument in a video that appeals to the left, because I'm trying to bring more people towards the center, then I could say, well, I need to sit here and appeal to loyalty and fairness and compassion, which I have done. Yeah. Which I have done, in certain videos.
I'm always skeptical of that. I feel like a lot of times people feel like if they say the right words, it's gonna be more convincing. But I'm not sure that just framing the argument in a way that's more palatable to people is really going to cut through kind of the tribalness that we're at right now. It seems like a lot of the positions people have, they have for tribal reasons, not really for argumentation reasons.
If they have them for tribal reasons, so I would say this, is that if I'm making a video against Hassan or Ludwig or Vosh or Noah Samson, I'm not trying to convince them. I'm not going to. I'm trying to convince people in their audience who are not decided, who just say like, oh, I kind of watch this guy, sort of. And that's probably going to be most of their audience. If they're good creators, it's going to be most of their audience is going to be undecided or like just casual viewers. That's typically what you want if you're trying to get as big as possible, which most of these creators are. So,
yeah. Well, it's kind of the difficulty you're talking about, Adam, where so much of it relates to the person. Because I know, like with like my own dad, who I've been trying to, red pill, right, or just make him, aware to woke shit as being a problem. He's kind of been a very die-hard Democrat and on the left for his entire life. And, I had a lot of political conversations with him for years. And the thing that like really kind of sunk in and changed his mind, it seems like substantially, was, I gave him all the background for woke stuff, why woke stuff was bad. And then he's kind of like, yeah, it's bad, but, he wasn't really like buying into 100%. But then for his own reasons, he reread a book that was all about the Duke lacrosse thing. And my dad went to Duke, so he was like a diehard Duke guy. And he remembered that incident. Yeah, and he remembered that experience of being very upset at Duke during the time period. And when he read the Duke lacrosse book, he saw like all the languages that the teachers was using and the justifications for everything. It was all like the woke shit he's seeing today. And then after that, he read kind of the James Lindsay Cynical Theories book, and he saw that it lined up. And then that, when he saw that lineup happen that matched his own personal experience, boom, it like suddenly clicked in his mind.
Yeah, there are certain triggers that you have to hit, and that's what makes people effective communicators. It's not just like the most logical argument. Is can you make a logical argument that fits inside the framework of what somebody will understand?
Exactly.
So that would be more. People tend to take like you always hear this from like the evilest people, like hypnotists or pickup artists. But there's a thing that is if you want to communicate to lots and lots of people on a kind of an emotional level, on a level that they will get, you need to learn a thing called neuro-linguistic programming, which is just primarily how to use communication techniques so the words that you say will hit. So if probably the easiest example of this is we don't understand words, we understand the experiences that come with the word. So if you imagine the word fire in your head, somebody might think of like a campfire, somebody might think of like Elon Musk might think of jet propulsion, somebody might think of a match or a stove. So you're going to have a different understanding of that word based on your past experiences with it, maybe how you first experienced, maybe you burnt yourself or something like that. And so if you can understand that people experience words differently, then you can understand how to communicate them based on that experience of the word.
Exactly.
So that was helpful in the book. He does talk about the affect of certain words, and they even do some experiments.
Yeah, that might have crossed over things I already know. I learned that from a book called Frogs into Princes, which I don't think you can get that anymore, but you can find it on YouTube.
Have you read the book Influence by Cialdini?
No,
I can't remember Cialdini's first name. But
if it's important, just write it into the Twitter chat.
Yeah. No, that book is super amazing. But so there's a few ideas in the book. I think one of the things that I think he does really well is like he talks about arguing different moral propositions, and he says, look, if you're arguing morality, you have to speak to someone's elephant before you speak to their rational mind. And he does build this metaphor of the elephant is kind of the subconscious emotional feelings that we get about various things, anything, words, events, traditions, all kinds of things. You'll get some sort of intuition about them. And then your logical mind steps in and tries to rationalize whatever that feeling is towards those things. But he structures the book, which I think is brilliant. And this could be used in videos and storytelling and all kinds of things. He structures the book as to not offend your elephant before he starts getting into the stuff that is probably could be most offensive, which I think is very, very brilliant. So he tries to kind of talk to the elephant first. And he does this like in certain ways. He's explaining various things and he's not taking a position on anything. He's kind of just laying out like, if you believe this, you're this kind of person. If you believe this, you're this kind of person. If you believe this, you're this kind of person. And there's like no moral judgment whatsoever.
Yeah.
So I thought that was kind of cool.
That's something especially if you're getting into something more controversial, you actually have to do as a creator to not get lots of backlash or get people, especially if you're trying to get people, because to some extent you want to get people who disagree with you to listen, and everybody should be doing that on either side of the political spectrum so that people see a bigger range. So it's like if it's the right side only saying crazy conspiracy shit, people aren't going to listen on the left, and it's the same thing on the left. They're doing crazy conspiracy shit. No one on the right's going to listen, and everybody's just going to be in their own little echo chambers. So the way you do that is you put your more rangy opinions at the end of your video or towards the middle or after you've already kind of caught people's attention or spoken to the elephant first, if you want to say it that way. So yeah, that's definitely a good writing technique.
So do you think you can persuade people, and did the book affect your take on that in one direction or the other? Where are you at now as far as persuading people goes?
Pretty much just where I was before. I mean, you can persuade people to an extent. It really depends on where their ideas are. Like if there are some radical feminists, I'm not going to make the perfect anti-woke video that changes that person's beliefs.
Why not? Would it involve hypnotism?
I would actually have to specifically talk to that person and make a specific set of videos for those people, and it would probably still fail because you would have to. I don't know. At that point, I think it becomes sort of like an addiction. The people who say I was crazy this or crazy that, they typically have some sort of horrendous experience with that group of people or with that
Yes.
those
Oh,
things,
yeah,
and then
so
they have their rock bottom moment, and then they switch.
Right. They get betrayed by their group, and then they lose faith in the philosophy.
So Lacey Green's probably a good example of that, where she was more into the radical sections of the left. She is like, hey, I want to be less radical, and they all throw her under the bus.
Right.
Now she still retains her left wing beliefs, is that properly, but she's not as far to left as she was before. Like she doesn't she doesn't say stupid shit like the wage gap and stuff like that without context.
Do you agree that persuasion is really kind of a product that everyone wants on YouTube? I feel like a lot of people listen to our content and they want us to make arguments that they can use to persuade friends and family, and also that we will go out in the world and try to persuade others, like that socialism is incorrect or critical race theory is cancer or whatever political objective it is.
Yeah, a lot of people want that. Like, here's the one video that will red pill you on this subject. Like, I can show all my friends. Like, a lot of people want that, but it's hard to bring that understanding where it's like you can't use words. You need to use. I mean, on a basic level, yes, you can. But I'm sure all of us have been in a bunch of dumb internet arguments where everybody argues their side, nobody listens, and you move on with your day more pissed off, but with less time. So that's not how this works.
Is that thing the Holy Grail or the Fountain of Youth? And as in, like, it doesn't exist and never will.
Persuasion? I mean, you just have to be horrendously good at it. Like there are ways to do it. There's a ways to do it in very, very limited ways. And obviously people are going to be limited by their own skill, but some people are better than others.
Is it possible to make that video, though, that is like the video that you can show anyone that will turn any leftist into a conservative or any?
No, it's not possible, because you have to cater to the elephant in specific cases, and not every leftist has the same experience of fire as the other ones do.
Oh, yeah.
So if, let's say a lot of people take radical positions because of trauma experiences. Let's say your trauma experience was a sexual assault versus physical abuse. You're going to see things differently. And so if I'm going to undo that, I would probably have to show, let's say someone was sexually assaulted and that's why they're radical leftist. Well, let me show you a video where a radical leftist sexually assaulted another one or something like that. Well, that probably wouldn't work, but that'd be on that line of thinking. You have to cater that specific thing. And so that would hit all those types of people. Then you make a video on the violent assault or neglect for why they took that radical position. But typically, it's one of the harder reasons why it's really, really hard to focus on people who are super radical, because you're often going against very, very traumatic experiences that they've had as children or during their adulthood. And but like, this is a huge problem with vegans. Like, there are people who are vegans because they like the diet, because they don't want to hurt animals. And there are people who are vegans because they're nuts. Like,
so I thought all vegans were nuts. Look, I occasionally make the argument that veganism is immoral and it drives them insane.
I'd be willing to listen to, but before that, you could say that the people who, like, because I was a vegan for 7 years and I quit because I'm weak.
But, well, no, because you realized it was immoral, and you were like, "Look,
well,
I can't
like,
do this to my friends and family." Okay,
hey, look at how many rats and gophers and things are killed with corn farming. Also, you would have to farm more corn and soy if you're going to feed all the vegans and stuff like that, because cows can eat 80% of the plant. We can only eat 20% of it, so you're actually now requiring more farm space. So
look at the
like
writer working double time for you just because you want a cheeseburger.
Yeah. So. Yeah, and think of it that way, because like
it's true. It's true.
But so let's say that the PETA vegans. I always hated PETA when I was a vegan because they're nuts.
Did you say pedo vegan?
PETA.
Oh, I was really confused.
No, they should rename their organization then.
Yeah,
it's very close. The T and D sounds are very similar.
Yes,
on the verbal spectrum. So it's hard to watch what PETA does and see some of this activism as is this activism for animals, or is this like a sexual fetish? Because they're doing like lots of like pornographic displays of like a person who is naked,
Right.
but she's like being feathered and like tortured and abused, but in public. So now it gets the like, is this really appropriate to do in public because there's children around? Yeah, so
it's hurting their cause. That's destroying them with people's elephants.
Yeah, well, why do they do that then? Like, they can't be this stupid. They're either
they
really
are.
ideologically possessed, or that's not why PETA exists.
Well, I'm assuming, I don't know what's their elephant is. They might have sexual fetishes for, underneath, but their writer is telling them that if they do this big, shocking sexual display, people will talk about it and cover it, and that will help their cause.
Yeah, but
they're going to talk about it badly, about how all those people are crazy, and you know
what they say. There's no bad publicity.
Yeah, I mean, to a certain extent, but that's not really the case anymore because the internet. That's the case when like all media is controlled and you can't do some expose and everything is, once it's 5 minutes old, everybody forgets.
Right.
But if you have people who repeatedly engage in negative press, it's going to ruin their reputation pretty extensively.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what their numbers are, or the numbers of people becoming vegan is. I wouldn't be surprised if they're operating under an older pre-internet model of publicity that doesn't work anymore.
A lot of people are. Like I saw like the churches are. I was coming home from the grocery store and I saw a guy advertising it, walking down the intersection advertising the church. And I was like, "What are you doing? Like this? you want to convince one person or no people?" Brittany and I were at the airport going to New York a few weeks ago, and there was like a Jehovah's Witness sign in front of the TSA line, and like the Jehovah's Witnesses just look bored out of their minds and like, are they forced to be here? Do they know this doesn't work?
They are forced to be there.
Wait, who the fuck is at the airport? No one ever likes to be in an airport.
Yeah, like
who's at the airport? Like, oh my god, I have to be hassled to be at the airport, to go through the TSA line, to sit there, do all this shit with the plane. Is like, listen, I'm going to take time away from that to talk to a Jehovah's Witness.
Yeah, exactly. Because well, first of all, I thought they were holding up the signs like they were like, oh, we're looking for the Smith family or something like that. But they're by the TSA. So why would they be doing that?
Right.
And then I read the signs like, oh, it's dumb advertising. Like, oh, I don't want to see this. Like, I'm no
it's hilarious.
Like, and also like this horrible reputation is like, if you've ever been inconvenienced by someone who's radically religious and you have to like, once you've said one sentence to them, you've just lost 45 minutes of your time. So it's like, I'm going to lose 45 minutes of my time at the airport where I'm already in a rush. So no, like, this is a horrible advertising campaign.
Yeah, definitely.
So in the book, they have this idea that there are 6 moral foundations, but he says in the book that there could be more moral foundations. How did you think the book was on convincing you of, they call it moral foundations theory, this idea that all of morality is structured on these intuitions that we have that are biologically based?
I mean, I don't see anything wrong with that idea.
So
give a very short answer, yeah, that
right,
seems to be correct.
You've read a lot of, we talk to people often who seem to have a huge aversion to evolutionary psychology. You don't seem to have that same. You're down with evolutionary psychology.
There can be issues with it where it's like, how do you know exactly what happened when we weren't there? I mean, a lot of things can change culturally in just 50 years, even without the internet. Like, how can we go back to thousands of years or tens of thousands of years and know what's going on? But I mean, if you can make a reasonable argument that describes how people are today, and it produces results that get you what you want, or works, like it helps you convince more people, or it helps you solve a problem without creating a massive negative side effect, then I don't see anything necessarily wrong with that. Obviously, a lot of people get insane with evolutionary psychology and how things are supposed to be when, I don't know, maybe not. That's one of the issues I have with like the red pill space and stuff like that. So I don't do red pill content anymore.
Yeah, we talked to Rollo Tomasi once on the show, and
he's big into that.
Yeah, he's was a big fan of David M. Buss, who I love. I've read all of his books and just find him fascinating. But I do get the sense that a lot of the red pill people are just kind of picking and choosing what will confirm whatever it is that they want to believe, mostly around the realm of like women are terrible and are out to get you and stuff like that.
Yeah,
That was our
like
whole conversation with Rolo. Because that was what was so funny is that like that whole conversation was just Elephant Rider because once he likes David and Bus as long as he's
where's the
saying what.
rider?
Yeah, well, there you go. Fair enough. But he likes Bus as long as Bus is saying something that validates his position against kind of about women being kind of shitty,
yeah.
and sort of like the whole Beta Bucks thing that he's sort of ran his channel off of and his career off of. And as soon as Bus kind of says, you know what, I think I was wrong about all this. Here's a different theory. He's like, nope, he sold out to the feminists.
Yeah, that's what you get when you start nuancing. You're a sellout now, or you've well, let me just say, you've lost your morals, or like there's a real problem with going from less nuance to more nuance. You have to be very, very careful about how you introduce it to an audience, and you need to do it very, very slowly and be very, very clear in your examples for why you're saying certain things.
Yeah.
So with things like Rollo Tomasi will say like pre-selection bias. Sounds very they love doing that, like leftist. We've invented big words. So that they're like the right side of that same, like I went to college, so I'm gonna use big words you don't know and pretend that's effective communication.
Right.
So pre-selection bias would be like, if a guy is around a woman, other women will like him more because he's with the other woman. Now that could be 100% true. Certainly boy bands in the past, or rappers, use that psychology, if it exists, with their videos to put a rapper band around a bunch of women so people view it more. But there's also, if you start looking at like dating profiles, or just pay attention to whose stuff is happening for and who it isn't, a lot of times what you see, the guys who are pre-selected are guys who work on their appearance and guys who have good social skills,
right,
and things like that. So is it because they're around another chick, or is it because they're more generally attractive? What?
Like a chicken and the egg thing, yeah.
Because they're players.
Or is it because of both? So like it seems like a lot of people who are complaining don't really take care of their appearance that much, like horrendously.
I'm assuming, I don't know what the answer is, but I'm assuming they've done studies where they try to like get some guy who looks very schlubby, I should say, and they have like, they make it look like a bunch of women are into him, just to see if like other women will be like, oh, there must be something going on there.
He must be rich, because I mean,
right?
Even,
exactly.
I think even that's a cope where it's like, yeah, they don't like you, they'll just take your money.
Yeah.
So it's like, why not just shower, bro, or something like that. Like I get a lot for people who are very developmentally behind. Maybe they didn't have friends when they were. I mean, this is a pretty common trend. Maybe they didn't have friends when they were in high school or lower than that, and so like now they're 25 and they don't have the social development of getting made fun of for bad fashion or for smelling bad and things like that. So it just doesn't connect with why they're perceived as weird. And so they now connect with, pre-selection bias. He's around another woman, so therefore he's pre-selected.
Yeah, well, and also it's just, I mean, I guess I'm kind of very privileged to talk about this, but there are people, especially like males, who just never learned how to communicate effectively with women in a romantic way, and I don't know.
They don't know how to flirt.
They don't know how to flirt, yeah, and I don't know really.
It's that
how to fix
it's that with
people,
looking disgusting. If they didn't look disgusting, but they were sort of bad at flirting, it wouldn't matter.
Sean,
as much.
That's how I flirt. Come on,
is by looking disgusting.
What are you
I mean, that works at some time periods in some cultures. Yeah.
Brittany drew me a chart. I think I threw it away.
Oh no! Oh no!
She it's like whether it's quirky or it's weird. Is girl hot? It's quirky. Is girl not hot? It's weird.
True.
It's weird.
That's 100% true. Yeah.
So
completely.
I mean, depending on how much you can, I mean, there's also certain social ability in being able to up your appearance. I mean, it's a lot of work to look good for your specific body type and facial features and skin color. So I mean, certain people you just like. It's like levels. You can one, maybe wear a shirt without holes in it. Now you're better than you were before. Maybe comb your hair. It might not be in the correct direction, but at least it doesn't look like a mess.
Where's that picture of H Bomber guy from the thumbnail?
He referenced him. I watched actually kind of.
What's your take on that?
So
did you notice what kind of shirt he's wearing there?
Let me see.
It's like full of holes. It's like got a bunch of burn holes.
Oh, I thought he did that on purpose because he
did do that on purpose. Yeah.
Yeah.
Of course he
that's
did.
aesthetic. So I don't mind that.
Well, it's like you go to the the jeans that have all the pre-rips in them that cost like $500.
Pre-rips. I love that. The pre-rips.
we did extra work to make it look well. I mean, I guess stylistically, but how do you keep those? I've never bought pre-ripped
They
pants.
feel like
How
they
do you
would
keep
just
those-
get destroyed in the washing machine,
Yeah.
don't they? Yeah.
like the designer pre-ripped pants that get ruined after one wash.
Maybe you have to dry clean them all. I don't.
Maybe.
Are you going to make a video on the H bomber guy drama?
Oh no, that's going to be over by the time I would get to that. I've already got 2 other videos I'm working on that are more interesting to me. As far as I didn't know who this creator was until basically today or till this drama, maybe yesterday. You can count that. But it seems like the parts that outside of the internet historian thing, where it's like, oh, this was already gone over in it's one video, big deal. But the parts about Illuminati, I mean, that's already been a big drama for a while. So we know she kind of copied a lot of content. So I think the overall message of the video is like, hey, stop stealing shit. Is great. I don't like that he, as you guys pointed out, did not reference Hassan at all, or people who just blatantly steal content. At least the people like Illuminati are actually trying to do work into it, as opposed to putting themselves into a corner of a screen, even though it's significantly less worse than they would have done. I also made a post about like there's no point in putting a video on this, but like there's so many of these channels who produce like these videos get tons and tons of views, and what they're actually doing is they're just looking at the most popular videos of that sector and then just copying all their points and changing up very little, even just stealing out blatant portions of it, stealing their jokes. And so I made a community post about it earlier where on the Pearl video, that was kind of the first video that I proofread for Brittany. So she put in all this work for this video. She spent, man, imagine spending 3 weeks 6 to 8 hours a day at least listening to Pearl.
Oh god,
that sounds like torture.
Yeah. So she did that, farming all those clips, and a lot of it's one of those things where it's like, it's not like my channel. Whereas if you spend 3 weeks on my channel, you could pretty much watch every video I've ever made. But Pearl does live streams. It's like trying to do a content cop or whatever on Vosh. It's like 3-hour streams every day. How the fuck are you supposed to do that?
Try to do that with us.
Yeah.
We're close to 5,000 hours.
Yeah, you can hide all your mistakes.
Yes.
So
which we do quite often.
Yeah. So imagine going through that, and then somebody, some bigger channel who takes all of your best points, all of your best clips, and just does, the time it took to watch your video and gets all that for free, and then makes a lot of the same jokes as you, and then does this shit where like H Bomber guy did a really good point out with Illuminati, where it's like, oh, but she cited her sources. It's like, no, she fucking didn't. She put it on some external, or at least this guy did, Jay Aubrey. He put it on some external link that you could see the views on it. It has 100 views. So basically nobody looked this for a 2 million view video, and none of the links are actually labeled. So you don't know what's what. I'd actually click through every single link on that list. I think there were 10 or 12 of them to find Brittany's video referenced in it. And actually he took from 2 videos. I don't think he even referenced the second one they took from.
This is the guy that took from
yeah, it was Jay Aubrey. He made a video on Pearl that not exclusively, but I'm sure he took from so I didn't look at all his source material. I just know that the one that I was involved with because I helped with the videos. But I like there was one specific line that outside of proofreading, I was like, hey, you should put this in here because it kind of describes why Pearl is so popular, but it doesn't make sense because like how you never have copycat channels that do as well as the original channel. So Pearl is a copycat channel of Fresh and Fit, yet she has more subscribers than them. Well, it's because she abuses the shorts algorithm, which doesn't actually make her money. So it's hilarious that she has all these subscribers and basically makes no money.
Mm-hmm.
And then
that's
has a lot
hilarious. I mean, that's pretty sad.
Yeah, that's just, I mean, well, for her,
Pearl,
because she's kind of like a bad person. Like,
right.
Read her tweets.
Yeah.
Didn't she get, I thought she was banned.
No, she got demonetized, which I don't think really matters because she wasn't making money on the channel anyway.
Isn't she like is her family super wealthy? I thought.
Yeah, her family's super rich. That's how she affords all this.
Right.
Yeah. So it's like you really got a leg up there. Though it's also funny that and by the way, not many people were pointing that out until recently. I mean, some people did, but like how big of an effect on this is like her channel literally would not exist without her parents paying for everything. Like it just like looking at the views, it doesn't make enough money. She has one video that does well every so often, but she has all these staff, so either she doesn't pay them or she's losing money.
Mm-hmm.
It might be the first one. She might just not be paying them.
I've never watched any of her content. Does she has like a bunch of staff doing stuff for her?
Yeah, she has like people doing video editing. She has like hosts and stuff like that that are like side hosts to help her with the content.
She still sucks.
Yeah. Well, she hires all the wrong people. You can spend money on people and have them be completely incompetent idiots, and they're not going to do well. Yeah. So it's like the kind of salaries that she was offering. So one of the more exclusive parts of this is that people weren't talking about was a guy named Sarah Garvey, who was like a commentator on her show, and she made a deal with him where he'd have to show up 5 days a week, and whatever he produced, she would get 70% of his revenue and he would get 30%. And I don't know if you know anything about agency fees, but like agency fees are typically like 15%, 20 at most would be like a predatory agency fee. 70%
insane,
is fucking ridiculous. And so it's not like, okay, maybe she takes 70%, but he gets paid a minimum. So he gets paid $50 an hour to show up for 5 days a week, 8 hours a day. I would say that's fine, but no, it was just like you just get paid 30% of what you make on the channel. And by the way, how would you even categorize that easily? That'd be a pain in the ass.
That would be a nightmare to figure out.
Because like, what if he contributes to this video that he wasn't in, and let's say maybe someone forgot about it or something like that? Like, it'd be a mess to calculate that shit.
Well, and making money off your back catalog. So does he make money off of the video in perpetuity? Or?
Oh yeah, right. That's another good point. So yeah, if he releases a video that goes viral, does he make the money 6 months later? Does he just get paid out of this video? Like, and the way YouTube's interface works, I don't think it really tells you. I mean, I can look and I don't think it tells you like what you made,
but not easily. I mean,
you would have to
like you can't see, you made this much money in March, you made this much money in April. It just says the gross amount that you made on the video.
Yeah, that would be a huge hassle to figure that out.
So I don't even know how you would even do this if not on salary. But then, so he revealed that was actually one of the better deals. Most of the deals she was giving to her people were like 10%. Like basically basically slave labor, and people were making jokes. Do you know who Hotep Jesus is?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, so he
I've
did
watched
like
some of his content. Yeah.
Man, you should watch his interview with Pearl. It is the most, like, he is the most passive aggressive mean girl the entire time. It is hilarious. One of the funniest things I've ever watched. I think it came out right after or right around the time that Britney released her first video, and we just watched it and laughed the entire 2 hours or whatever it was. But he was like, so I noticed that you pay your people pretty low, and I also noticed that most of your staff is black. Would you say that you're like a slave owner?
Oh my, whoa!
That's not exactly. It's that's not exact quote. Just to be clear, but he's sort of kind of going across that line where it's like you're really taking advantage of a lot of black people.
And then Pearl said, "Well, Thomas Sowell once said that slavery wasn't so bad." So,
yeah,
I saw his interview with Scott Adams. That's like the last thing of his that I watched, which was pretty interesting. When Scott Adams stepped in it with the
get away from black people.
Yeah. The black people rant really.
What do you say?
You didn't hear about that? The Scott Adams stuff? I mean, this was like months ago, but Scott Adams did a rant on his daily show where he talked about there was some poll that said like black people didn't like white people. I don't think the poll actually said that, but it kind of was spun in that direction. And Scott Adams just went on a rant about how white people need to get away from black people.
I do remember that. I do remember
and the media totally ran with it, turned him into a white supremacist. Dilbert Guy is a race realist.
Well, it's interesting because, I watch Scott Adams almost every day, even though I disagree with him on a lot of stuff. But he fell prey to something I noticed, which is because it's very interesting. I can see how his opinion gets shaped by the people he follows on Twitter and that he trusts, even though he shouldn't trust them. And a lot of these, and a lot of these accounts, unfortunately, there was a time period that this was especially going on, is when he did his whole rant, were really pushing a lot of videos on Twitter of showing black people assaulting white people.
Oh, yes.
And I thought, I was like, this is really interesting. I'm like, there's people like really intentionally just putting out these videos of black people being white people.
Well, yeah, probably because it gets some money and views.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's like you can take the same thing with the shooter scenarios. You can take every single event of this happening and make it look like things are really, really bad. But does it actually describe a populational problem?
Right. And that's funny because I remember on Twitter when this was going on, I even tweeted, I said, I understand that, disproportionately, when it comes to violent crime, Black people disproportionately create, do more crime, blah, 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 blah. But the gross numbers, there's more white people assaulting and fighting each other. Why am I not seeing those videos? Shouldn't there just be more of those videos just because there's more white people doing that crime? And that, like, so many people's brains melted.
Exist.
They couldn't understand, like, what I was saying. It was really funny. But anyway, when Scott Adams went on his whole rant, he ended it by saying, by mentioning those videos, by saying, like, oh, we need to stop seeing videos of, Black people beat up white people. And he was very emotional about it. And I was like, wow, that, to me, I think that was really an indication that that's just seeing all those videos day after day was like basically, leading him down this pathway.
Yeah, well, you have to ask who's doing it. I mean, they did the same thing with BLM. They spent a bunch of years showing police killing Black people. And so that's like, okay, well, is this actually statistically more white people are killed or something like that, whatever the actual stat was. But it's like, yeah, you can take single one-off anecdote events and make people seem like it happens all the time. It's like, well, I see all these videos. Well, yeah, because you're seeing every event.
Exactly.
And
that's
5 of them.
That's the problem, is that it seems like humans intuit that if you see a video of someone doing something or you see someone do something, you assume like that must be indicative of the average.
Yeah, it's personal experience. And when you're trying to communicate to people, sorry to interrupt, but when you're trying to communicate to people, if you want to communicate effectively, you always need to show them some sort of personal anecdote they can relate to.
Exactly. And this is exactly what we're talking about with the police shootings. So you see, if you see a handful of videos of police interacting poorly with Black people, you just assume that must be the average. And every time, because I remember in my own life when I talked to family members or friends who were like buying the narrative, and you bring up the numbers, they'd be like, that can't be true. Really? That few number of unarmed Black people, that are doing nothing wrong get shot by the police?
It's like 13.
Yeah, it's like some tiny number.
You're going, what?
Oh,
well, then you 10,000.
Right. Well, you can start with that, where there are clearly cases where by either racism or more likely just by happenstance, the police are in this case are very untrained in some of these cases, and they were overreacting. Like, I remember this is a long time ago, so maybe nobody will remember this video, but there was some sort of party that was going on. Kids were a little bit too loud, and then they also happened to be Black. Then this cop comes out, tries to disband the party, does like a commando roll, and pulls out his gun on people who are unarmed. And so, yeah, that's obviously a very, very bad situation. And the cop is, I mean, it's been years since I've seen that video, but the cop was probably 100% the wrong.
Yeah.
And so you can show a bunch of videos like that. And now you give people a preconceived idea. And then you show videos like Jacob Blake, or you show the tail end of the George Floyd video. And now you've got people already have these preconceived notions. Cops hate Black people. They have this prejudice, and they don't look at the whole situation, where it's like, look at these. They were being extremely nice to a guy, by the way, who was about to drive a car under the influence of fentanyl.
Right.
And they were like completely catering to him, and then the unfortunate happened. So, or Jacob Blake, the guy who tried to stab the cop after committing a sexual assault and trying to kidnap children, who was called a hero by Kamala Harris, things like that.
That was the guy in Kenosha, right?
Yes, that was the guy that the whole Kyle Rittenhouse upstaged him. People forgot about why he was there.
Right. Yeah, and that was crazy because that guy 100%. Police were 100% justified in tasing him, shooting him, doing all that stuff. And yet it just got wildly spun out of control because they're just like, oh, they shot him in the back. They shot him in the back. Like, that was just the narrative. And once that narrative talking point, like the thought terminating cliche of shot him in the back gets established, people, they never, there's like that great quote about, people will hold against you showing that their initial impression was wrong. Like, that just pisses them off.
Yeah, you can create mob mentality around that. You use simple buzz phrases and stuff like that. And that's why you can see like all the radical groups who protest, they use simple buzz phrases and stuff because it's easy to mobilize people around small words. Right. And I bet you behind the scenes what's going on is that some think tank that makes $1 bajillion or gets paid a bunch of money spends time thinking of what these simple phrases are. And even with...
You think so? I feel like it's kind of like machine learning. Like, it's just a bunch of people throwing shit out there, and then one of them eventually works.
I mean, maybe it could be that too. But like with how fast the news is on some of this stuff, I forget which. There was some specific situation where it's like, I think it was actually January 6th, where thing happened, and like you made one response and you had all these ideological responses instantly happening the day the event happened.
Oh, right. Like
I
like
can't.
Yeah, I don't know what January.
They already had slogans. Thing? Oh, they said this like they said this to me because I was like, oh, I have some a lot of right leaning beliefs. I have some left leaning beliefs. I'm center some places, but it's like what they said to me was when I said, hey, what the fuck? Like, why? Because I mean, this is before the information was that. So what I was told on January 6th is there was some sort of violent riot that happened in the Capitol building. And so my response was, what the fuck? Like, you understand that now the media is going to run with that for years, which they've done.
Right.
And why would you ever break into a building, or why would you ever create any sort of a small notion of a violent protest, because you're not on the correct side to do that.
Right.
And my opinion has always been in video since day one is nonviolence.
Mm-hmm.
Even still, I got tons of comments saying, well, you help fuel the fire. I was like, what the fuck? When have I ever said violent protesting is okay? In fact, I've made plenty of videos saying that it's wrong. And made many videos talking about how to deal with people, how to communicate with people, and make things happen without using violence.
Does it bother you when people misrepresent you?
It depends who's misrepresenting me. So if someone like Noah Sampson misrepresents me, it's great. It's content.
Right.
It depends.
Yeah,
it depends on
like
to what degree.
Section, you know, it's like,
yeah, when I get misrepresented by Hassan or Love with Vosh, great. I got 1 million views off of that. Why not?
You don't think they can do any damage to you? I kind of feel like I feel like we're in an informational war. I mean, you have a big platform, so you can obviously lash back, but like Vosh will misrepresent a lot of smaller creators who don't have a platform, and that will be like the narrative for them forever.
Oh, well, then they need to debunk it and fling shit, because he has a lot more to risk by incorrectly framing people than they do. So if they make
I think it's directly opposite. I think he has nothing to risk, and the creator is basically easily destroyed.
I mean, it depends on how radical his audience is. But if he does something like abusively wrong, and that person with the small channel has enough time to make a response video, and they should, especially if Vosh was like, Vosh already has a bad reputation for this stuff anyway. So, I don't know. Someone makes a good expose video. Aren't you friends with that Doomer Media?
Yeah, Doomer. Yeah, Doomer made a great expose.
Yeah, he had like 1 subscriber when he made that video, right?
Yeah, and he, for some reason, like deleted it. I don't know what happened, but
and why did he delete that video? You have no idea.
I think he just didn't like the people just needling him, the Bosch fans needling him. I don't know. We should ask him. I don't know.
He deleted it before he decided to go to the non-political content too, right?
Does he still make content?
We haven't talked to Doomer in a long time. I actually don't even know what happened to him, because he was trying to do movie content for a while, and then I don't know, he just kind of disappeared. Where did Doomer go? Where did Doomer go?
I know he was here the first time I was here.
He was in the call. Or he was in chat.
No, he was in chat.
Oh, okay.
I can reach out to Doomer. We'll figure out what happened.
Where in the world is Doomer?
We're not going to let Doomer escape us.
We're going to make him re-release the video.
We will. Well, I think it's on Dev's channel.
Look, you're in a good position to talk about this, Sean, because this is one of the things that I absolutely love about YouTube. I feel like YouTube makes me a better communicator. Like I don't necessarily like to be taken out of context or misrepresented. I think a lot of that happens for political reasons, because they're not really misrepresenting you because they don't understand you. They're misrepresenting you because it's like an easy win for them politically. Yeah. But I do think a lot of people misunderstand you because communication is difficult. Like a lot of people think communication is easy, but it's not as easy as you would think it is. So YouTube does give you a quick lesson in how people are going to understand what you say. And you can often say things in just a whole bunch of different ways that are around the margins. It can be misunderstood.
Yeah, you fix that by reading comments. Like you read lots and lots of comments, and you know how you're perceived.
Yeah, no, I agree.
And I think that's where a lot of people get lost, where they just don't know how to throw a message out there. It's because they don't read what people are saying, and they don't listen to people who are reacting to them. Sometimes people who react to me aren't complete radicals and they have good points.
Yes, yeah, no,
and maybe like 6 of their points are bad, but one of them is really good. It's like, oh yeah, maybe I shouldn't have said that, or maybe that
there's
point
room
was wrong
for improvement there.
Yeah, so it's like it depends. Now I'm a lot more judicious about who I watch in terms of people who are reacting to me, because a lot of time, or most of the time these days, it's just some radical idiot who doesn't really have much to offer, or they've said they said the same radical thing I've heard about my content like a bunch of times, so it's not really helpful either. It's just not accurate, it's not helpful,
right?
But so it really depends. But like
sometimes I get that on the economic stuff. They're like, no, you keep getting it wrong, you don't know this and this, when I do know this and this,
just don't agree,
completely irrelevant. Exactly.
I've gotten that too. But then it's like, okay, well, even if they're wrong about that, then you now know that you need to address, I think this thing that you said I didn't know about was stupid, and here's why it's dumb. That's why I didn't mention it.
Yeah.
But you wouldn't know that without the feedback. And so there are certain arguments that I'll make in my video because of what people have said in the comments, or because of what people have said in reaction to me.
Right. Yeah.
And then those arguments tend to do better. It
totally drives me crazy. Because sometimes Sitch and I will be arguing stuff, and I'll look at the chat, and the chat is like they completely just don't understand anything I'm saying. And I'm like, God damn it, I couldn't make this any clearer.
Personal past experience, or maybe it's like you get this is the hardest thing to do when you're doing a scripted video, is you have to understand that people have not watched all the material that you have watched. Right. So a lot of times if I'm doing a expose on a channel, I'll have watched like 30 or 40 of their videos, but I'm only showing you like 3 or 4 of them at most.
Right. Well, no, there's an interesting thing that happens, though, in the situation with Sitch and I, because Sitch and I will often argue about stuff, and sometimes it gets heated. I mean, it's fun, ultimately, and I think we're good enough natured with one another that we're getting to some philosophical difference that's interesting, and we're really, kind of collaborating to find the truth. But sometimes I see the comment section is such a different environment than the chat. Because in the chat, a lot of times mob psychology can really take over. And it's like nobody's really listening. Nobody's really articulating the arguments. It's just like they're going completely off of the tone of the conversation, not tracking the actual arguments. But then I can read the comments, and I go, okay, people understand the arguments I'm making. They just don't want to acknowledge the arguments I'm making.
Maybe it's people in the comments sat there and listened. Like, you can think of it this way. One of the reasons why Vosh gets so much shit wrong is because he'll react to it live, and he'll make a point before I finish my point. And then not address the point that he got incorrect. Maybe that's what's happening a lot in the live chat versus the people who are commenting, waited 10 seconds for you to finish your point and then made the comments.
Well, yeah, and it's not
true.
Not a social environment in the comments either. They're basically just listening to the conversation without interacting with other people who are also simultaneously listening to the conversation.
If I'm in the comment section, like on a live chat, I'm typically not listening that hard to the people who are talking. Like, I'm typically listening to the chat.
Right.
No, yeah. I have fun in the chat too. And the what's going on? I mean, you were talking to that aristocracy, Sitch.
Mm-hmm.
And I gotta be honest, I don't remember.
I know you weren't. I just saw you,
and
you were just going off. You in the chat were just talking about unrelated things for like an hour, 2 hours. So
I know, it's fine. I know,
but I mean, no. But what you said is a good point. Like, there is social pressure in the comment section because people read each other's comments and everything. But it's significantly less. We're in the chat. It is very easy for a kind of mob mentality to form in the chat in real time, and then it just kind of goes off the rails.
Yeah, but I mean, it can be fun, and it's look. You're not. I would much rather have
when the
some
chat's
kind
on
of
my side, they're completely correct, which
True.
is usually the case. So
I honestly don't care, and it's interesting because the chat is something that we can look at and examine mob psychology in a safe environment. Like, where it really gets dangerous is like real life mobs. That's some scary shit. Like, that's how you run into the Kyle Rittenhouse shit, right? That's like mob psychology on the ground.
Right.
You gotta be very aware of shit like that.
That's what you want to avoid.
Especially if you've shown your face in public as a creator. Like, you need to be super, super aware of that. I think that's kind of what caused a lot of drama at like YouTube conventions and stuff like that, like VidCon, because people weren't aware of their own fame and what happens with mobs.
Mm-hmm.
Like people would just get mobbed and like cause riots and stuff like that because people wanted to speak to them because they have like 1 million subscribers.
When did you do what? Tell us about your face reveal story, because I know you've done some live streams. You've obviously done a face reveal. People know what you look like. So what happened? What was that?
I initially
did
how
many subs did you have when you first did it first?
I don't know, like 100,000 less than I had now.
Okay, so you had a giant channel and nobody knew what you looked like.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's see. I can actually look because I remember when I did it. But I had gone to other. I did like soft face reveals. One of the things I found out from
what the hell is that? Like you have
there's a
of you as an anime girl or something.
There's another YouTuber I watched. Not any of her videos, but just this specific video. I think her name's Emiru. She's one of those YouTubers who like does like animation story times.
Mm-hmm.
So she said she did like a official face reveal video, and at the end of the video she's like, actually I've revealed my face like a bunch of times, people just don't know. So I was like, oh well, you can do a face reveal and just nobody will know about it,
right? Because you don't do like a big thing.
Yeah, because
like on her channel she did a face reveal, or like on other people's channels.
On either on her this is years ago that I watched it. So either it's on her channel or maybe like live streams, and maybe she had some friends on Twitch that she showed her face on or something like that.
Okay.
When I did my face reveal, I lit myself on fire at City Hall. Like that's how I like to go.
That's why you look the way you do now.
When did your eye reveal? So you don't show your eyes.
I'm just obviously I'm joking, but like I'm more for the like big production. So, but you just showed up on a live stream or something.
Yeah, but I'd already done it. Like I was, I think maybe twice before. I'm not entirely sure. So Chrissy Merritt does like this content house. She did one in Florida last year, and so I was a part of that, and that was technically the first face reveal, but nobody saw that. That was on my channel, which was intentional because I know I don't have crossover with her. So I got a free pass on that one, and then I was like, okay, well this is not that bad. And so then I did the face reveal again sometime in January. I'm trying to look at the subscriber count I had. It's basically 100,000 less than I have now.
Interesting.
Yeah, it was probably about 130,000 subs less, so like 630 or 650 or something like that was when I did the face reveal.
Well, I want to do the face reveal to just be like, no big deal. But Adam's like, no, you need fireworks and sparklers, and it's got to be in the title. It's got to be a huge deal, Sitch, a huge deal.
I don't know, maybe, but I don't think it was that big of a deal.
I'm getting ready to go off on Sean for not making a big production out of it. What are you talking
exactly.
about? Nah. Look, you've almost got 1 million subscribers. Why the hell aren't you milking the anticipation?
That's right.
Because I have other
video face reveal.
Because I have other ways of getting views. So
wow, look at that. He slapped you in the face.
It's not about the views, it's about the fun, Sean. Come on.
I also, by the way, if I did that, like there are certain things that wouldn't have happened. Like, so only the people who actually care know what I look like, and all the people who don't care will fuck up and think like, oh, this guy has never taken a shower before in his entire life because he says things I disagree with or things like that. And then, so I got Noah Samson on that because it's like, I know you didn't watch this shit because I show my face in this video and you didn't mention what I look like. So either you're lying, and like certain things, like he either he just did no research or didn't mention Brittany's name when I said I was with her in the initial video he reacted to, because I know he's trying to frame me as an incel.
Mm-hmm.
So I can say things like that. I can catch him on things like that because those weren't massive events.
Right.
Like you actually have to click. My face isn't on any of the live streams. You actually have to click on one of them to see my face.
Listen, you can't expect Noah Samson to like research on the subject he's responding to.
It baffles me how little work some people do, and I would never have the audacity to do that little work for a video and then claim I'm like a moral authority on things.
Right, but you have a very strong sense of like, I don't want to put out false information, which most people are just like content.
Yeah, I guess I can see that. That's more 48 laws of power bullshit. Just be the most manipulative person you can possibly be.
Right. Well,
and have you read that book? Do you like that book?
I like it in a certain sense. Like I wouldn't recommend it to most people because I think most people would just turn them into sociopaths.
Right.
Like, you have to read it under a very certain context, but there are a lot of very important messages in there. Like on the neutral sense. Like you can read this and be like, oh, okay, well that makes sense. Like if you want to be very profound, say as little as possible. Also, if you want to, this is something you have to do on YouTube every so often.
Oh, that's Law 7. I know what you're talking about.
Oh, really?
I'm just kidding.
Oh, really? I think it's Law 4 actually.
Oh, look at this.
Because I was laughing because
we're trying to figure out who the sociopath is here.
Yeah. So Rolla Tomasi had mentioned it when Brittany did the reaction. He was like, laws of power, law 37, blah blah blah, whatever he fucking said.
Rules of acquisition, number 7.
And so I was laughing my ass off because I was like, all right, fine. I've heard people keep asking me if I've read this book. I'll finally listen to it on Audible because I'm lazy. And the first law of power in that is don't overtake the master, or basically don't
master.
Yeah. Oh, so you have read it?
No, I remember that because that was a big, Carl Thunderfoot drama.
Oh, okay.
Never outshine the master. Anyway.
So the funny thing is about that
that's rule 1.
That's rule number 1. It's the first thing you see in the book is that Rollo cannot shut up about how great he is. And I was like, you're quoting this book, Laws of Power, pretty frequently, and you don't listen to the first law.
Well, who's his master?
The audience in general.
Oh,
but like you don't want to say like people who sit there and brag about how much wealth they have or how smart they are. Like that's always like that's prime ground to get shit on, or to make people hate you.
Right.
So
you were right. Rule 4 is say less than necessary. You're correct.
Rule 37, mirror people. Was that right?
37, create compelling spectacles. No.
Okay, I was wrong. That's another good one too. That's another neutral principle. Mirroring people too is this is why people didn't hate me when I was
law.
Mirroring people.
Mirroring people is not a law.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's like show reflections or something like that. But like, I forget how it's exactly framed.
Law 44: disarm and infuriate with the mirror effect.
Yeah, okay.
People by mirroring their emotions and interests, create the illusion that you share their values. They'll be so grateful to be understood that they won't notice your ulterior motive.
Sitch, you read that so good.
Isn't that sociopathic? Like it frames it in the worst way possible. But you can take this if you're not evil, or hyper selfish, and say like. When I was a vegan, I used to do this all the time, where it's like what people get caught into, or why their family ends up hating them after they switch their diet. And anybody who switches their diet, by the way, they've gone paleo or carnivore or whatever, is that they come to a family event and then they just don't eat, or they bring their gross ass quinoa vegan recipe that nobody wants to eat.
Right.
And so what I would always do is that
this is why it's immoral. These are all my arguments. How is that not immoral?
I mean, there's good vegan food, but the people who become vegan who are insane, they have like the worst tasting food. Yeah. That's actually how I learned how to cook initially, was because I didn't want to go to family events and not be able to eat anything because it's weird. So you have a much different interaction when you are the person who is the only person not eating there versus you're the person who has a couple things on their plate because they figured something out. So that's because, and the reason you're perceived differently is because you're mirroring what everybody else is doing. So things like that are important, but there's also like a lot of laws in there that are like, here's how to scam people. Did we talk about that last time? I can't remember. I've had this
not intentionally. I don't believe like.
Okay, so like one of the ones like how to start
play
a cult.
A fool to catch a fool. Yeah, start a cult is one of them. Yeah, there's a bunch of them like that.
Yeah, so there's, but also you can use that defensively. It's like, oh, if let's say the writer of this book had the best intentions, which the way things are framed, I don't think so. You can say, here's what people will do to me if they're trying to harm me, and here's how people will try to swindle me, stuff like that.
Right.
The call one was funny. I just sat there and was like, have very brief notions of ideas, hide everything. If people figure out, leave. Promise some sort of cure that requires no work, because it's a very self-aware book, because the book is very, very honest about here's what's actually effective. And so what people really don't want to hear is that you have to work really, really fucking hard to change and make your life great. But people fantasize that they don't have to do that. So play on that fantasy and fuck them over.
It's so true.
Law 27. Play on people's need to believe to create a cult-like following.
Yeah.
Offer people
You
something
can't-
to believe in and someone to follow. Promise the world, but keep it vague. Whip up enthusiasm. People will respond to a desperate need for belonging. Followers line your pockets, and your opponents are afraid to rile them.
That's
It's
one of the,
impossible to read that chapter and not think of ContraPoints every time I read that chapter.
Why? Why do you say that?
Because it's right on the money.
Mm.
Everything just I feel like ContraPoints read that chapter and was like, yes, this is my business plan.
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt that a lot of people have read that book. I mean, like I said, there's really important points. Like you need to reinvent yourself constantly if you're going to be successful. Every YouTuber has to go through that, and then the ones who don't reinvent themselves say the algorithm is fucking with me now. I used to get this many views, but now I get that many views.
Mm-hmm.
So
as an artist, you have to do that as well. So
yeah,
it's not much different.
And then well, I mean, yeah, it's basically a universal principle. If you want any sort of semblance of power in your field, whether it's wealth, notoriety, or some other third example, so it could be a rule of three. You need to constantly do things that are different. People get bored really easily.
So, but you like the book, right? Like you said, you wouldn't recommend it, but you personally like it yourself.
I wouldn't recommend it to a general audience. I think that'd be a net negative for the world. But to people who are very self-aware, who have a decent moral compass,
a good moral compass. I knew you were going to say that.
Yeah, would probably receive that book quite well. I mean, like you can learn things from Hitler's book if you're not evil. Like
Right.
there's some really good things he says about speaking to an audience, and one of those is, I'm going to quote it as a Nazi now after saying this.
In Mein Kampf, let's not talk about how much you like
tell
Mein
us
Kampf.
the good parts of Mein Kampf.
Oh, okay. So
No,
one of the very useful points of that book is about
please no.
is if you always speak to the dumbest person in the audience, and that's that's a very, very that's why I say, like, when you use these big $10 words that nobody understands, like, you're being an idiot. Like, no one's going to listen to you.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think
I think of that too.
There's, I guess, the idea is like if someone uses them, it makes, even if they don't know what you mean, it makes you sound smart, and so they'll say, "Oh, well, he must know what he's talking about."
Yeah, but I don't like things like they cancel that book, because one of the really important parts of that book is you can see all the same rhetoric being used today in people who are ideological on the right and the left.
Of course,
like oh, this one group of people is the cause of all evil. They control the media. It's like, well, you can find any group of people in the media promoting negative messages, no matter what race they are. So you could make that argument easily. So I think that part of it's great. And I don't like this historical, let's erase everything. Is like, no, because if you erase this, then you lose, like, here's how this person manipulated a bunch of people into doing really evil stuff.
Right. I like this Law 12. Use selective honesty and generosity to disarm your victim.
Oh, that's a really good one. It's
use
really
honesty,
that really abusive people use.
Yeah, use honesty and generosity to disarm and distract other people from your schemes. Even the most suspicious people respond to kindness, leaving them vulnerable to manipulation.
Have you read the audiobook? I know the actor that does the audiobook. I know him. He was in our writer's lab.
For the 48 Laws of Power?
48 Laws of Power, yeah.
Well, yeah, I
Don
did the audio. I always do
Leslie
the audio
is
books.
his name. Yeah. But that book is just the audiobook is so far and above any other audiobook. Like, he reads it in the style of like some shyster that's about to like take advantage of you.
I like how he does that, because it's like, wait, I should be a lot less trustworthy with this information, how I use this, because like you really think like an evil person is telling you to do some of this stuff.
Yes. He's like he's a voice actor. He came to our writer's lab a bunch of times, and he always just like, he could take a terrible script and just make it hilarious.
Yeah.
Which it made me think, man, actors really are important in a movie.
Yeah,
Sure.
well, even
Like,
with
you can-
audiobooks, like, it's super important that people are good at acting to do those scripts. I've listened to audiobooks that are poorly read, and it's like nails on fucking chalkboard having to listen to. It's
totally.
like, I'd rather read the book.
Yeah.
So, but then you like the whoever did the audiobook for 1984, that was a really good reading of that book.
Mhm.
I haven't read that one.
Not read that book at all?
No, I've read
Read the book, I
1984,
don't know
but
what
I
the
haven't
audiobook
heard the
is.
audiobook.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, if you ever
I've
want to
read
re-listen,
1984. Yeah. I'll
Yeah,
check it out.
Those are really good. And I was dumb and I listened to it at 1 time speed because I don't think I knew you could speed up Audible at that point. That was a long time ago.
Mm-hmm.
But
I don't read a lot of nonfiction. I think the last nonfiction audiobook I listened to was 2001: A Space Odyssey.
You mean fiction? You're saying nonfiction?
Oh yeah, fiction. I do listen to a lot of nonfiction.
You listen to mostly nonfiction, yeah.
Mostly nonfiction. That's correct. I got it backwards.
I used to say that, but then I found that there's a lot of narrative truths that are written into fiction. So a lot of them, especially the age-old stories, are kind of important.
Yeah, go ahead.
I didn't have much of a point. I was just
all of Peterson's talk about Dostoevsky and like makes me think I should actually read those, like Crime and Punishment.
You should.
Crime and Punishment's a good book. I've read that book.
You should listen to the Hitchhiker's Guide audiobook.
I'll check that out.
You can read that book in an afternoon. Isn't it like a children's book?
No, they're pretty short, but they're great.
I like Camus a lot, and I like Steinbeck. Steinbeck books are always amazing.
See, this is why I hate school, because I hate Steinbeck because I was forced to read him in school.
Oh, really? Oh,
yeah,
man.
you have to do that. I mean, I like. Well, here's the thing: the only Steinbeck book I like is the one I read on my own, Of Mice and Men.
Mm-hmm.
But like, we were forced to read The Pearl, and it's like, oh my god, I have to take a note every 5 pages because it's like half of reading a book in school is proving that you read the book, so you can never just enjoy things. You always have to like, okay, I need to look for the one line that I'm going to use to prove I read this book, or I need to sit there and read the questions I'm going to be asked and make sure I really pay attention so I know the answers to those specific things that the teacher wants me to know. And it makes reading suck. So
look, everyone knows like the Grapes of Wrath. That's the one that, and I've never read the Grapes of Wrath. I can't even imagine it. My first Steinbeck book was Tortilla Flat. It's about a bunch of homeless people who all they do is get drunk all day. I'm like, this is amazing. Yeah, it was pretty hilarious.
I don't think I've read a single one of his books in my entire life.
Yeah, read Tortilla Flat. It's hilarious. Yeah,
I guess thinking back to it as an adult, this book did have an effect on me, despite me hating reading it when I was in school. The Pearl, the one where the Native American guy finds a pearl and tells everybody that he has a pearl, like an idiot,
mm-hmm.
And then bad things ensue.
Want his pearl.
Yeah. And then I think a lot of really fucked up things happen in that book.
It's not as good as the Gods Must Be Crazy.
Oh, maybe
you ever seen that?
Next. No, I think
kind of a similar storyline. Yeah,
a pilot is flying over some like tribe in Africa that has like no contact with the world, and he throws like an empty glass Coke bottle out, and they get it, and they think it's some sort of like thing from the gods, and it like completely destroys their society.
Yeah, everyone wants to use it. They find all this utility for it.
It's a movie. It's a movie. The Gods Must Be Crazy. It's like a comedy. And then the guy decides to take the bottle and throw it off the edge of the earth. So he embarks on this like long journey to throw the Coke bottle off of a waterfall. And it's like there's like all this like African Civil War shit going on in the background. It's like it's very silly.
It's very Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, I pretty much most of the stuff I like in terms of reading was stuff that was read after school, after I graduated. A little bit after I graduated high school, really after I graduated college. I didn't do any reading in college.
Life is strange that way. It's a psychological reaction.
If you're forced to do something,
you have to read this book.
Yeah.
It's crazy. I remember specifically not doing. I had took an upper division mythology course, and I fucking hate how college makes you take a bunch of classes that you don't need for your major. So my major was kinesiology or exercise science.
Mm-hmm.
And nothing about mythology has to do anything with exercise science.
Yeah, that's weird.
So why am I taking this course? Not on top of that, the teacher was like the worst fucking teacher in the world. Like, I don't know how this guy figured it out, but he took, basically age-old Marvel superhero movies and made them boring as shit. He like made every movie the Eternals or something like that. Like he's like talking about the ancient Egyptian creation story. He's talking about the Iliad, the Odyssey. All great stories, and I could not pay attention. I've also read all these stories outside of school and had a much better time doing it, and did so in less time than that class.
I had the same thing because growing up, I loved mythology. I had this really giant picture book of Greek mythology, and I would read it constantly. And then I remember it was like middle school or high school. They're like, we're gonna talk about mythology, and there's some book. some gigantic book of mythology, and I got so excited, and I was like, oh my god, this is like, how did they make mythology boring? This is the worst thing I've ever experienced.
I actually,
if you're with because I know in high school, I guess I lucked out here. We had to choose one of 4 books to read, and one of the books was Ender's Game, which I really like.
Yeah, I like that book.
But in high school, I didn't read it because it had like a douchey looking cover that they had. So I ended up reading instead a book called How Johnny Got His Gun, which is a fucking awful book about a guy who loses his arms, legs, and face in a war, and the whole thing is like his POV of like lying on this fucking bed. But then I was happy because then I ended up reading Ender's Game on my own after school, and I loved it. So I don't know if I would have liked it so much if I had to read it.
I'm glad I wasn't forced to read that book in school. A friend recommended it to me, and it has one of the this is probably a quote that'll apply to everybody. It's hard to explain it without explaining the story, but basically, Ender's Game is it's like an alien bug war. These alien bugs are trying to kill everybody on Earth, or so you're told. Okay. And so they create a space academy for geniuses to try to find the next military general to stop the bugs. And a part of the way they do that is a bunch of different games. And so they play a game that's like soccer with lasers, and the ball is people, and when you shoot them, they freeze, and I forget how you win, but whatever.
You have to touch the goal at the bottom and freeze everybody.
Yeah. So So they just rewatch the movie before this conversation. At some point, they took this line out of the movie, which pissed me off. They want Ender to be the main character, to be the general, to lead them to defeat the bugs. So they keep making the challenges intentionally unfair. So they would make his weapons shoot less efficiently. They would put 2 against 1. They would people would go missing one day. So that everything they could do to make Ender have an unfair challenge. And so one of the people on the opposing teams realizes this one day and says, hey, this is fucked up. I'm just not going to use my advantage that they gave me in this match. And Ender's like, no, you have an advantage. Like, this is war. You use whatever advantage or whatever power you have to win. And I think a lot of people they're missing what their actual talents are, because they think it's dishonorable to use what they're good at to get the things that they want. True. So I really like that part of the book. Well, and reading that, probably, if I did not read that quote, my life would probably be a lot different.
Well, I mean, it's interesting because part of the reason, I mean, the first Ender's Game, I don't know if you read the other ones. The first Ender's Game is amazing.
No, I only read the first one.
The other ones are okay-ish.
That's why I didn't read them.
Yeah. And the Bean books are kind of okay-ish too. But Ender is such a fascinating character, because it's like he's very inspirational and he seems kind of moral, but he's also kind of sociopathic at the same time. And that quote you bring up, it's like, in a war for survival, that's the attitude you have to have. But at the same token, right. But the same token, without super spoiling Ender's Game, if you've never read it, like, that mentality turns out to be like fucking horrible mistake.
If you know the ending, but let's say the ending didn't happen that way. It's, I think, generally decent life advice, where like, survival is already really fucking difficult. Why are you hamstringing yourself by not using your talents, or not using what advantages you have? Like, it's just stupid,
right? But then it's like, but at what cost to everyone?
Like, if you're really intelligent, like if you grew up and your parents are rich and they have a bunch of use, why the fuck not?
Well, in Ender's Game, the other kids, they didn't understand that's why they were doing what they were doing. That they were grooming Ender to be they're grooming Ender to be the leader. So that's why they were being so unfair to him. When even Ender didn't really understand that either, until much later. So I love that book. That's a great book. If you guys, if you haven't read Ender's Game, I'd highly recommend it. That's one of my favorite fiction books. Yeah,
that's books like that are why I read fiction. Because a lot of times there's little quotes and little pieces of truth inside the story narrative that really help. I think a lot of people, that's why a lot of leftists watch anime. Like when you watch it, this bugs the shit out of me when it comes to anime. It makes a lot of shows unwatchable to me as an adult. Where it's like, they always, like, okay, you have this massive advantage of, there's one bad guy and there's like 6 of you good guys. Then like, what'll happen is like the main guy will be like, no, this is my fight. I'm going to fight this guy one-on-one and lose, instead of all of us just attacking this guy at the same time and winning instantly.
Well,
yeah, that's
it's
Pretty dumb.
weird because the animes go in one or two directions with that trope. Like, so like obviously like Dragon Ball Z was really heavy on the everyone stand back and let Goku beat up the bad guy, sort of mentality, because they all had like their
let Vegeta power up Cell. Goku like, yeah, that's cool.
Right. Well, but at least that was like everyone was trying to fight Vegeta. Like Trunks was like, no, what the fuck? This is insane. But and obviously there's like a character reason for why the characters are acting that way. But there are a lot of animes where it is kind of interesting, where it's like, Power Rangers kind of like there's a team, and like the message is you have to use teamwork to defeat like the one bad guy. So everyone has to team up. So
well, it's no wonder that a lot of people watch anime are antisocial when it's like seems like most of the really popular animes are like that lone wolf guy who destroys everything, or who beats all the bad guys by himself and doesn't get any help from his friends. Or it's like they really overpowered one specific character. Well,
recently, yeah, it's interesting that seems to be the trend recently. There actually was, I try to remember, like, because I don't have like a Crunchyroll account, but I went on Crunchyroll like some months ago, and there's actually like a genre that was like called overpowered character.
Yeah, why the fuck would you want to watch a narrative it's such a boring narrative? It's like the same time, overpowered character walks into battle, kills everybody instantly, show over.
I don't know who started the trend. For me, my introduction into it is one of my favorite animes, which is One Punch Man.
Yeah, I was gonna say One Punch Man is the only show that does that right.
Yes, because it's not about him being so powerful, and that's what it seems like a lot of the overpowered shows miss that. And Mob Psycho, which is also by the same guy as One Punch Man, they both have these very powerful characters, but they're very weak in other areas. And the show is about that.
Yeah, it's also about the characters that are around them and who are like probably the inspiring part of One Punch Man, where that bicycle rider guy like goes up against like an A-class demon or whatever the fuck it was, and despite knowing he's going to lose, he tries and do the right thing.
Right.
Like,
and
Mob
Psycho,
courage,
which is his other anime, it's like this kid who's like super powerful, like the most powerful psychic in the world essentially, and he's basically born this way, but he's so socially inept. And so it's really like about him trying to learn to better himself as and interact with people and, gain friendships and do all this stuff. And it's like, yeah, that's what you have to do.
Yeah. And like in other cases where it's like the characters have no flaws and they're overpowered. Yes. The Mob Psycho works because he has a character flaw.
Yes.
The One Punch Man works because it's like his character flaw is he's really bored.
Yeah.
He's kind of, it's like a fourth wall break. It's like, yeah, this is really stupid, isn't it?
Yes.
They even dress him like Superman, sort of.
Like a really dippy looking hero.
Yeah, because that's one of the issues of Superman. It's like, well, what kills him? Kryptonite.
Nothing. Yeah. Well, yeah, there's an anime I saw that was like so awful. That was kind of like what you're describing, called Overlord. And it's like this guy gets sucked into a video game and he's just the most powerful character of all time. And you're like, what is the point of the show?
Yeah, that genre is called isekai, and don't watch it.
Yeah, well, it's just a problem because like there's a isekai called Konosuba, which is like a parody of isekai, which is hilarious and great. But yeah, there's a lot of this anime stuff that's awful. I like anime, so I'm not gonna throw the whole of anime under the bus here.
No, there's plenty of shows that are really good. It's just the isekai trend is just killing everything, and this overpowered trend is killing everything.
Well, it's interesting to me psychologically because it shows you where people's mental states are, that they obviously don't feel safe and secure in their own lives, which is why their people gravitate towards this sort of entertainment.
Well, a lot of the issue with isekai is like it's incel fantasy, where like this guy who is a fucking loser in real life doesn't leave his house. He's a hikikomori or whatever.
Yes.
He gets hit by a bus or some shit. And then he goes into a world where you get some superpower. He instantly is like the demon lord, like can defeat the demon lord, and all the chicks want him.
Yes, obviously. A lot of wish fulfillment going on in these isekais, obviously.
This sounds great. I love this anime.
A person who says I'm a hater of shitty anime. I like anime enough to learn Japanese, so I'm not like, but it's like you got to be realistic about this shit. I want good shows.
Yeah. What's the best? What's your favorite anime?
Oh, that's difficult.
Kill la Kill.
Give like a list.
I haven't seen that one.
Kill la Kill's amazing. You should watch that.
Because the problem is like I would have rated Outlaw Star a lot higher than I did because I recently rewatched it. And it's like,
wow, I haven't seen that since I was a wee lad.
Brittany had never seen it, and we rewatched it, and she's like, you know who my least favorite character is in that show? Melfina. And I was like, God, she's fucking right.
Which one's Melfina?
Melfina's the computer. She's like
that's
the AI
correct
chick.
answer. Yeah, she sucks. Yeah. I like the cat. Girl,
every other
obviously.
female character, and that's way more interesting. And also that this, as an adult, because it's been quite a while since I've watched Outlaw Stars. Like as an adult, this relationship between Jean and Melfina makes no fucking sense whatsoever. Like it just seems like pasted onto the show. Like Jean is like does not want to settle down with anybody. He's rude to Melfina the entire fucking show.
Yeah.
And doesn't like her. And then just, at the very end of the show, he's like, what do you want? I can give you, by the way, not just I can give you what you want in terms of one wish, I can give you whatever you want in multiple wishes. He's like, I want shit. I just want Melfina. It's like, no, I think he would have chosen some shit based on what he did in the show earlier.
Love. Okay, so Outlaw Star is one of them.
Yeah. Again, would have previously been ranked higher. It's the problem is a lot of shows that are really good I've watched fucking once and I don't remember them.
That's fine. That's why you think it's so good, because you only saw it once a long time ago.
Like I might have rated Death Note higher if the second part of the show didn't happen.
Sure. Yeah, first part of Death Note. Yeah.
I don't know if is that offensive to spoil. That show's so old. That show's from 2006, right? Like everyone knows what happens, right? The second part of that show is horrendous.
I mean, you could just say you don't have to say why, but you could say, you don't like the second half of the show.
There's just like one genius, and now there's like a bunch of geniuses. The same thing with Code Geass. Like Code Geass was a really good show until like the end of season 1, where it was like, Achu, kill all Japanese people.
I'm so glad you're the only person I've ever heard that has my exact same opinion on Code Geass.
I thought that was. By the way, this is as a child, because I watched the show when it came out. As a child, I was like, "This is the dumbest fucking thing ever. I'm never watching the show again."
Yes, thank you. Oh my god, everyone's like, "You have to watch Code Geass." I'm like, "Okay," and I watch it, and I'm like, "Oh, this is okay." It's like anime Batman. It's a joke, and then it gets to the kill Japanese people part. And I'm like, "What the fuck is this shit? This is so dog shit. This is the most contrived thing I've ever seen." A guy who had that power,
who was supposed to be a hero, maybe he turns into a villain later in the show. I don't know, because like domination is a pretty evil power.
Yeah,
that's what it's called in D&D anyway. Like he would never make that mistake.
No. So
what he would have done was order her to do something that's non-consequential, something inconsequential, menial, and then explain the power.
Right. So you know what you're talking about, Adam. There's a show where a guy who's supposed to be like a super genius, he basically gets the ability to like tell people what to do, and they just have to do it. And it has like all this like complicated political like military shit going on in the background. And it gets to an episode where it looks like they finally achieved like peace in like between all the various factions. I'm like, oh wow, they did it. This is great.
And he looks over and he says, "Go to war."
He does, but basically, by accident. He's like talking to like, oops. Yeah, he's like talking to some princess. I forget exactly. Some princess who controls.
We should go to war.
By the way, and even if he fucked that up, so I actually, for some reason, I referenced that scene about a week ago, and I rewatched that scene. This is going to be very non-YouTube friendly. If that's what happened, this princess person is going to go proceed to kill all Japanese people. The correct answer to your fuck up is to Minecraft and not have those people die. That's a trolley. Minecraft.
Does he realize that I don't remember. Does he realize she's going to do it when she's?
Yes, she's like walking out to go kill all the Japanese. It's like, okay, you fucked up. Now you got to pay the consequences.
Right.
And so it's like,
but look, it's his mistake though. He can't do that.
Too bad.
Yeah, so he's trying to explain to her.
There's a trolley experiment problem. Like
that's a giant trolley problem. What are you talking about?
He's trying to explain to her how his powers work now that he's basically solved the entire conflict for the series, and he just says like, "Oh yeah, I can tell you what to do. Like for example, I could just say kill all Japanese people." But
that's how he does it. That's the accent.
Like that's how he says it. But then there's like some,
for example,
there's some contrived thing that like, for some reason that doesn't exist to that point in the show, he loses control of his powers temporarily. So he wasn't meaning to use his powers. He just said it as an offhanded remark.
Even more the reason to not.
I know, it's so stupid. And then he accidentally loses control of his powers for the first time, and she does. I'm like, oh, this is so contrived.
Like, I bet if I rewatch that, because I remember like the first scene, he has a bunch of people shoot themselves in Minecraft.
Yes.
Does that work when you just say in Minecraft?
No, it doesn't work.
That's a joke.
Because we say like bad words on the stream all the time.
You're gonna have to appeal for monetization after this stream, probably.
Of course.
I mean, that's kind of a regular thing. So
yeah,
don't worry about it.
But
just don't bring up dolphin rape, okay? Because that's where we get in real trouble.
Oh, I apparently you can say the word rape. You just can't say too much. You don't have to say great.
Well, I think we've gone through the allotment probably just there.
Yeah.
Right.
But there were points where it's like from what I remember when I was 16 and I watched the show a bunch of years ago, like that definitely would have been evil. Like it's cool as a teenager, but like as an adult, like this guy's kind of like Light. Like Light's not a good guy. Light's a villain, and you need to be an adult to realize why Light is a villain.
Well, I mean, do you?
Well, I mean, I thought it was cool and edgy when I was a kid. I was like,
really? You're like, oh, this Light guy is great.
I mean, like he wasn't the greatest
asshole.
guy, but it's like, oh, well, you could kill somebody and like you could kill the major terrorist guy and make country free. It's like, no, you can't. Then you create a power vacuum and a worse person gets involved.
Right. Unless they're all afraid of.
Oh yeah, but like,
yeah,
you're not going to stop corruption with murder. You have to create some very intricate system that makes it very, very hard for abusers to succeed.
Yeah.
But that's basically one of the arguments in the Jonathan Haidt book was when they did research and they had no way of stopping people from viewing abusive things. People just did it. Once there were consequences, they stopped or they didn't do it as much.
Exactly.
Yeah. We just need to find the best version of that.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty much my major problem with socialism is that it doesn't entirely have a good answer with that. It's like you give this government all this money and power, like, yeah, great, you get free healthcare, but like you're also giving them a ton of money. And what tends to happen, which is by the way, this is not like a mystery. This has been known for thousands of years. You can read about this in Plato's Republic, where it's like when people get lots of power and they start redistributing resources, they give some of it to you guys, but they take most of it for themselves.
Yep.
Yeah, because they have to pay off their underlings that maintain their power.
Yeah. And then also buy a vacation home.
Exactly. Yeah. Well, I mean,
and buy a vacation home for their underlings.
Yeah, but this is. I mean, you're exactly right, and this is why it's annoying when I listen to socialists, is because it's like socialism does not at all line up with human psychology. You have to incentivize people to be pro-social. Socialism doesn't do that. It assumes people are starting from a position of being pro-social, which is absurd, and that's why it never works.
Yeah. It assumes that nobody's a psychopath or sociopath, and usually these days the most sociopathic people are the ones who get power. So you need to find some way to limit them.
That's kind of from the other political spectrum. That's why I love the story of the first BioShock so much, because that's essentially what it's about. There's always going to be some fucking asshole who's going to try to take advantage of your system. So you can't be too idealistic about this.
Yeah.
Shit.
Like it only takes it takes a lot of people to build a skyscraper, but it only takes one person to burn it down.
Exactly.
Well, maybe like 3 or 4 people to burn it down. Be a lot of demolition charges.
Sure. It's always easy. It takes much less energy to destroy something than to build it. Yeah.
I shouldn't have said skyscraper. I should have said house.
Right.
But like 4 or 5 people could build a house. What?
I read Brian Klaus recently on this topic, this book, Corruptible, Who Gets Power and How to Change It. And his argument is that a lot of psychopaths crave power and look for power positions. And we really need to restructure society to avoid this. He was the one that came up with the mirroring panels that I told you about, Sitch. The panels that don't have any power at all, but they make decisions to kind of see if the panel that does make the decision, like the board of directors that does make the decisions, is making decisions in favor of the shareholders or has been corrupted. Yeah.
That's interesting. Yeah.
So he comes up with this idea that there's like shadow boards for all different areas of life, where the people that make decisions, their decisions are just meant to mirror the actual decision-making body. And obviously, since they have nothing to gain or lose by making decisions, the idea is that they'll make better decisions. Yeah, it's a fascinating book.
I wonder if it's the case that people who are psychopathic desire power because that's how they can interact with people and get what they want, because they're antisocial, and so the only relationship they know is being able to assert dominance over somebody.
He goes into this guy. He goes into this guy that takes over a HOA just so he can fucking lord over his neighbors. It's a complete nightmare.
Oh, well, is he telling the story of literally every HOA?
I know. That's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking.
Because he's basically saying,
well, he's basically saying that's why nobody wants to get involved in these HOAs. And the HOAs just, they attract that person that sees it as some perk that they can have. Most of us don't want to lord over other people's, but the psychopaths, they do. Yeah.
It seems like when I was moving to Texas, like every freaking neighborhood has an HOA. You leave your grass half an inch overgrown, and they give you a ticket.
Jesus.
And
Yeah, I
and
don't
then
have it.
by the way, any problem like a barking dog or some shit, they're just missing.
Mm.
So it just seems a way to like you look around the neighborhood, all like there's so many people who are violating the HOA principles anyway, where it's like, why even have one? Like I'm now forced to have a specific design to my house. It has to have 2.5 trees and this certain number of bushes or whatever. It's like, what if I don't want to design my house like that? I think it looks stupid.
I thought this was America.
Yeah.
HOAs are awful, but so are there any other animes you guys want to suggest?
I'm so desperate that I wish that Ender's Game was made into like a good Netflix show or something, because the movie was so awful. And it's probably
why would you give it to Netflix then?
Well,
yeah,
okay, you're right.
Say, what are you talking about?
Take that back. I want to be a TV show somewhere on some streaming service. Okay. Whether it be something that's not terrible, because it's too much information for a movie. And the movie that came out was just terrible and completely missed the point, or a lot of the points that the book was trying to make.
It really did. I'm just hoping that Netflix doesn't fuck up Yu Yu Hakusho. Apparently they didn't fuck up One Piece.
They're doing a Yu Yu Hakusho?
Yeah, it comes out in a couple days.
Wow,
comes out the 14th.
I have no clue. I've never been a Yu Yu Hakusho fan.
Yu Yu Haka.
I know some people swear by it.
It's
there's so much anime.
I think it roughly translates to Ghost Files, but not entirely. There's a what's that story called? Journey to the West reference in one of the U's.
I thought that was one of the. Isn't his name something Hakusho?
But no, his name's Yusuke. But
Yusuke, yeah. Okay.
But it's like Yude, which means ghost. But in Hakusho is like a document.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like Ghost Files is what they translated to in English, but they didn't. I don't know. That's kind of a stupid name. I don't know that's probably why they didn't translate the name.
I mean, almost all the whenever there's like these weird names in Japanese, or usually do not translate well into English.
Yeah, someone spelled it wrong. It's 2 U's, not 1. But that probably looked weird in English.
Oh yeah, everyone tells me I should like it because I mean I really like Hunter x Hunter a lot. That's one of my favorite animes.
Yeah, same guy. But
it's the same guy. Yeah.
I haven't watched Hunter x Hunter, and I refused to watch it because I heard it didn't finish.
So you should the anime kind of does finish. It kind of finished, and I think it finishes kind of where the comic should have just ended. But then he kept doing the comic, and then he did a little bit more, and then he's never been able to finish the comic.
Oh, so how Yu Yu Hakusho should have finished after the Dark Tournament. For those of people who've seen it,
right?
It should have finished at like episode 50 or 60.
I would recommend watching the Hunter x Hunter. I think it's great. The beginning starts off kind of like kiddie, and so that turns people off, but I like it. It's fun. It's a fun adventure.
That's what turned me off. That's
I know you're like, this is like a little kid show. I'm like,
yeah. I was like, oh my god.
This is the show where they
they
had like the guy with the swords, like the comic relief character, where it's like he's obviously way less powerful than everybody else, and so they just kind of fuck with him the whole show.
You're talking about Yu Yu Hakusho?
Yeah, he's one of the guys who does. No, this is my fight. How about
the guy that wears the blue school outfit and has the pompadour?
Yeah,
the orange pompadour.
Is that what that's called? The haircut, that weird hair, that pizza haircut.
Isn't he? Well, let me see. What does his character look like? Okay, because I was going to say, don't they all have pompadours in Yu Yu Hakusho? They all have like that.
No, you have spiky hair 90s protagonists. 2 of them. You got Goku hair on the right.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Yeah.
It's short Goku hair guy.
The orange hair guy I'm talking about. Yeah.
Yeah. So, December 14th. Hopefully they don't fuck it up.
There you go. They probably will. I mean, I watched One Piece. It was okay. I've never read One Piece or watched. Well, I tried to watch it and I couldn't get it.
That was on Netflix, right? They didn't screw that up.
And I was like, it was fine.
Finally, Netflix can do one.
I watched it. So, but I feel like if I
also don't like One Piece.
I wouldn't like it. So,
like I found it like it's hard to get over the art. The art style is super ugly, and like even the new like Luffy's new power up looks weird. It's making it hard to get into the show. And I already know most of the spoilers anyway.
Oh, okay. I don't know what his new power up is.
Oh, well then, don't. Well, you got what do you got like 600 episodes left before you get to it?
Yeah, exactly.
The only reason I know is because it was trending.
Listen, Goku has Ultra Instinct. Okay, that was the last power up that I was aware of.
Okay, it looks like a terrible version of that.
Wait, does it really?
Do you use anime cutaways in your videos?
Me? I
Yeah.
don't even know what that means. Like jump cuts or like
Yeah, sure.
It's YouTube. Who the hell doesn't use jump cuts?
Wait,
Right,
you're being
but-
serious? This Luffy with the white hair shit?
Yeah.
What the fuck? They gave Luffy Ultra Instinct? You can't fucking do that.
Yeah, they just
you
did
can't
that.
Still Dragon Ball Super? What the fuck?
Why the fuck not?
Bro, you can't do that. That's illegal. Somebody's to arrest this man.
Did you ever watch G Gundam? It's like the tournament Gundam.
No, I know what it is, but I never watched it.
Okay, so I bought the DVDs when I was a kid.
Yeah.
And I remember watching the extras on the DVD, and the guy was like blatantly, well, I didn't want to copy Dragon Ball. So I gave all the characters gold hair when they power up.
It just says it.
Was like,
all right.
I think I still have that DVD. Let's see if I can extract the extras on that to see if, because I remember laughing my ass off at that when I was a kid.
That is pretty funny.
Someone's saying
You should watch
Kurama
more
has a really
anime.
stupid voice in Japanese. I recommend you watch the English version of this show. It's much better. Though they
what?
do change a lot of the conversations. So it's sort of a different show, but the voice acting is better.
Have you seen Madoka Magica?
Madoka Magica, yeah.
Thank you.
I've seen that.
You like that? How do you feel about
Well, like, you can't say why because it kind of spoils the show.
that? Yeah, but I'm just saying, so you do like it.
Yeah.
Tell us why. I want it spoiled. I
It's
like
great.
my show
It's
spoiled.
a great
It's very
anime. You should watch it,
Cthulhu-esque. It's like I remember watching it with a friend. I was like, there's a character that pops on screen. I was like, this guy's the villain, isn't he? Because he's supposed to be like a cute little rabbit or whatever.
Wow,
Oh.
spoiler! Holy
spoilers!
fuck.
But everybody fucking knows that.
No
What
one
was it?
knows about Madoka Magica. Jesus.
The people have plushes of that character. Like you once like Adam would instantly figure out that that's the villain.
No, he wouldn't.
Look, I think I've seen this. Yeah.
Adam, I want you to watch
yeah.
Madoka Magica, and I want you to tell me how you feel about it.
No, it's obvious that's the villain.
Who?
He's too cute not to be the villain.
No, stop it. You ruined it.
That doesn't ruin the show. There's so much other shit that goes on.
I know.
in the
That's
show.
just a small element of it.
And like I said, that they wanted to make that obvious from the first episode. It's again, you can't really say anything without spoiling. Maybe like because if I talk about the next thing, like it's just going to spoil the show.
No, I know. Well, it's interesting because I think I'm trying to remember because I watched it in Japanese, and I think in Japanese, the character you're talking about is male, and it was interesting because it's like the one male character, and then I think in the English one they made it female, and I'm like, oh, that was stupid. I should have.
Yeah, it's really the difference between Japan and America is that in Japan, voice acting is a profession. In America, it's like a hobby.
Is it?
So sometimes you get really good dubs. Most of the time, you get terrible dubs. And I think even since Crunchyroll, like every time I'll switch over to the English version, it's like the worst dubbing ever. Like the acting's terrible, the voices are terrible voice matches for the characters. Yeah, that's the show.
AI will fix all of this.
Hopefully.
You should actually watch that. Unironically, I don't know if it's streaming anywhere. You would probably like that show with your wife if you watched Madoka Magica.
But she's already seen it.
No, I meant I was talking to Adam.
Oh,
yeah.
But
you don't have a wife. Sean.
I was like, yeah, I was
talking
like, I
about?
have a girlfriend and a wife.
Yeah.
Does your girlfriend know about your wife, Sean?
Yeah. Well, now she does.
There's so much anime to watch, man.
I know.
Who has time for all
Actually,
this
maybe
anime?
you wouldn't. That anime is pretty sad. Maybe
But
you should
Madoka would
watch
be
it
an
with your
example of a good show.
Yes.
That's like, why stop making shows that are 4,000 episodes? Just make like a good 26 episode show, or like maybe 13,
that's a
26, and
problem.
52. Those are the good numbers.
Look, something I can handle is like 12. Let's have just a 12 episode.
I think there's only like 12. Well, yeah, I mean, it's true. I like Madoka is short. Paranoia Agent is short. Kill la Kill is
Nobody
not short,
fucking
but-
gets Paranoia Agent. You can't make that a good show.
I love Paranoia Agent. and I
That
do
show
get
is so,
it. Stop.
maybe I need to watch it again as an adult, but that show is weird as fuck. The
It
last
is
time I
super
watched
weird.
it.
It's super weird. That show has my favorite reveal of all time, which is when you think that the stupid kid is Lil Slugger and you get really upset and you're like, this show sucks now. and then you find out that that stupid kid is dead and he's not Little Slugger. And the cop just like it was like he like looks and he like chases him and then he disappears into the wall and they find like the kid's dead and they're like, oh my God. I was like, yes, we're back, baby.
It's a very weird show.
The show is about how people's fears materialize into this physical entity that basically starts taking over all of reality.
Yeah.
Yes. But you don't know that until you get to like the end.
Maybe it was a little bit too. That's a show that you could spoil, and it doesn't matter because you have to watch it multiple times. You know what the fuck the show is about. Same with like Serial Experiments Lane.
It's the same creator. That's why it's like Lane.
Oh yeah. Like I watched Lane a couple of years ago and did not fucking get it. So that show's still over my head.
Lane is. I like Paranoid Agent better because it's what's funny. It's more grounded than Lane. Lane is completely insane.
Lane is like the show you say that you like to appear cool when you're in high school.
Yeah. There are things in Lane I like. I don't like the overall show. There are things in it I like. I like when the sister has the mental breakdown and like fades out of reality. It's like super trippy. That's
weird
and weird
as fuck.
Yeah. I like the creepy
I like
alien.
the intro song to that show from my memory.
Yes. But I don't think I like, and I like kind of like when you find out what's going on, I like the plot, but I don't like the overall show. It is too vague and there's too much of like nothing happening in a lot of the show.
Now, someone in the chat said Ergo Proxy. That's another show that you would say that you like to be cool in high school.
I've never seen that one.
Neither. I know it's like super. I think it was like, I'm gonna be totally wrong about this, but I think it's like Ghost in the Shell, where it's very political. And I was too young to watch it. It was too over my head. I think I didn't really appreciate Ghost in the Shell until I was in college.
Fooly Cooley.
Tough one. Fooly Cooley's good. Yeah, obviously.
Well, there's a lot of weird themes in that show from my memory.
It's all about puberty and erections
and inappropriate relationships with adults.
Yes, but that's why it's great. Fooly Cooley is amazing. It's only 6 episodes too.
Yeah, it's great. It's very bite-sized.
You're in and you're out.
Yeah. Like sex. I mean, wait, what?
It's perfect.
Speak for yourself.
Don't have all day for this. Come on.
Yeah.
Beastars? Is that the one where like there's this anime where like there's like a bunch of like furries, like the
that's Beastars.
That's Beastars where like one of them gets animals, like the tiger furry bites off the arm of like a different furry or something like that.
I've never watched it because I don't like furries and I'm instantly turned off by the aesthetic of it. But yes.
Really?
The show. Yeah. Adam thinks I'm a furry because he pulls up the furry chart and I like will like have sex with something that's not exactly human. So,
someone's name, one of your mods named Batosai. Does he know the story behind the guy who created that show?
I don't know. Batosai, do you know the story behind Kenshin? Because I don't.
I'm sure he probably does.
But... The guy got caught with a bunch of
Kenshin.
The guy got caught with a bunch of illicit material in his basement.
Oh my God, Batosai! How dare you?
Well, what was the name of the show? Rurouni Kenshin. That's the name of the show.
Kenshin. I was okay. I liked it when I was younger. I saw it when I was older, and I was like, eh. They remade it when I never watched the
without spoiling. That's correct. I cannot talk about anime without spoiling it. But these are shows that are all fucking old. If you haven't seen it, too bad. I'm not spoiling like
spoiling
making it better.
Monica Magica, Death Note, and
though I did spoil One Piece. My bad.
One Piece.
You now know what Luffy's power up looks like.
You spoil Ender's Game. God, spoil everything.
I didn't spoil Ender's Game.
I know. I'm just saying. But
I didn't tell you that Harrison Ford's in that movie.
That does spoil.
Was it Harrison
Ford?
Ford?
Give a fuck in that movie.
Or was it Dennis Quaid?
No, it's Harrison Ford. He plays Gaff or whatever the fuck the guy's name is. And he does not give a fuck. He's so out to lunch in that movie. Which, if I read that script, I wouldn't give a fuck either. You know, it's funny. I took a writing lab thing with Orson Scott Card, who wrote Ender's Game. He's a very interesting guy. He's super affable and funny, even though he's Mormon and has like some really wacky beliefs. And I remember it wasn't until years later when I found out about Mormonism, because there's a weird thing in the Ender's Game sequels where they're like humans have colonized 100 different planets, but each planet is separated by very specific ethnicities. So like there's an entire planet of Chinese people. There's an entire planet of like Maui people. Like there's an entire planet of Norwegian people. And when I read the book, I didn't think that was weird. And it was only until years later when I like realized how like in Mormonism, they have this idea that if you're really good, you get your own planet that you're god of. I was like, oh my God. This
what?
is why.
Oh, really? Oh.
Yeah, it's like this is
I was
why
like,
they all have planets.
is he doing the Star Wars problem, the one terrain planet?
He was doing the multiple terrain, one people's planet.
Yeah.
Which is a little ethno-nationalist, which I also didn't really think about when I read those books. So
actually, someone in the comments said the season after the Dark Tournament season of Yu Yu Hakusho, a show that you've never seen, was decent. Yeah, I agree with that. The problem is it's kind of hitched in with the season that it comes of the arc that comes directly after it, and the arc that's directly after it's terrible. It's like clearly like the writer phoned it in for this last part of the show. And should have just ended it when that 5th arc of the show was over.
Maybe the comic is different.
I mean, I have the comic. I should just read it
just to see. Yeah,
it seems like the comics. It's only 19 books, but there's a lot of like. It's hard because I have the Japanese version, and it's a lot of like explaining shit, and it's like this is a kid's manga. Do you have to sit here and explain everything and like have all this? Like it's really hard to read explanatory dialogue in a different language.
It's the writer, because same thing in Hunter x Hunter. He really likes rule systems and kind of like autistically going into
it's annoying
rule systems. Well, see, I love that shit because I'm a big fucking autistic nerd.
You should be more like Gantz.
But yeah, some people
explains fucking nothing.
Right,
and it's just dialogue that's super fucking easy to read as an adult who doesn't speak Japanese very well.
There's a part. This is hilarious. In Hunter x Hunter, after the anime ends, there's like this arc in the comic that's never going to be finished. There's a couple people whose powers is so complicated that the guy literally, it takes like 2 to 3 pages with diagrams to explain how this fucking power works. And I've read it like 5 times and I still don't understand how the fuck the power
I think you fucked up. I think what you do is take simple concepts and make them good powers. Like this is something that, my very, very brief time playing D&D, when I was in high school and a little bit of college, like you get a magic item. I remember having like a magic item that makes your hands do fire damage. And I was like, okay, I have these fire damage hands and I burn people. And I was a monk character. Can I hold them and burn them? He's like, yep. Okay, I grab his throat and burn his throat and kill him that way. It's like, oh, well, now you just burn and like scorch them and throw them as they're scorching hot. It's like, yep. So there are things like that you can do narratively that are really interesting with a very, very simple concept.
Right. Well,
like you can do like the pro gamer version of this power. Like what would people do if they were able to do this?
Yeah. So that like, JoJo does that a lot.
Yeah. I don't think they have too many Freak of the Week episodes, at least in the second season. It was like, you can't really, like, where does this power go? Like, you can't really do that. And so they do this lazy shit where it's like, my power of the biggest guy is just, he's really, really strong.
Right.
Versus like, it's like but My Hero Academia does a good job with that, where it's okay, he's really, really strong, but he can like shoot wind bullets and shit at people.
Yeah, he has something weird, something very specific that he's utilizing in a very specific way.
It feels like this is a strong character versus like superhero. Like, why is a character that's super strong not able to run super fast? The only time I've seen that done correctly was in the Justice League, where it's like Superman is Superman as fast as the Flash?
No. But he's still very fast.
He's like, he can see, he can like turn and see. It's like, well, yeah, that makes sense. Because if he was able to do all this, like the type of muscle that helps you lift a really heavy weight is also the type of muscle that helps you run fast.
Sure, but
fiber type.
Presumably what makes the Flash and Superman fast is not really, it's like not strength per se, right?
Well, Flash is like, it's like a superpower. I mean, they established that in the Flash movie that he was faster than Superman, but that was also a terrible movie.
Well, yeah, but even the comic, Flash is usually faster than Superman. But I mean, like Superman's powers obviously don't even make sense. Like you couldn't, that was like one of the funny, well, not funny, but it's part of the thing that was interesting in The Boys with the, he can't lift up the airplane because it'll just crumble around him. And they're like, what are you talking about? Superman lifts up airplanes all the time. You're like, that's not how physics work. Like, you can't just like lift up an airplane with one hand.
Yeah, that's one of my favorite scenes of that show.
Yeah.
It's like, no, I actually can't save any of these people.
Yeah.
Well, we're going to make it look
he could
like
save
we
a
tried.
couple. He just couldn't save enough. It was better to let them all die because then they would know that they failed. Or that he caused the crash anyway by lasering the pilot.
I fucking love that show. I think that show is very descriptive of celebrities.
I only watched the first season.
You should watch the second and the third season.
Okay. I've heard very mixed things about it.
I mean, it degrades in quality a little bit as the show goes on, but like they do parody a lot of shit. Like,
oh, it's true. Oh yeah, where's
they put Captain America in it, which is funny.
Sammy G brings up a great point. $5 says, "Don't forget to watch the One Punch Man Harry Potter anime, Mashal. The manga is top tier." That's true. Mashal's amazing. I've been watching anime and read the comic. It's great. It's a guy who the very few people that are not magic users are like killed and ostracized. So this one guy, basically, he's been living out in the woods with some old man, but he's like super into weight training and he's like super physically strong. And so he pretends he has magic by just doing like very weird physical strong techniques. And everyone thinks he's just like this really powerful magic user. He's just a person who lifts like a lot of weights.
That's my issue with like things like Harry Potter. There's one major flaw, which is like, power dynamics. The same thing with like Avatar. They don't really explain how people without the powers are surviving. I mean, they sort of explain it in the second series of Avatar where they give the people without powers more powers. But like, how would if there's this thing called the Fire Nation, why would it just be like everybody who doesn't have the powers is just murdered or enslaved?
Well, I guess in Avatar, like in the first series, I got the impression that it was kind of like the people that had powers were usually part of some upper echelon of the society than the people that didn't. And they were fighting each other
without powers or something like that. So they're just regularly getting born and their parents don't want to kill their kids or whatever. Like even like why are magic users a minority in the Harry Potter world? Like why are they hiding who they are? Sort of like the you can make the Voldemort argument. It's like, wait, we're the more powerful ones. What the fuck?
Well, in Harry Potter, there's a lot of Harry Potter that's never explained or doesn't make sense.
And usually the more powerful societies are the ones that are the domineering force. They wouldn't be afraid of the people of the Muggles.
Why did the wizards not take over the Earth, some year, 1,000 years ago or whatever?
Like maybe not in modern society, but it would have happened a long time ago. And they would just be the ones that were left.
Right. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's just, that's the suspension of disbelief just so you can have the story exist.
Yeah.
So.
Well, the same thing like the waterbenders would be like way more powerful than everybody. Like ridiculously powerful, even without the blood bending shit.
Well, I don't even know it seems unlikely. You'd be like, how the fuck did the Fire Nation wipe out the air nomads? Like,
yeah, there's no way.
That seems like, jeez.
Oh, you mean the air nomads? You can blow all the air away from the fire.
Right. Yeah, you could just literally suck all the oxygen out of the area. They could.
Yeah. Well, it's like they have to. Part of it's like it's a kid show, so they have to figure out like, okay, well, the series 2 is more adults. Like, why can't I just take this guy and make it so you can't breathe?
Right.
Because that's what I would do if I had this power. Same thing with the blood. But why don't I just take all the water that's in your body and just blow you up or whatever? Like just boom, boom, boom. They're really, really easy. So they kind of have to explain why they can't do that. I mean, I guess you can create little like, because they can change the state of matter. So you can just take a piece of ice and make it super, super, super hard and just throw like little knives at people. Everybody should be able to fly in that show. I don't know why. I mean, the firebenders would probably have the hardest time flying, but like Earth, like, if you can levitate a rock, you can levitate yourself on the rock.
Yeah. So they never like. It's weird. They kind of like vague. They're very vague about how the powers work. Like, do you have to be touching the element?
Probably intentionally so.
Yeah, intentionally, right? Like how. Like, do you have to be looking at the element? Because it seems like it changes. Kind of the rules change kind of on the whim. But what the rules here are, but
I want to see if someone can make an adult version of that show where they actually use the powers to their full potential and see if it works. The problem is that the waterbenders would be too fucking powerful.
I mean, I feel like if they use the powers to the full extent, I feel like almost everyone would be too powerful except for the firebenders would be like the shittiest.
So that's why it's maybe they thought that ironically is like we're gonna make the weakest one the most powerful ones.
Yeah, because like there's so like you're like it's almost like how does anyone ever beat Toph at any point? How does anyone ever beat,
beat off
blood bending at any point? Has anyone ever beat Aang? Like, just the powers seem ridiculous, or they just establish rules that limit everything so that there's an explanation of why you can't.
Yeah, they would have to, but I would love to see the adult version of that show. The problem is it'd be too hard to make that show work.
Well, it's a children's show about children, so,
It's a children's show about life. It's about like friendship and.
It's a good show. Don't get me wrong. The first one, the second one's awful.
Like, I remember thinking because the second one's more edgy, and so when it originally came out, I was like, "Oh, this is the better show." And then I realized as time went on, I was like, "I don't really remember any of the second show, but I remember all the first show." So something about the writing of this first series was much better.
The head writer for the first show wasn't on the second show.
Oh,
so
maybe that's why.
Completely written. Like, it's very interesting if you ever go back and watch the second show. It feels kind of like George Lucas with the Star Wars prequels, where the creator of the thing had like a lot of good ideas, and they had someone else kind of channel them into a story that made sense, and then they had their own kind of go at it the next time around, and they just didn't understand how to do good storytelling and completely.
A part of this is I really, really hate Korra. Like I really hate the main character of that show. She's really terrible.
She's a very bad character.
It's like
all the characters in Korra kind of suck for the most part.
Not Bolin.
Not Bolin. But
very specifically not Bolin.
He gets
everybody else is
like
kind of a piece of
hard. Shit. Bolin gets cucked super hard. I mean,
that's true.
I like Tenzin as a character. I like the adults. I like I forget her name, the police chief lady, Toph's daughter.
I can't remember. Here's how much I don't like the show. I can't remember a fucking name, but I can remember all the all the original cast.
Yeah, exactly. But then this weird thing too, because then also that show does that weird thing where like all the original characters are all terrible for some reason. They all grew up to be like terrible parents. And
yeah, I fucking hated that. They did the same. Like it's they did the same shit in the sequel to Inuyasha too, where it's like well, I can say this, like, without spoiling the show because it's relatively recent. I don't know how much your audience cares. Probably not at all.
Spoiled everything already.
I don't care about Inuyasha, so no one cares.
All right, I'm gonna spoil the fuck out of this.
Okay.
So, the second series of Inuyasha was not written by the original writer. I think it was probably just outlined or something like that. And oh my god, they fuck up the entire story. So it's like you have this hero's journey where a guy and a girl find a rock and then destroy it, and then like the reward for their victory in saving this world is that they instantly get transported into the underworld and lose contact with their child for 14 years.
This is Kagome Inuyasha?
It was this was the second series of Inuyasha. And then the reason that they get transported to the underworld and don't get to see their kid right after she's born is because his brother has some sort of feud with some other guy, and so his brother throws him into the underworld at some way of, I don't know. The real reason is because they couldn't figure out how to make this universe work with Inuyasha being so fucking powerful, so they had to get rid of him somehow. So they just said, you don't get to see your kid as your reward for saving this world. And then also your brother did something really evil, but we're going to ignore that. And your brother's a pedophile now and a groomer.
That's the reward?
Yeah. Where it's like they completely shit on the previous show to make this new show work.
Right.
And it doesn't make sense. And I hated every moment of it.
I like Fondue for $5 says, imagine going into the avatar state and all you have is just Korra. What a sad state.
Well, I think a part of the power of the avatar state is you get like the powers of the previous avatar. You get like each the most powerful avatar at his height of bending or whatever.
Yes. And you just get Korra because she's destroyed the avatar lineage and it's just her.
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck is this?
Though as she's destroyed, no, this is before she destroys it. The only good part of that show is where she was removed from it when they tell the series of the history of the avatar, and you get to see the first avatar. That is the only part of the show I remember because they have that battle at the end where it's like, fuck, I spent all this time trying to save everybody and we're still at war and I'm dead.
Right. Avatar. One.
Yeah, Avatar. That was a fun little anecdote.
It was. I mean, I didn't like the whole idea of like, oh, the elements were just like granted to people, as opposed to them like, because it didn't really make sense.
Oh yeah, they changed the fuck out of that, right? That's not how it originally was.
Yeah, originally it was like, okay, there's some kind of genetic lineage, obviously, and then people somehow learned to utilize this genetic lineage by like watching animals that had these natural abilities or something. At least that's how it's explained in the original series.
I think some of them, like Toph, watched animals. I don't think all of them did.
Well, no, they always, because like, you know, Zuko was like, oh, we learned firebending from watching dragons. And,
oh yeah, true, maybe.
You know,
but that could just be a martial arts lore where you like you
right. It could just be lore, right?
Yeah,
who knows?
They're probably just trying to do the martial arts thing, like the Chinese martial art thing,
right? But that's better than like a giant lion turtle just grants you this power because fuck you.
That's also some mythological thing, like the lion. I don't. It's like Eastern mythology. There's some sort of significance to that specific character,
right? Well, I mean, and also I remember it's funny because I remember even as a kid, you know, even though I liked Avatar a lot, I really hated the end where Aang is just granted the cheat code by the lion turtle for no reason.
Oh, I fucking hated that. I really hated that shit.
Yes.
Like the problem is it's a kid show.
Well, no, but the solution was right there. It's so simple. All you had is because you know you had that great scene where Aang is like going through all his past lives and he's asking them all for help to try to like solve this problem.
Yeah.
And there's always like really interesting interactions. There's like the Arab nomad lady who's like, listen, you have to put your personal moral system aside because you're the avatar, and that's more important than your own personal enlightenment. I was like,
Yeah, it was a good argument.
Right. I was like, that's fascinating. And what they could have done was just instead of get rid of the lion turtle, instead you have that go on. Aang is just going back through all of his previous lives, all the way back, and then he just eventually gets to the first avatar, and that's the person who teaches him how to do the energy bending. Because then it would feel like Aang, like he was working towards this goal.
Oh, versus it just give. I guess that's better narrative wise. I just didn't like that he wasn't forced to make a complex decision. It was like, boom, we just give you.
Like should he have to actually kill him or not? Yeah, I agree. That would have been more. I mean, that would have been more interesting and darker. But that's
But it's a kid show.
Yeah.
So you can't do that.
Well, I mean, there is always the whole like the hero finds the third option sort of trope.
I mean, I guess they they did kill one character, right? They killed the explosion guy, and they killed the other explosion chick in the second series. Like quite a few people die in the second show.
Aang doesn't. Who's the one that kills Exploding Man?
He kills himself. It's like a Spider-Man villain.
Yeah, but isn't it? It's Toph. She hits him with the rock.
Oh yeah, and then he blows himself up. And then
I
guess the explosion girl in the second one sort of dies the same way, where she gets metal bended like a mask around her, and she does the exploding attack and blows her head off.
Yeah, that seemed a little bit more deliberate. But in the second one, no one really had any moral considerations about not killing people the way Aang did in the second series.
But actually, that was one of the most memorable part for me, because that taught me about Overton Window. Was that specific scene, because it's still on a kid's show, but they blew a person's head off on a kid's show, and how they got away with that interaction actually framed a lot of how I do content, specifically because of that. Though I still didn't like Korra. And the one guy, the villain of season 1 kills himself too.
Oh, Shady Direct says Sokka kills Sparky Boom Man. Oh, you're right, because I remember him bragging about
Well, you got to tell us how
he throws a boomerang at his head.
How did they do it and get away with it? How did they blow a guy's head up on a kid's show?
They do it off screen, but they show her doing the power up, and they have her kill herself off screen, and then like the guy who's dating her is like, no.
Yeah, he reacts like, holy
So now
shit.
in your videos, you just do.
I do everything off screen. Yeah,
off screen.
No.
Okay.
I don't think Aang kills anyone.
Solution.
Well, Aang might kill people when Aang turns into the giant spirit fish. I don't know if
he had to have killed people doing that. Yeah,
I guess. I mean, he killed that one guy, gets sucked into the spirit realm. I guess he's dead. General Zhao.
Didn't he kill himself though?
No, he gets dragged into the water by the spirit fish.
Oh, well, there you go. Oh, yeah. Then I guess he does. Because that is definitely a plot breaking point. It's like, hey, couldn't Avatar Roku be like, well, what about when you did the fish thing? Like,
well, to be fair,
he wasn't nobody doing that.
He wasn't really conscious. He was basically just channeling the moon, the ocean spirit. He wasn't really it wasn't him doing any of that stuff.
I don't know, but if you accidentally kill someone while driving, you're not because you're not paying attention.
No, but if you're possessed by an entity,
if you were possessed by a separate personality,
right,
while you were driving,
yeah, Aang never. Yeah, so I don't know. I would give Aang a pass on anyone that died when he was possessed by the spirit of the ocean. I'd say, okay, that's fine.
Oh, okay. Well, because it's different. Okay, I'll give a pass on that one, but still he killed people in that scene.
There you go.
100% killed people in that scene.
There you go.
All right.
I just remember when Korra first came out, everyone was speculating how Amon's powers work, and there was always speculation that, oh my god, maybe it's Ko. Maybe it's Ko back from from all Avatar 1, it's gonna be some crazy reveal. And it turns out no, he's just some lame loser who knows waterbending. Okay. Pathetic.
Maybe
Thanks for coming on,
a lot less fantastic than the people were imagining.
Yes.
Yeah. Thanks for catching the cue, Adam.
Yeah, no, thanks for coming on, man. This was great. This was a lot of fun. Thanks for talking about the book and for talking about anime. I had no idea you were such a weeb.
I love it.
Have I not said I learned Japanese? Star Ocean R, by the way, good game. They redid Star Ocean 2, if you guys have played that game.
Give me an estimate. How many hours of anime do I have to watch to have this conversation? I feel like it's in the thousands.
Oh, I don't know. I think you have to grow up on it or something like that. I went and talked to the Geeks and Gamers people, and because we hang out with Nerdrotic quite a bit, but holy shit, to to converse with them on Friday Night Tights on the level that they converse with those nerd stories, you have to watch like probably a good 500 hours of content just to be at the basic level.
Of what
So-
though? They're not. Are they talking about anime? They're talking about comics?
Oh, for like that. That's in that. That would be like the Western sphere of nerd stuff, like Star Trek and Star
Right.
Wars and
Right.
Battlestar Galactica. But for anime, yeah, you got to watch like a lot because you have to watch all the bullshit shows too, right?
I mean, you don't have to.
I mean, you got to watch Dragon Ball.
Well, you know,
When
just watch Dragon Ball Abridged, right?
Yeah, that's good enough.
You've seen that, right? You've seen DBZ Abridged?
I've seen a couple of them,
Okay. You should
and
watch
some of
those
those are funny. Yeah.
It's very funny. Yeah.
All right,
Hey.
man. Have a good night.
Yeah.
Thanks for coming, Sean.
See ya.
Great.
Take care, man.
I don't know how to leave.
Want me to kick you out? I can do it if you want.
Did
There
you
he
kick
goes.
him out?
No, he left.
Oh, okay. There you go.
That was awesome, man.
That was. It was great. I always love being able to talk to someone about nerd shit.
I know. Yeah. It's
Listen,
great.
In my heart, okay,
Mhm.
in my heart,
Mhm.
Dragon Ball Z will always be a great show. In my heart.
I know he called it shit.
No,
just
no,
as
no.
he was walking out the door.
No,
was
wait.
like, oh my-
Hold on.
uh-oh.
I'm responding to
Oh,
Shady.
ouch.
I'm responding to Shady in the chat. Okay.
Oh, okay.
In my heart, Dragon Ball Z. It's kind of like Final Fantasy VII. Well, that's probably a bad comparison because I think Final Fantasy VII is actually like good. Dragon Ball Z, I will always love because I grew up on it and it was kind of my introduction to anime, and it definitely shaped the kind of story and that I like and everything like that. But Dragon Ball Z, like if I never watched it and I just watched it as an adult, it is not good, and I would be like, wow, this show is so bad. Like, how does this show so influential? So that's maybe I've never actually read the comic, which I probably should. Because what makes Dragon Ball Z bad isn't the show. It's that just the filler of the anime is so overwhelmingly like intense. But
This I know
because
because we've talked.
I've told
about it a
you,
bunch of
yeah.
times, yeah.
So I should probably read
filler.
the comic eventually. But I mean, well,
I
just to
hate filler. This is why I hate musicals. Every musical number is a filler.
right. Dragon Ball is different. Obviously, I like Dragon Ball, but I've only actually seen Dragon Ball once. But I don't like Akira Toriyama, who does Dragon Ball. He's got to be real. He's not the best writer. He doesn't really give a shit about a lot of things. He just does stuff because it seems cool, I think. There isn't like a lot of like deep thought put into a lot of his storytelling decisions. So, Dragon Ball Super was kind of like whatevers. And I did read, a lot of that. And I was like, oh, this is pretty rough. But anyways. So I'll always love Dragon Ball Z. It's definitely the show. The story is nonsense, but I love it. Yeah. Read the manga. Yeah, I probably should. Yeah, he left Lunch. How did we lost Launch in DBZ? That's pretty shocking. Whole character. Because Tien's the love interest. I mean, I like the whole thing with like all the side characters becoming basically useless in Dragon Ball Z is pretty rough too. He like creates all this cast of characters in Dragon Ball, and then they all just become basically useless hanger-ons in Dragon Ball Z. Come on. What are you doing? What are you doing? Anyway. Okay. Let's read some super chats.
Are we done with super chats?
We're not done with super chat.
Why not? Want me to help?
J-Mac for $20 says Adam is funny, which is more important than being right.
Hell yeah.
There you go.
Hell yeah. But
Stug
I am
for-
often right. Just
There you go.
FYI.
Stuck for
Sometimes
$5.
I even win money when I'm so right.
Yeah. Stuck for $5 for $10 for $7 says Dragon Ball was just a parody at first. He didn't give a shit. He just accidentally created a more complex series and wrote himself into a corner. He forgot Launch existed. That's why. There you go.
That's sad.
Well, it's interesting because I mean that One Punch Man literally started as not even a parody. It started as him just playing around with like some software, I think, for like drawing comics. And obviously,
got
it is a
people-
parody. So
You got people that fall in love with a character. That's like the character that they empathize with. It's a part of them. And then you just forget about it. Oh, I forgot about that character.
well, okay, let's be real. No one's favorite character in Dragon Ball was Launch.
Okay,
right?
so Lunch was just an ancillary
She
add-on
was.
character.
It was a character who was a hot chick who, when she was like a very docile, naive person, and then when she sneezed, her hair color would change, and she would become like a super aggressive gangster robber.
I love this character.
And that was her character. That was her only character. Then that was it. So
This character sounds amazing.
you could look her up. Launch. Just type in Dragon Ball Launch.
What do you mean I could look her up?
You're doing it right now, I bet.
Of course.
Yeah.
I've already looked her up.
Okay. Adam unfriended for $20. Wow.
Wow.
Yeah. Unfriended.
Thank you.
Says homework for Adam for animes. To Love Rue. Never seen that. High School DxD. Don't watch that. He's fucking trolling you. What the fuck? Overload, Space Dandy, Hellsing Ultimate, High School of the Dead, Panty and Stocking with Garter Belt, Trigun, Evangelion, Steins Gate, Deadman, Wonderland, and Gurren Lagann.
I've seen Gurren Lagann. That's with the mechs.
That is with the mechs. You've only seen parts of it.
I love mech suits.
Gurren Lagann, you probably like Gurren Lagann a lot.
Yeah, Gurren Lagann is great.
Yeah.
Gurren Lagann has a hot girl that everyone wants to get together with.
Yes.
What's the main guy's name?
Kamina.
Kamina
And Simon. Yeah.
Kamina is great. Kamina's
the greatest anime character of all time.
Perfect character, yeah.
The perfect character, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if you like Evangelion. It's also just about giant robots, but it's kind of artsy fartsy and dark.
Oh, okay. Well, I do. It's like, is it David Lynchy? Because I do like some David Lynch.
No, it's artsy fartsy in a different way.
Oh,
I don't like it.
too bad.
I don't like it. I don't like I can't stand when primary characters in shows are bitches. And the main character of Evangelion is a bitch. So I can't stand it. Yeah. People say it's realistic. I know it's realistic. I know it acts somewhat as a critique of the giant robot anime genre, but I still don't like it. Okay.
Sitch is very particular, okay? He likes his anime a certain way.
Well, I can't stand when a character is a little bitch. I like watching stories where characters rise to the call, okay? They rise to the hero's call. Hold on.
What do you mean? Because I don't like weak protagonists. Are you saying that they're weak or mean?
When I say bitchy, I mean like he's a little bitch, like he's weak.
Right. Yeah.
Like the whole thing was like, so in Evangelion, the whole thing is
1000% agree with you.
Okay. So
who wants to watch a little fucking weakling run around?
Exactly. So
nobody.
So there's a whole trope in like giant robot animes where it's like, oh, some kid finds a giant robot that like their father built or something, their estranged father built a giant robot, and they get in the giant robot and they go on cool adventures, right? In the giant robot, and they
they're
fight
a little
evil.
Weakling outside of their robot.
Well, no. They're not even that. They're just like, but they're excited, right? They're very excited to find a giant robot, pilot the giant robot.
Hell yeah.
It's like, yeah, it's like a kid show.
It's like my lifelong dream to find a giant robot and pilot it around.
Right. And then they go and they fight evil monsters and stuff, and they're like, yeah, I'm a hero, right? Like that's kind of like the trope. So since Evangelion, we
go to Ukraine with it,
right? So Evangelion,
like, look, we'll win the war. I got my giant robot.
Exactly. So Evangelion is like a critique of that by saying like, well, let's take that and put it through the filter of reality. Like, how would an actual 13-year-old boy deal with having their father give them a giant robot that they had to fight some sort of like horrible fucking space monsters with, right? Well, how do you think a 13-year-old kid is going to react to that? They're not going to react very positively to having to fight a giant alien in a robot suit.
They're going to be scared.
Right. They're going to be really fucking scared about it. They're going to be really anxious about it. They're going to be really depressed. What kind of father is the kind of character that would, like be estranged from their kid to go build a giant robot? Well, he's probably a fucking asshole. He probably doesn't have a good relationship with his kid. So like Evangelion, I kind of appreciate because it's taking all those tropes and putting them through the lens of like, well, if these tropes existed, what would they look like in real life? Which is kind of interesting. And Watchmen kind of does the same thing. But I don't like Shinji's character because I cannot stand his character because he's a depressed, anxious, kind of weak character who he never becomes better. He never becomes. It's like it's fine if he starts that way and then he like goes on the journey and becomes a hero, but never really becomes the hero. He just kind of stays the depressing loser that he always is,
Lame.
in my opinion. So, not a fan.
That is 1000% lame.
But that was why, you know, part of why I didn't like Invincible. Part of why I didn't like the first season of Invincible that much is because I happened to be watching it just through happenstance. I was watching Invincible the same time I was watching My Hero Academia, and they're both shows about kids that like desperately want to be heroes. And in My Hero, it's all about when the kid becomes a hero. He like works his ass off, you know, and he like really takes it seriously, and he's like a really like inspirational kind of character, which I like. And then Invincible's the opposite. He finally gets his powers, and all he does is whine and suck at being a hero, and he doesn't really seek to improve himself. I'm like, okay.
I hated that part.
Yeah.
It's like, look, you're basically Superman, and you're just being an idiot about it.
Yes. And it's disappointing because I like all the other stuff. I really like Omni-Man and all the drama related to that. But I'm like, Mark, stop being a bitch. Grow the fuck
Ruining
up,
it
Mark.
for everyone.
Yes.
Yeah. You're like the guy who showed up at the party, and you're like, let's go.
You're like, no,
I'm
Mark.
tired. I want to go to bed.
Yes, exactly, Mark. Stop complaining. You're like fucking
We're having
Superman.
fun.
Get out there.
You have fucking superpowers.
Yes. God,
This
stop
hot
being a
girl's
bitch.
in love with you.
Yes. Stop it.
Grow up already.
Sammy G for $5 says, you know, cosplay is the ultra instinct form of a nerd. Sitch, you got to grow your power. There you go.
True.
There you go.
Sitch, you are going to do a little cosplay, aren't you?
Am I?
I thought you were.
Am I?
Thought you had some cosplay plans.
I mean, Sammy wants me to dress up as the various characters that we talked about.
For what? What's going on there? Are you allowed to say, or?
Yeah, what do you mean? We talked about this when we brought up the fan art that Sammy was upset that we brought up. Remember? She's like, oh, you could here are all the various characters you could dress up. And I was talking about dressing up as Reagan from Mob Psycho.
If you dress up as Reagan from Mob Psycho for the anime convention, Sammy G has to snap some pictures for us because we're all gonna. That should be your face reveal.
No,
that will be like the perfect face reveal.
No,
look, we have to put a poll in the chat.
No.
How should Sitch do his face reveal?
No.
Should he do it as Reagan at the anime convention?
No, that's terrible. You have to do the face reveal how you look. You don't do the face reveal as like a character. That's stupid.
Oh, as a different character?
Yeah, you can't do that.
Why?
I don't know. It just says no. No.
Doesn't feel right. Okay.
Doesn't feel right. Yeah. Okay. Let's see.
Never mind.
Well, let me just start from the top.
I'm doing an anime collage now.
I see.
Oh, you got the thing up?
You got Launch. I always have the thing up. You got Moromi from Paranoid Agent. You got
I did bring up Launch. Yeah.
Yeah, Cora.
I got some Paranoid Agent. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know who's in the bottom left.
Bottom left. Oh, I don't know. Oh, it's from Fooly Cooly Progressive.
Oh,
See
I
how
never
she's
watched
got the
that.
patch over her.
Oh,
forehead?
right. Like now.
Look, they put a chick in it and made it gay.
They did.
Why do you think they call it progressive?
They did. Who's the middle person? The bottom middle person?
I don't know. That's
Speed Grapher?
Yeah.
I don't know what that is.
Someone in the chat mentioned it. I think it was Maj.
Right.
Maj said it was something I had to see. So I was like, well, let me check it out. 9 times out of 10 when someone says that, it's like half naked ladies.
I mean, that was High School DxD. I'm like, that's why you shouldn't watch. I mean, I don't know. Maybe you would like that because you're a big pervert, but.
Look, it's got to have a plot. That's one of the reasons why I like Kill la Kill.
Yes. Well, Kill la Kill is actually really good storyline with a bunch of half naked ladies in it.
Yeah, it's perfect. It's like, you read Playboy for the articles. Well,
it's
they
like
are great
Playboy
articles.
with actually good articles.
Yeah.
Yes. Let's see.
Yeah, I don't ever remember Playboy having good articles. That's a good point.
There you go.
Oh, I can't do that one.
Bob Higgins for 8 months says, but Sitch. Oh, I read that one. Let's see, where did I stop?
Oh, this looks interesting.
Here we go. What?
Madoka Magica.
Yeah, Monaco Magica. Yeah. What about it?
Is the cat the bad guy?
Spoiler.
I thought. Look, seems obvious.
Cube. Yeah, Cube is not a good character. Cube is.
They
evil.
did that in the Doctor Who thing.
Doctor
I believe
Who?
it was Doctor Who. Yeah.
Oh.
In Doctor Who, they had some space alien that was supposed to be like the cute, cuddly space alien that you were supposed to think was a good guy, but in the end, it was the bad guy.
Yeah, even with that
Doctor Who Christmas special that everyone's complaining about.
I don't know. Even with that spoiler, Monica is still worth watching. At least the first one is still really good.
Look, I'll never remember. Who cares?
Cube being evil. Sam Wall's art for $10 says determinism. Oh, I read that one. Beardmaster for 5 Canadian says this discussion just looks like two Spider-Men pointing at each other meme. True. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted memberships. I don't know from who because the message was retracted, but thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Nolan Games, thank you so much.
Spider-Man meme.
Like
is that
the two
when we were talking to Vanguard guys?
No, this was when we were watching Ben Shapiro.
Oh, okay.
Nolan Games, thanks so much for joining the Free Will Seekers. Libertarian Sasquatch for $5 says, Sitch, are you really saying you've never been lazy on a day? You've planned on being productive? That's free will, baby.
That is free will.
I don't think that is free will. I don't think that's free will at all.
You think that's the opposite of free will?
Yes. Yeah.
Sitch is like lazy is not having any free will.
Yes, exactly. But even then, it's sort of like when you're lazy, it's because there's all these chemicals in your brain, making you feel that way. Like when you feel motivated, you feel different. It's not like you made some intentional decision to be motivated. Like it just feeling. You feel compelled.
What if you made the intentional decision to drink a bunch of coffee, like 10 cups of coffee?
But that's the whole point. You're drinking coffee because
you made the decision to drink the coffee.
I understand that, but what I'm saying is like the whole point of drinking coffee is because you know that you don't have the free will. You need to chemically make yourself feel a specific way.
You do have the free will though to drink the coffee.
Do you?
You got to admit it.
Do you?
Coffee is like free will.
Is it? Because you get addicted to it. You like that feeling. So you seek
Coffee's the best. I love coffee.
Is the best. Stug for $5 says, I don't believe in free will, only hard-earned will. I like that. That's good. That's good. Stoney for 11 months says, is this free will, even free if JMac had to pay for it? Yes, any free will granted to you by JMac donation does count as free will. That's true.
Uh-oh, Vanessa said something bad. She had to retract it.
What did you say, Vanessa?
I don't know. Always suspicious. We should be able to see the retracted stuff as moderators.
He says, I reject the concept of universal free will. Free will means local free will. Well, I mean, like that's just your definition, man. So.
Oh, that's true. Can I see it in the live stream?
Oh, I don't know what the message that was retracted. That's what she wrote before and after. But yeah, you could rewind the live stream and see it if it came up.
Maybe.
Ed Wood Sr. for $5 says the atheist versus theist argument makes the assumption that a human can determine what is or is not a god. Well, obviously, otherwise, how else could we even conceptualize this conversation? If it's a category we don't even have the ability to comprehend, then yeah, we have to be able to comprehend it in order to have the conversation. So. Philosophical Zombie Hunter for £2 says objectivism. Oh, there's an answer for free will without God. C. Paffy for $10 says, should 4-armed humanoid characters like Shiva from Mortal Kombat be depicted with 4 breasts because they have 4 pectoral muscles? And if they only have 2, should they cover both pecs or just one pair? Adam?
That's a tough question.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, here's the answer. Okay. So I think either A, yes, if you have 4 arms, you would have to have 4 boobs because you should have extra pectoral muscles, right, for your arms. Or you have 2 really, really big boobs because you have giant pectoral muscles that split off and control the different arms. Right?
So your pectoral muscles like on your shoulder?
No, it's on your chest. I'm just saying they're bigger than normal because they control an extra arm.
Right.
That would be the way to get around it. So
I
you have
think
4 boobs or
pectoral
giant
muscle
2
would
boobs.
be like it would flay out.
Right.
And control each arm.
Yes.
Be
And
like a
obviously
big
if you have 4
Y.
boobs, you cover them all up. Why would you only cover up one pair? It doesn't make any sense. The Justice 35 for 14 months says, do you guys think that lefties will ever admit they tried to lynch a 17-year-old kid for the sin of self-defense? I mean, like as a group? No, obviously. But individual people will realize and, you know, come to understanding. So, as they have.
Right. Wow. I can't believe for people who run around and talk about how dangerous guns are, they sure didn't treat that gun with any respect.
Yes, true. Hennessy for 20 months says, thank you. Says, I'd like to thank you guys for indirectly starting deep conversations between me and my dad from listening to you guys. Rip Dad, A-Team for the win, cause F.
Sweet.
Well, we're glad we could help. Glad we could help with that. I hope so. I mean, I always have really interesting conversations with my parents about politics or philosophy. So if I can impart that to anyone else, I hope so. Thank you.
My dad's been listening to our talks on politics on the election. Yeah.
Hi, Dad.
Yes.
Hi, Mr. Friended.
Well, he's not listening to this one. I hope not. Like that anime shit will bore the shit out of him. But our talks about the political race he found interesting. So
cool.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, Vanguard's in the chat. Really enjoyed the conversation earlier. Thanks, Jan. Well, thank you.
Yeah. We'll do the capitalism anti-capitalism debate because that'll be fun.
Right.
Yeah. And we'll structure like a real debate so we each get a turn to destroy the other one.
Drukus Luthos for 10 pounds says, as far as I know, Roger Penrose figured out that the mind was a quantum construct, and due to the nature of quantum mechanics of superposition wave function collapse, I believe that allows for free
will.
Interesting.
Is that the argument that Dan Dennett makes?
I don't know.
I've read Dan Dennett's book, Freedom Evolves. And he is, I can't remember it off the top of my head, but he has a long, convoluted argument how humans have free will, but animals don't have free will.
Mm-hmm.
So, but I can't remember if it has to do with quantum mechanics or anything like that.
Penrose. I never understand the whole superposition thing.
Oh, that's easy. The superposition.
Mm-hmm.
It's like the doggy style.
Quantum superposition is a fundamental principle of quantum mechanics. Things like position or momentum are always well defined. It may not be known what they are at a given time, but that is an issue of understanding and not an issue of the physical system. A quantum system interacts in a way that can be explained with superposition of different discrete states. Measures of quantum systems give a statistical result corresponding to any one of the possible states appearing at random. All right. I don't know what that has to do with free will, but okay.
My answer was funnier.
It was. It's just probability distribution. Yeah, I mean, I understand that element of it, but Nigel TRC72 for 5 pounds says you should get Alex on the show. He's not remotely anti-theist anymore. Well, there you go.
Oh, really? Look, I don't. I guess I don't know how to really contact him or anything, but I don't know that he'd come on our show, to be honest with
Well,
you.
I could ask.
Yeah, sure.
Draco Sluthos for £2 says extra means external, intra means internal. There you go. Soldoge for $25 says just showed up 2 questions for Sitch. Number 1, if I made a middle school chart of morality and said the only determinant of being a fraud was the outcomes of the group, would this middle school morality view, would this be the middle school moral view of consequentialists?
That's got to be Soldoge.
That is Soldoge.
Soldoge is super bitter about my morality chart.
What is he referring to here?
The morality chart that I make with the 4 quadrants about how something is good for you, good for the group, bad for you, bad for the group, good for you, bad for the group, or bad for you, good for the group.
Why does he doesn't like that?
Well, he claims that it's consequentialist. In the chart I made good. He claims that anything in the quadrant that's good for you and bad for the group is consequentialist.
Well, no, I wouldn't call it consequentialist. I'd say that's you sacrificing your own well-being for the group. You could say it's some form of collectivism, right?
Well, and consequentialism only takes the consequences of the action into account. So
whether the action is good or bad.
Right, yeah.
Right.
So like you can justify cannibalism through consequentialism.
I mean, you could justify anything through consequentialism. That's why it can be dangerous.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
Most people take other factors into consideration, like
Right.
individual rights. Right?
Well, the reason that I think consequentialism is stupid is because no one has perfect future knowledge, right? Like if you had perfect future knowledge that like, I knew that if I was mean and immoral to Adam on one day, and that would lead him to 100% have a better outcome like 5 years from now, you know, maybe that would make sense that I would engage in that action, right?
Right.
But I don't know that. No one knows that information.
Well, look, I think it's easier than that. If you can increase the happiness of 50 people by turning 5 people into slaves and letting the 50 people brutalize those 5 people. Consequentialism says, yeah, you should do that because the outcome is better. 50 people being happy is more important than
no, because
the brutalism of the 5 people.
My understanding with consequentialism doesn't say anything about the number of people. That's adding a different element on top of consequentialism.
Consequentialism is that morality is solely judged on the consequences of the actions.
Right. But so you're saying that sacrificing one person for 5 people is a good outcome. But I'm saying that I don't think that has anything to do with consequentialism because that's a different moral judgment. Like you could be a consequentialist, but also have a massive feeling of like your individual rights should not be
no, then you're taking other things into. You're taking something other than the consequences.
No. You're looking at consequentialism is just like a method to get to a different moral system that you subscribe to. Because consequentialism just says, as you said, something is determined right or wrong by the consequences. But how you determine whether those consequences are right or wrong is dependent on a completely different moral system that's not consequentialism. Do you understand?
I think you're needlessly complicated.
I'm not needlessly complicating it. That's true.
I'm going to bring up the definition of consequentialism.
Okay.
So you can video your eyes on this.
Yeah. Consequentialism is an ethical theory that judges whether or not something is right or wrong by what its consequences are.
Solely by its consequences.
Right. For example,
by its consequences.
For solely. I understand. For instance, most people would agree that lying is wrong. But if telling a lie would help save a person's life, consequentialism says it's the right thing to do. Right.
Right.
That's definitely a consideration that we would take into account whenever making any moral thing. Well, actually, no. So maybe you shouldn't say solely. Just, it's just looking
It's
at the
part of the
consequence.
definitions.
Okay.
That's part of the consequentialism definition. Yeah, consequentialism. The doctrine that the morality of an action is to be judged solely by its consequences.
According to Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy, consequentialism, as the name suggests, is simply the view that normative properties depend only on the consequences.
That is the biggest. Yeah, only.
Okay, but that's right. But that still doesn't answer. But that's still what I said, which is
here's the problem. Look, a lot of people call you a consequentialist because they know that you can justify horrible things through consequentialism, even though the consequences are always one factor. They are always one factor.
Right.
Why would they not be?
Right.
Like you're going to judge your moral actions just the consequences be damned?
That's stupid.
Yeah, it's totally stupid.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So consequentialism is when it's all you care is only the consequences.
Right.
But that's why I would say that's stupid, because you can't know the consequences before they happen.
Look, through consequentialism, we should be rounding up homeless people and harvesting their organs for other people.
No, stop.
Look, that's how consequentialism works.
No, it doesn't. Let me read you the definition again. Consequentialism, as its name suggests, is simply the view that normative properties depend only on the consequences. Okay, so the definition doesn't say what the normative properties are. It just says in order to figure out whether something is moving towards that normative property is based solely on the consequences. So,
but look, harvesting organs of homeless people could be a normative property of the society.
It could be.
That could be the norm.
Yes, right. But that's independent of consequentialism. That's all I'm saying.
Well, look, I would argue that you would have to ignore another thing that we look at in morality, like individual rights.
Of course, I agree. Yeah.
There's lots of things that you can judge solely on the consequences.
I agree. So my only point was that you could be a person who believes entirely in individual rights being the most important thing in life and being a consequentialist. Or you could be a person that believes that all that matters in life is collectivism and also be a consequentialist. That's all I was saying.
Okay. How would you be a consequentialist if you only thought individual rights were important?
Because you'd say, okay, I believe that the most important thing in society is that every individual person has maximal individual rights.
Right. So then you get like murder and stuff like that.
So you say, well, okay, so I can do anything to get to that point, right?
But as soon as you say you allow murder because individual rights take over any sort of consequence, then you're not a consequentialist.
Well, no, then you'd say that no, because what you're saying is no, because the whole danger of consequentialism is that you can violate your moral principles to create the moral justified utopian world at the end of the day, right? So the individuals could say, I could do a bunch of collectivist evil shit and kill a bunch of people and do all these things that violate my principles of individualism in order to build that individual utopia. Because as long as I get there, then the consequences are justified. Or the consequences justify
interesting.
Actions, right?
Yeah, that's an interesting way to look at it.
That's why consequentialism is bad.
I would say the two are fundamentally in conflict because, well, first of all, the individual rights often interfere with the consequences of the action. So if you're saying I'm going to put all of my eggs into the individual rights basket, you're in effect saying, damn the consequences. So I don't know how you could say you're a consequentialist, which solely focuses on the consequences of the action.
No, but again, so consequentialism is a tool to lead you to a place. It's not the place you want to be, right?
Consequentialism is the tool.
That's what I'm saying. So individual rights is the goal. Consequentialism is a tool, right? Consequentialism isn't a goal. It's just a tool to generate a goal.
Right. You're saying the consequences that you want to create are a society that maximizes individual rights.
Right. You could, in theory, have that. Yes.
Okay. I get what you're saying.
Right.
And that society would be basically might makes right. You could go around and murder whoever you want.
It could be.
You
It could be. Yeah. It could look like however you want.
Rape would be permitted.
Right.
Like whatever. Yeah.
Right.
See, it just, the problem for me is that the consequences of that society just seem so morally reprehensible. It's, I guess you're right at some level though. You're going for completely different consequences.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Right.
That's interesting. That's super interesting.
See, but that's why consequentialism sucks. That's why, as Martin Luther King Jr. so geniusly said, the means don't justify the ends because the means presuppose and pre-exist the ends. That however you build something is how it's going to end up. That seems to be kind of a natural property of social systems, and I think that's mostly because of how power works. Like theoretically, if someone was Superman and they just had ultimate power, maybe they could, kill their way to peace if they just had that strength of will to be brutal and then not be. But since that's not how power works on you creating systems and coalitions to maintain that power. The way in which you build up that power is going to reflect how that power exists once you're in control, once you're governing power. That's why so many of these revolutionary freedom movements might start off with high-minded ideals, but end up becoming brutal dictatorships, is because they start on violence.
Yeah.
And so that's how their power is maintained.
The means becomes the end.
Exactly.
The means creates the ends.
Right. The way in which you build up power is
true.
The way in which you end up having to maintain that power. So anyway, I don't know how that chart isn't consequentialism, so I'm not sure what Soldosh is referring to, or why he feels it is.
You looked at the chart?
No, look, but I mean, you put the chart up. I know what chart you're talking about. I don't see how it's consequentialist.
I say fraud, and I think the miscommunication was he thinks I'm saying like the whole category is fraud. Like this fraud is the only thing in the category, when I just meant like, here's an example that's in the category, fraud. So I did update the meme to show that fraud is just an example.
Oh.
Yeah. I'm sure you can think of other things.
Okay.
I mean, wouldn't rape be in that category too? Wouldn't theft be in that category? Wouldn't murder be in that category? I mean, if you're killing someone for the insurance money, well, I guess that is kind of somewhat fraudulent.
Did you tweet about this recently?
Yeah. A few days ago. I don't tweet a lot, so.
Oh, here it is. Good for me, good for us, easy choice. Bad for me, bad for us, easy choice. Good for me, bad for us, fraud. Bad for me, good for us, self-sacrifice.
Yeah.
I don't see how that's consequential.
Well, he's been coming at me for like weeks now.
That's not consequential. I don't know what you're talking about. Consequential. It's not consequential. That's like, you can't say that whenever you have a series of actions, because he's saying it's good for me but bad for everyone else. That's not consequentialism. You're saying, okay, like that'd be like saying, is it bad to steal from someone, right? You say you walk into a store and you steal, right? That could be good for you. That could be bad for the people that own the store and bad for like the society as a whole, right? Because if you steal enough, the shop will have to close down, right?
Right.
And people can't conduct business and blah, 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 right? That's not consequentialism to say that, that's a bad action. So I'm not really quite sure why you think that's consequentialism.
Well, and it's not the sole factor when you would take into consideration.
That's not basing things solely on that. Well, it's not basing it solely on the outcome. What do you mean?
Yeah, of course it's not. That's why I said it's not consequentialism. I'm like, look, you're also basing it on individual rights. Like, people have the right not to be preyed upon by scammers and thieves, right?
Right. You can't. I mean, like, okay. I understand. Actually, I kind of understand what you're saying. How that's consequentialism. I think you're not conceiving consequentialism correctly, or you're kind of over broadening it to a level where I don't think it has value anymore. Because generally most moral questions are conceived of like, well, when you do an action, what does the outcome look like?
Well, and other factors. Like, are we impinging on this person's individual freedom? Are we
That's an
impinging
outcome,
on...
Adam. That's a consequentialist outcome. Whether you impinge on someone's freedom or not is an outcome. That's a consequence. That's what I'm saying. I feel like he's over broadening it to a place that it's too general, it's too big. It's like it's almost lost its meaning. Like everything under that lens could be consequentialist. Every moral system is consequentialist, unless,
Okay.
right? Is it like I can't even think of a moral system that's not consequentialist at that point. Everything is root, otherwise there are no moral systems. Right, give me a moral thing that's not rooted in the outcomes.
There's other factors that we consider.
Like what?
Honesty, integrity.
Why is honesty matter?
Because of the outcome. No.
To be clear, I agree with you, Adam. It's not consequentialism. I'm saying that I think Soros is using consequentialism so broadly that it's beyond the scope of what people mean when they say consequentialism.
There's a procedural part of the action, and there is the consequences of the action. When we look at the actions, we often take into account whether or not they violate some sort of procedural moral quandary.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Okay.
So
that's not the argument.
think,
so that's not the argument that Soder is making. He's saying, because he said in the chat, he said deontology. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Which is just sort of like the idea of like there are just rules that just distinguish right or wrong. Right.
Okay.
So, don't kill anyone. Right. Don't steal anything. It's just like boom. But it's like, okay, that's great. But what is the why? What's the reason for that rule?
Look, consequentialism allows you to break all of those rules if the consequences turn out to be okay. The classic example that they use for consequentialism is harvesting someone's organs to save 10 people. Okay?
That's
even
not
if it's a perfectly...
I don't know.
Yes, it is, because look, the consequences will be you will save 10 people by killing this innocent person. And since you aren't taking any factors into consideration, like individual rights, right, you're just evaluating the moral actions simply by the consequences.
Right.
You end up murdering an innocent dude and saving 10 people. That's consequentialism.
Okay.
Look at the examples.
It's not. But
how do you keep saying that?
I explained it and you agreed. You said that was interesting.
Look up examples of consequentialism.
Examples of consequentialism. And consequentialism examples.
Let's hear them.
Where's the examples? Harsher punishments. Consequentialists may support harsh punishments for contravening laws because the consequence of the punishment acts as a deterrent. Some people will be punished perhaps unfairly, but in total, less people will break the law, so the harshness of the punishment is justified.
Right. So we should kill a few innocent people just so people know we mean business.
I understand that, but do you understand my position when I say embedded within that is a different set of ethics outside of consequentialism?
Look, philosophy has taken all of this stuff into consideration. I'm sure you're drifting into some other philosophical position.
I'm not. Do you understand why I'm saying that the example you're providing is not consequentialism?
Yes. You were saying that the way that we treat people is part of the consequences. That's what you're saying.
That's not what I'm saying.
Okay, what are you saying? Go ahead.
Consequentialism is just saying that the way that you or I determine whether an action is moral is based on the outcome, right?
Solely
based on the outcome, right?
Only on the outcome.
Yes. Right.
You can do whatever detestable thing you want. Anything that people would think that's morally reprehensible is permissible as long as you get a good outcome.
Right. So what I'm saying
Look,
is that
we could deal with all of our foreign policy ails just
get
by
it!
nuking China.
I get it. I understand. Okay. But you understand that when you say whether an action is good or bad is dependent on the outcome. That's all that solely dependent on the outcome. That is what consequentialism means. Okay. Right. But what you determine is good or bad is different and outside the realms of consequentialism. Consequentialism doesn't have within it how you define good or bad. That's a different question.
I agree.
Okay. So that's why I'm saying when you use the example of like the harvesting organs, that presupposes that the person has within the idea a collectivist moral system already. Because you're saying that the collective's well-being is more important than the individual's well-being. So therefore, from a consequentialist perspective, it would say that you could harvest one person's organs to save 5 people.
Well, I would just conceptualize it as you're bringing other moral considerations other than the consequences of the action into consideration. That's what makes it not consequentialism. And the other actions, in particular, in the case of the organ harvesting, is individual rights.
Okay, I don't disagree. I don't have anything. I don't know that's consequentialism, but okay.
Well, that's the only way that you escape the consequentialism charge is you bring other moral considerations into light.
So like, for example, say you have a consequentialist approach to liberalism, okay? You say, well, under liberalism, consequentially, can I kill one person to save 5 people? And the answer would be no. You could still have that. You could still have that exist under a consequentialist framework because you could say, well, I can't only consider that you kill one person to save 5. I also have to consider the individual rights. And the consequences of killing one person to save 5 is that you're killing one person, right? And their individual rights are being violated. That's the consequence of the action.
Look, I see what you're doing, but I don't think that's how they conceptualize consequentialism. They're not conceptualizing the consequences is you violated somebody's right. I think that would be a part of the procedure.
Listen, unless I'm wrong, which is very possible because I'm not super learning this field of philosophy or any of this shit. It sounds like you're conflating or you're combining consequentialism with collectivism. I don't know if that has to be the case. That's not my understanding of consequentialism. It doesn't have to have collectivism built into it. I don't know why it would. Maybe it does. I'm just not aware of it. But
how is because you're saying, look, you're basically saying, well, you through a consequentialist framework, you can cook up some morality where the consequences are like all of society or all of mankind dies, and say that is the outcome that we want. Is that
someone could have that moral framework? Yes.
Right. Okay. And you're saying that person would be a consequentialist? Yes. Okay. If they're judging the moral action, like killing everyone, and that's solely based, just the only moral action that they're considering, yeah, sure, they're a consequentialist.
Right. I mean, there's a Justice League cartoon where that's the villain's motivation.
Right, but as soon as you start taking other considerations into mind, then you dip out of the realm of consequentialism.
I agree.
Do you acknowledge that there are other moral considerations,
of course,
other than just the consequences?
Yes.
Okay.
Obviously. Yeah.
You should tell Vosh that.
Okay. I mean,
Vosh calls himself a consequentialist, and I'm like, why would anyone do that?
Well, because he doesn't mean it in the realm of. Well, I don't know how the fuck he means, because it makes sense for a socialist to have that position, because that's very often socialism is under the guise of consequentialism.
Well, look, I would argue anyone who is a consequentialist has to be a capitalist, because capitalist produces the best outcomes.
Well, you're consequential. You're talking about producing outcomes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Usually, this is the problem. This is why I said what I said. The problem with consequentialism, the big problem with consequentialism isn't just saying, well, it's based on the outcomes. The big problem with consequentialism is that no one knows what the fucking outcomes are. We don't have future vision. And so we can't live our lives that way. And so usually when people hearken to consequentialism, it's what we were talking about, where someone thinks that they can do a bunch of horrible shit to violate their moral systems, as long as they can say at the end of it, they're going to create the moral system. That's the good thing. Therefore, it's justified to do a bunch of horrible shit to get there. That's the danger of consequentialism. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Can I move on from this question?
Right. I'm reading negative examples of consequentialism now.
Sotos for $2 says, read Danimal's response that Adam admits is right. What is this? Was this on Twitter?
Yeah, I'm not sure what it is.
I'll look at it. I'm not going to promise anything because I feel like I'm kind of getting tired of this conversation.
Oh, I'm exhausted of this conversation.
I don't see Danimal's tweet here, so I'm not going to read it. Okay. Get out there, yo. Thanks so much for joining the Free Will Seekers. Sotos for $2 says, no hard feelings, Adam. I still love you. There you go. Did you hear that,
No
Adam?
comment.
Okay.
Yeah. No comment.
Jackorama for 16 months says, so Adam, if we were all slackers and showed up late to the stream, does that mean Sitch would finally show up on time? Probably.
Yes. Yeah.
There you go.
I'm just curious if you'll use the don't post the late thing just to try it out.
Right.
Look, as soon as I launch a stream, it could be 2 hours before the stream ever goes live. Somebody immediately late.
Sure.
They can't help themselves.
Critically Chibi for 5 Canadian says, here's the tea on the Vanguard boys stream, Sitch. They said you talk a lot of shit for a man with such soft, kissable lips. S class is best class. There you go.
Look, it's nice that there's some socialists that aren't total dirtbags out there. So
there you go. Mark for $10 says, arguing against free will is self-refuting. Destroys objective truth. No way to determine what is true or false if all is determined, giving no reason to believe free will is true or false. Not sure I follow the logic there. Why would arguing against free will be self-refuting and destroy objective truth? Just because you're saying you're not free to really figure out whether there is or not? I mean, that wouldn't mean that there is no objective truth. It would just make it more difficult for you to determine objective truth. You could still figure it out by chance. I'm not sure I quite follow.
I can't remember the exchange with Danimal, but it went to something to the effect of me admitting that the meme was unclear because it could be read as fraud was the only thing in the category when I just meant it as an example. And I thanked Danimal for pointing out that it was unclear and that I would update the meme.
Yeah, well, I understand why libertarians
the next one
would get pissed off if they would see the bad for the group, good for the individual. As
because it completely goes against their moral philosophy. Their moral philosophy is that when I do things that are selfish, that's good because they like to gaslight everyone.
Well, I know you're saying you're intentionally strawmanning libertarianism in the most negative way possible.
Well, look, I honestly feel like Solidos is being ultimately bad faith here and has been being bad faith for days on this.
Okay.
Look, I understand that it's unclear.
Right. But he got triggered because you basically put up a chart that said that his moral view is evil. And that made him emotional, right? You have to understand that. And so you say, okay, listen, that was unclear. It's not what I meant.
I think he's delusional on libertarianism. I myself am I would consider myself pretty libertarian. I don't know that I'd call myself a libertarian just because there's so many insane people like Solidos that call themselves libertarians. But I would categorize things that take place like commerce that libertarians are in favor of, things like free markets. I would categorize those in sector 1. Good for me, good for us. Like the classic exchange of goods, they say, you want the money more than the goods and I want the goods more than the money. So we're creating value by exchanging goods, right? How is that good for you and bad? How is that good for you and bad for us?
Well, okay. Maybe here's the question, because I don't know. I can't conceptualize one. And this is for the chat too. What is an example of something that's good for you, but bad for everyone else, but is a good thing that we should all support? What is an example of that action or something? Because I can't think of one.
That's a great question. Yes, exactly. Tell us a thing that's good for you, bad for society, but we should still do it.
Yeah, I can't think of an example of that. I can think of examples people will give me, and I'll argue that they're not actually that thing.
Like pornography and stuff like that. Some things that conservatives would give you and say.
Well, no, because there's arguments like pornography is bad for everyone. So,
right, that's bad for me and bad for us. It's in quadrant 2.
Right. Yeah. A lot of people would argue porn is in quadrant 2, right? So, so it's something that's good for you.
But look, every OnlyFans model is going to argue that it's in quadrant 1. Good for me, good for us.
Right. So what's good for you but bad for everyone else?
Drugs.
Yeah, like give me college debt forgiveness. Well, people are so in your favor. Individual liberty is not. So because this is where I think the confusion comes from. Individual liberty is the idea that you should protect people's individual rights because you and every person needs them, and there's always going to be some clash where you as an individual is going to be outside the group. So whenever you argue in favor of individual liberty, the argument of liberalism and individual liberty is it's good for you to protect my individual rights because you will also need me to protect your individual rights in a different circumstance.
Yeah, it's quadrant 1. Good for me, good for us.
So that is good for everyone.
Easy choice.
Right. Downloading movies is not something people morally consider, even though they do it, it's not really something people consider morally justified. So free healthcare, but that's good for everyone, right? That's not really good for you, bad for everyone else.
Yeah. Good for you, bad for everyone else is like fraud, murder, stealing.
Yeah. I can understand piracy is, quote, good for you, bad for everyone else. I agree. Piracy is a good example, but that's not, I guess the question I'm asking is something that's good for you, but bad for everyone else, but that's something that is an action people consider good, a good moral action.
People would say is morally just.
Right.
Right. Something that's bad for society, but is morally just.
So yeah, I don't know. I can't.
This is the whole reason why I made the fucking chart.
Right. I can't think of one off the top of my head. But I understand why people would look at it and they would misconstrue good for you, bad for everyone else to mean individual rights when it's not the case.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm assuming that's where the anger or confusion would come from, with people being misconstruing that.
They're saying anything that's good for me they're saying individual rights for them is bad for everyone else. And they're like, what? Individual rights are good for me. Look, Solidos is a contrarian. I'm going to post.
I don't think Solidos is contrarian. I think he just misinterpreted the good for me, bad for everyone else as a libertarian principle when that's not the libertarian principle. Or at least you didn't mean it to be conceived.
He's like, look, you're calling individual rights fraud.
Right. Which was not what you were conceptualizing. Because you consider individual rights as good for everyone.
Good for me, good for us. Yeah, quadrant 1.
Right. CT says the example is when I raise my commission prices. Well, no, because when you raise your prices, that has a principle of you having control over your own labor. And we all want to have control over our, own labor and the prices we can set. So that's still good for everyone. And also then you can use that money to, participate in society better. People can make the free choice whether to pay or not.
Yeah.
Anyway.
All right. Soldos, you've caused enough trouble. Where's the other? Read the other Soldos now while we're on the Soldos kick.
What was the other one?
Soldos was doing a bunch of incendiary super chats. He's very angry.
Whatever. I'll read them when I get them. I'm not. Dracus Luthos for £2 says Winter Soldier was about Yuri Bezmenov subversion. True. I don't know if that was intentional or not, but definitely could be interpreted that way. Critically Chibi for 2 Canadians says, Sitch, ask him about Game of Thrones. Oh, I forgot again. Sorry, Critical. I know you said that last time. What's your first thought for 8 months? Is Disney Marvel traded great story and character development for weak, woke story plot and bland characters, causing apathy we see today? Well, that's kind of a chicken and the egg thing. I mean, I don't think that I don't think that Marvel and Disney having woke story is what's created general apathy in the population. I think the mentality that's led to general apathy in the population is the same mentality that led to writers writing the stories that are weak and woke and bad. That'd be my thoughts on that.
That's a good assessment, I think. I think that's probably pretty accurate.
Yeah. Hayden Dill for 15 months, for 16 months, thank you. Says, I'm not always here due to work, but I will always be here to witness S-Class destroy A-Team. So hard that A-Team won't be able to sit down for months. Wow. Look at that. I don't even know what we were talking about at that time period. That when we were having, I don't think we're having a disagreement at the time period, but I appreciate it.
Yeah, look, today's been perfectly civil. I don't know what's
you.
happening here, but thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Hayden.
Thanks for the super chat.
Mary for $20. Thank you, Mary. Mary says, I love you, Sitch. Well, thank you, Mary. I love you too.
I saw that. I was like, wow.
Thank you. I love you, Mary. I love you for the $20 that you gave me.
What's going on? What's going on with Mary?
I don't know. I mean, first of all, who doesn't love me?
It's spelled like marry me too.
No, it's not. It's spelled M-E.
Oh, it's joyous.
It's like joyous, right. Yeah. I mean, who doesn't love me? Bad people. People with low moral character. People who are deontologically bad. Okay, those are people that don't love me.
People in the third quadrant.
Third
sector people.
Okay, yeah, second and third quadrant people are the people that don't love me.
Oh, okay.
Mithram 6 for Tunic Kazarks says, I don't get why this is hard to comprehend. Even if you fight oppression, there are limits of what you can do. French resistance didn't fight Nazis by raping German women. What Hamas did was inhuman. They crossed all the lines. I agree. I don't think anyone was arguing against that, but true. Slate King for $5 says, any logic that is used to, quote, understand 9/11 can be used to, quote, understand the Iraq War. Which do you condemn more often? That's an interesting point.
Well, look, I do condemn the Iraq War because I wasn't into the preemptive war doctrine.
I have to think about that. It's interesting. Could the same logic that someone would use to justify 9/11 also be used to justify the Iraq War, making them hypocritical?
Look at this. Right here it is. Consequentialism. Preemptive war, well, that's against our morals. But if the outcome is we can avoid a terrorist attack,
yes, right,
we should do it.
Yeah, but see,
isn't that consequentialism?
That is, but this is why consequentialism is kind of annoying because, well, whatever.
Consequentialism really means like throwing your morals away because you think there's going to be a decent outcome.
That's the bad consequence. That's why consequentialism is dangerous, is because it definitely can lead you to that pathway. Radically Milk Toast, thanks so much for joining the Free Will Seekers. Naxless 20 for 20 months, thank you. Says local free will means the ability to make your own decisions. Universal free will means freedom from all causality. Nothing has the latter. I agree. I agree completely. But the problem is very often when people talk about free will, they are talking about the latter, even though it could be a principle that nothing or no one has. So you're right, but that's where you have to make that distinction. Because if you didn't make that distinction, then how can anyone ever argue against free will? Then everyone just assumes local free will exists, right? I've never heard someone argue against local free will. I mean, I'm sure someone has, but I mean, I've never, in conversations we've had, the videos we've watched, I've never, ever, ever heard anyone argue against local free will, ever.
I've never heard anyone split free will up into local or universal except for you.
Yeah, but you agree that no one's arguing against local free will. So obviously they're defining free will in a different way.
You're just calling it local?
This is the problem. They're defining free will as universal free will in their head. But you can make a good point, which Nax does, which is like, well, maybe it's stupid to define free will that way because nothing is free of causality, which is true, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so maybe you can make the argument that we shouldn't conceptualize that way, but that's how people are doing it. So anyway. Twitter sucks for $20 says society is the problem. Society causes all these issues, but socialism will fix it. Even though socialism is strictly economical, privatization. Give me a break. This isn't even backwards. It's a different planet. True.
Different planet.
Cracker for 7 months. Thank you. Says, have you read The Moral Case for Fossil Fuels by Alex Epstein? I really like his humanist perspective. He lays it all out.
Well, I do like a humanist perspective, but I haven't read that book. And
I haven't read it. Is it something about like that we basically use fossil fuels to get us to a better place quicker?
Probably.
Be my guess.
It's probably in the same vein as the Cool It guy. What's that guy's name? Can't remember. But he basically says, obviously, putting the kibosh on fossil fuels will hurt poor people more than anyone, and that
right.
We need to allow developing countries to use fossil fuels as we use our wealth in the West to go to more alternative sources like nuclear, as Sitch likes to say it, nuclear.
Mm-hmm.
And he also says we should just devote $10 billion a year to new technologies.
Right.
Because it's impossible. This is one of the problems. Like we're putting all of our eggs into the solar basket and trying to develop some sort of solar technology. He says that that's a really wrong way to go because we might not even know the technology that's going to work yet. We should just be devoting massive resources to just all kinds of new technologies.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Mary for $20. Thank you so much. Says, can this debate just be between Gavin and Sitch? Zach is just an American bad conspiracy theorist at least half the time, and Adam is too easily tugged along by Zach's brain rot.
What do you mean? I kind of like Gavin with his movie takes. So
there you go. They were saying that Zach's American badness was like would get you off track because it would piss you off.
Yeah. Well, look, I thought it was a good conversation, and I felt like we got somewhere with the soft power and hard power discussion a bit. So.
Yeah, well, I mean, I thought it was a good conversation. I do think that there is a level of American bad that is, Zach is operating from, and I think it's funny because I think he brought it up first because I think Kuwait is the perfect example of that.
It is,
thing where it's like you have someone who's just 100% clearly in the wrong, Saddam, invades another country. We try to use diplomatic pressure and global sanctions and other things to solve the problem. Doesn't work. Global coalition is built to stop him, and that's what happens. Like, I mean, that should be the exact, like, the first Gulf War should be the poster child for like perfect, war involvement to stop a bad person, right? How is that not a good thing?
Our A+ rating,
right?
A++ rating, even to the point where there were a bunch of, obviously a lot of the people on the left will say, "Oh, the military-industrial complex." Well, they didn't. There was the military-industrial complex was pushing George H.W. Bush to go all the way to Baghdad. I don't know if you remember that. They're like, well,
I was very young at the time, so I don't remember that.
Let's just knock over Saddam Hussein too.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, he's a Tin Pot dictator. Let's take care of that while we're there.
Right.
And George H.W. Bush said, no, we're going to withdraw our troops.
Yeah. So there you go.
Yeah. And then his son came in and said, Dad, you've done fucked up.
So Dose for $5 says, right now, you need to ask them if the U.S. should prevent the invasion of Guyana since they're clearly against the U.S. helping others. Well, I did, yeah. Well, I mean, and listen, they said they don't know. And to be fair, I don't really know anything about the situation either.
I don't either, yeah.
I know that Venezuela apparently voted to invade them or something crazy. But I don't know anything about what's going on between those two countries. So
that's a little strange.
That is, I mean, at least they voted on it, right?
The parliament did?
Their Senate or their parliament or whatever. Fuck.
What did the vote look like? Was it like,
I don't
hey,
know.
they got good things. We need oil. They have oil.
Right.
Let's invade.
I don't know. I have no clue what's going on between those two countries. So. Mithram 6 for 200 Kazark says, I live in Central Europe and we have here actual evil Russian Empire trying to control our space. I love the American Empire. Based! American Empire is liberalism, free trade, and military protection. Russia is exploitation and misery. There you go. Based. What a based answer, Mithram. Yeah, see, but I think that's the issue. I think what you're saying is perfect. I mean, obviously I'm saying it's perfectly true because it aligns with everything I want to be true. But I think that's what kind of the Vanguard boys and other people on the left don't appreciate when they kind of talk about the American Empire and American colonialism and things of that nature. And it's like, yeah, there's lots of bad shit that America does, but unfortunately, a lot of people don't like to hear this. People complain about how the presidency is two bad options and you have to choose one. It's like, I get it. You should always be working to have a better option. Don't get me wrong. I don't want anyone to give up. But that's kind of how power in all of the world works. You have a bunch of bad options and you have to choose the best one. And America definitely seems to be shining as easily the best one.
Well, it's ironic too that they're pointing to Russia and saying they have it better when they have one bad option for a president.
Yeah. Who's pointing to Russia?
America bad people.
Right.
They're basically saying, look, we got to stay out of Russia's hair.
Yes. Let's see. Slate King for $5 says the U.S. can never use their army without permission. There you go.
Yeah, good.
Orca for $5 says, what search engine do you use for research? A-Team Reigns premature. Read it right, Sitch. Hi, Wormy.
Read it right, Sitch. I love it.
There you go.
Thank you, Orca. That was beautiful. He did. He did the best he could do. So,
right.
That was fun. I think he even did a few extra putts.
What search engine? I use a plethora of search engines. I usually do start with Google. If I'm not finding what I want, I'll switch to Bing or Brave or DuckDuckGo or whatever. The best tool.
Find the thing that confirms your confirmation bias.
No, usually it's just to find the thing I'm trying to find in the first place. Google has been getting worse. So, but I mean, we'll see, because sometimes I've actually been able to find things with a little AI question shit. I'm like, oh, that's exactly what I'm looking for. So hopefully the AI thing will kind of fix.
Get rid of all the spam.
Yeah, we'll get rid of a lot of the garbage in like the top search results. Usually usually when I get fucked is not when I'm researching some weird random thing, because usually I can find that. It's usually when you're trying to find something that everyone talks about. That's when you get fucked, because it's like when there's some answer to some question, that like everyone asks, like, should I use baking soda in laundry, right? And there'll be like the top 20,000 results will all be the same article, just written slightly differently because everyone's trying to get clicks on it, you know?
Yeah, I was reading on Israel-Palestine situation and noticing that. I'm like, geez, this is all just the New York Times article.
So yeah,
repackaged.
A great trick that everyone should use if you're trying to look up information like Israel-Palestine or whatever, you have to use the time function. That's the best way to find something.
That a lot.
Yeah, you got to go and change the search, the time parameters to try to get in the information before the event happens, because then you can usually find better, like more not biased information, less biased information. Because once the event happens, then everyone runs out to write stories about it. So that's...
You know what I'm going to do?
What?
I'm going to drink 10 cups of coffee and stay up all night long just to prove to you I have free will.
You understand that if you're being that reactionary, okay, that means you don't have free will, because you're just doing something to prove me wrong, okay?
Bullshit.
You're just being motivated by your psychological reactance.
Nah. What are you talking about?
Yeah, okay.
So look, even if I did that, that wouldn't prove it.
Well, not for the motivation that you gave.
What if I just went and had a good night's sleep?
Okay, what if you did?
Would that would prove that I look, I can't win no matter what.
Listen,
how do I prove I have free will?
Okay. We're going to do something here. We're going to do something magical here, right? Here's the problem that we've had when we talk about free will. We've only been talking about free will in the realms of objective truths, right? We haven't been talking about metaphorical truth at all. How silly of us.
Yes.
Right?
We have a whole nother realm of truth that we haven't even explored.
Yes. Okay, so local and universal only applies to objective truth. But we need a third option, like Captain America, like a true hero, okay, like Spider-Man or Batman, faced with the two choices. We need the third option, right?
Metaphorical truth does seem like subjective truth, though. I don't know how it can
Stop. You're ruining it.
Okay. But go ahead. Sorry.
Okay. Stop.
Continue.
Okay. So we've decided, okay, objective truth is not suiting our purposes here, right?
Okay.
Just like as you agree that even if religion is wrong, it's a metaphorical truth because it produces consequentially a better outcome.
Oh, please.
Okay.
But only consequentially.
Right. Not consequentialism, only consequentially. And I think maybe that's a big problem. People confuse consequentialism with consequentially, right? But anyway, back away from that. Okay. So we need a metaphorical truth. We need a third option. We need a third name for free will. Because, for example, using your example made me think of it perfectly. Okay. Say you're a person who likes to eat a bunch of ice cream. Right? You eat a bunch of ice cream late at night.
Love it.
Right? Do something unhealthy. And this
I
becomes
was thinking
a
of doing that, but I thought that might prove I didn't have free will.
Yes. Right. And then, so you establish a pattern where you eat a bunch of unhealthy junk food. Right. And then something happens that makes you decide, that gives you the strength of will, right? To decide, I'm not going to do that anymore. I'm going to be healthy. Right. I'm not going to eat all the ice cream.
Right.
We need a name for free will that describes that action.
Yeah.
So what's the name? We need that. That's the free will that everyone wants. The free will to put the spoon down and not eat the ice cream. That's what people think usually when you talk about free will. And that's why they get triggered when you say you don't have free will. So we need a name. What's the name for that, guys? What's the name for this third option? The metaphorical truth, the metaphorical free will.
Mm-hmm.
The free will that promotes positive behavior. Willpower? I mean, it is willpower, but it's got to be a modifier to free will.
Free willpower?
Yeah. No, we'll call it, what if we call it positive free will?
Free Willy.
I'm going to call it positive free will until I see a better name. Now, it has to have free will in the name, everybody. Jeez. Come on.
Free Will Estonia.
Adam's not helping. No one in the chat's helping. It's fine. Can we please get a Sammy emoji? Maybe. I'm pretty sure we have emoji slots that we haven't used yet.
Really? Yeah, we
What,
definitely need a Sammy emoji. Here, let me work on that while you're working on your
You got to make it like kind of evil
metaphorical
looking.
free will.
Why don't you make the Sammy emoji kind of like evil? Like an evil
I
gremlin
already
character.
know. I already know what the Sammy.
What is it going to be?
I got it.
What?
Come on, it's got to be her in the bushes, hiding in the
Oh,
bushes.
yeah.
Obviously, come on, that was easy.
That was easy. There you go. You could just lift that picture. Yeah, that's
It's
true.
perfect.
That's true.
Where's that bushes, Sammy? Always lurking.
How do we not have another? The emoji slots make no sense to me. How do we not have another emoji slot?
We're gonna have to lose an emoji.
I guess.
Sorry, Sitch, you can't have 15 emojis of you.
No, we can. Let's see. What will we get rid of? We can get rid
Oh,
of.
no.
I mean, do we need the Adam Mad Laser one?
Hell
No,
yeah,
we
people
need
use
that,
that
you're
one
right.
all the time. What are you talking about?
People, I'm looking at these emojis. People use all of these emojis all the time.
They do. I know.
Actually, no,
Our
there's only
emoji-
there's one that we should get rid of, and you're not gonna like it.
What is it?
It's the AOC one.
I guess
That's
we
the
can get
least
rid of
used
it.
one. Or
I use it all the time.
Oh my god. I think we should get rid of the AOC one. What do you guys think?
Look, I think we can get rid of the AOC one.
Yeah, okay.
AOC has run its course.
That's true. No one even cares about AOC anymore. She's old news.
Yeah.
Right? Sorry,
Yeah.
AOC. AOC's gone. There you go. Sammy G can replace AOC. How about that?
I just got to find the bushes. I know
People
they're
are
here
mad.
somewhere. People are mad about what?
They like their AOC.
Oh, they did like their AOC?
Yes.
Nah.
She's gone. Sammy says no.
They can live without it.
Is this a form of bullying, Sammy? I feel like it is. I want you to know, Sammy.
How's it
This is
bullying?
Adam's idea, by the way. He's the one doing this. Just keep this in mind, okay?
Every time she comes into chat, it'll be great. Everyone will say, oh, here she's lurking in chat again.
How do you keep this in mind, Sammy, when you're trying to say, like, oh, Adam is I don't need the revenge against Adam. Okay.
What are you talking about? This is out of love.
Okay. That is Adam's elephant. That is Adam on top. That's Adam's elephant on top of his elephant. That's what that emoji is.
Oh, we can get rid of that one. What are you talking about?
You want to get rid of that
Get
one?
rid of that one and keep AOC.
Do we have any elephants? I mean, we need at least one elephant, right?
Nah.
No? You don't want to get rid of Adam's elephant?
We're good.
Okay, we can get rid of Adam's elephants. That's fine.
Look, everyone loves AOC.
Okay.
Everyone's like
There
very
you go.
desperate to hang on to AOC. It
That's
looks
true.
like, so.
Okay, everyone wants the AOC. Okay, there you go. You guys have spoken.
Oh, this Sammy G is going to be hilarious.
I mean, there's a normal elephant emoji. So.
Oh yeah. I got to crop it perfectly. Oh, it's
Okay.
great on the detail. She's got the little hand holding the string.
What do you mean I'm
Her
crazy?
little-
Adam's the one doing this. Okay. Adam's so crazy.
Her little box string.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
This is funny.
I'm just having too much fun here.
Oh, this is great.
Where was Doug for $2 says America should sell movies overseas, no military. There you go.
Yeah, look, those Zach and Gavin love movies. I don't understand how people can have this America bad lens and just love our culture so much.
Yes.
That makes absolutely no sense to me. You think they have David Lynch in Russia?
No.
No, they don't.
You don't. Mark Twain's Revenge for $20 says, never has any nation in the history of civilization had as much power and global dominance as America does now, which hasn't used that power for unchecked conquering and subjugation. Welcome to Rome 2.0, powerful and benevolent. That's a great point. That is a very good point. Yep. Twitter Sucks for $20 says, so wait, let me get this straight. Socialism, which is strictly economical, is better at being a democratic power than a capitalist democracy. At this point, I want these guys to define socialism. Did they say that? I must have missed it. I don't remember that. I don't remember hearing that.
They would define it as Richard Wolff socialism, unfortunately.
Okay.
When the government does things, that's the way they would define it.
It must have slipped by me. Stug for $5 says, I don't think that billionaires who donate to charity are doing it purely for humanitarian reasons, so they shouldn't give their money to charity. There you go. Gene payment for 13 months says, hardest lesson growing up is the realization people don't steal from you because they're good. They don't steal from you because they might go to jail.
True.
Well, I mean, there's both. Listen, there's both. I don't steal from Adam because I'm morally good, not because I might go to jail.
Yeah. Sitch is not worried about going to jail.
No. I mean, I'll go to jail for the bodies I have in the basement, but that's a different story. Nicholas Van Neal for 2 Aussies says, Department of Peace, not Orwellian at all. Quickly Chibi for 2 Canadians. Sorry, I missed it again. Yay, back to media. Hit him with the Game of Thrones talk. Quickly Chibi for 5 Canadians says, yo, the righteous mind. Why good people are divided by politics and religion? That's cool. Ask this man how he'd rewrite Game of Thrones Season 8 Sitch. You gotta send me like a Twitter DM before we talk to them, because I'm never gonna remember this. But I am curious. Adam, remember this. You need to help me.
Think before you sleep. Ask him about. Oh no.
Vanguard. When we talk to them about capitalism and anti-capitalism, we have to ask them about Game of Thrones. Okay.
That'd be good.
We'll start that way. We'll start with Game of Thrones. Stug Provider says, Height says that you can train yourself to activate other moral intuitions. Does this extend to developing a disgust mechanism when you didn't have one before? I would imagine it would, yeah. I would imagine. I don't see why it wouldn't. Stug for 2 says, haven't finished the book yet. Oh, I don't know if he talks about it, but I would guess it. I don't remember if he talks about it, but I would guess so.
Where the fuck are the emotes?
It's under, you go to earning, and then you go to memberships, and then you go to perks.
Okay.
Yeah, no, definitely should be. Dr. Live for $2 says, think your house will be in GTA 6, Sitch? What does that mean? Oh, is GTA 6 like based on a real map or something? GTA 6 takes place in Florida. Wow. What city in Florida? Every Miami landmark and Grand Theft Auto 6. Look at that. Very cool.
This emote might need some work here.
You pan through Brickell, Wynwood, Everglades, and the Florida Keys. Jeez. If it's going to come, it's all Miami. That's gigantic.
Really? Wow. You're going to be in GTA 3?
I'm curious, how big is LA, like as a city?
Huge. Gigantic. It's the biggest city in the world.
LA is 502 miles. Square miles.
Yeah, that's right. Based.
It says Orlando. This can't be right. Orlando's 119. These numbers can't be right. I'm looking at city size in Florida. This doesn't make sense. I think the problem is with Los Angeles, it's including all of LA. These other cities in Florida, it's not including like all of the surrounding suburbs, which are still part of the city. It's considering them like different. So.
You lost already, okay? Give up. It's over.
Okay.
It's over, kid. Los Angeles.
I mean,
move out of the sticks.
That also can't be true. How is LA's 500 miles? That's too big.
Move out of the wilderness. Sitch.
That's too big, right? That doesn't make any 500 square miles.
Sitch.
That's gigantic.
Stop being a country boy.
Okay.
Stop being a country bumpkin.
What's the largest
learn life in the big
city in the U.S.? It says okay, no, by miles, not by population. What the fuck? By size, by area. Largest city is in Alaska. It's 2,800 square miles.
What's that? Is it really?
Yes.
Hilarious. You cheated.
You like this. Number one, Alaska, 2,800 square miles with a population of 8,000. You like that? All the top cities are all in Alaska. Oh, you know what the first largest city outside of Alaska is?
What's that?
Jacksonville, Florida.
Really?
747 square miles.
747.
There you go. LA is not even in the top 10.
Really?
Nope.
How disappointing.
After that, it's Anaconda, Montana.
God, I was having so much fun bragging too.
Butte, Montana. There's a place called Butte, Montana. Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. Houston, Texas. And then the bottom, 10th, Phoenix, Arizona. There you go. We knew Jacksonville was so big. Jacksonville Jaguars. Bortles. Okay. 10 people got that reference. Oh, there's your Sammy G emoji. Kind of small. I don't know if I like it.
Look, she looks sneaky.
Kind of hard to see what it is.
Let me zoom in a little more.
Maybe. Right? How does chat feel about that? I feel like it's hard to see what that is actually going on in that emoji. You're like, what am I looking at?
You're such perfectionist.
I'm just saying, if everyone likes it, if everyone else is fine with it, I'm just saying my thoughts and feelings about it.
Okay, look, we can do a little modification.
Okay. See, no, everyone agrees. It's hard to see. Okay. There you go. That's what she said.
These emojis.
I know it's very difficult because they're so small. They have to be very simplistic pictures.
Emoji art is like it's own, completely its own thing.
It's true.
I tried to get the hand in there because I thought the hand was cool, but
the hand might be too much.
Might be.
Add another AOC.
Oh, you guys want? Okay, sorry, Sammy.
Don't do it. People were saying give it a transparent background. That might help too.
No,
you don't like that?
Wrong.
No,
wrong.
That's what everyone's saying.
They don't know shit.
It's just Abby says the Sammy G emoji is small, just like Sammy G.
Yeah.
Nice.
It's supposed to be tiny.
Metalworks 41190 for 20 months says, I really recommend trying out Divine Frequency demo on Steam. Very good GZ Doom FPS Silent Hill inspired horror RPG-like game with amazing atmosphere. I'll check it out. Divine Frequency. That sounds pretty cool. I still want to play that princess game with Adam.
Oh yeah. That gay game.
The game where you have to kill the princess. How's that gay?
Oh yeah. I don't know.
Okay.
Maybe because you're killing women.
Well, you can try to not kill her. You can try to sleep with her, see what happens.
Oh yeah. That's the not gay version of the game.
There you go. I bet there's a bunch of games like that, Adam. Called dating sims. And usually people call them pretty gay.
Dating simulations.
Yes. Rich Jammer, thanks so much for the 20 months. Rich says Adam hates us. Also, next time you have Jank on, you should ask him if he would be okay if Israel used skateboards to defend itself.
Oh my God.
That's pretty funny.
That would be hilarious.
That
would be
funny.
good.
Yes.
You're awesome. What do you hate you? Look, I love you guys. I just sometimes you go mob psycho on me.
Soto's Provider is a good recent one is Ferenin Beyond Journey's End. Great story about it enjoying the time we have and coping with loss and loved ones over time. Deep, heavy. Sammy G for $5 says anime recommendations. Blood Blockade Battlefront. Watch it dubbed because it takes place in post-apocalypse New York, so it fits better. There you go. Blood Blockade Battlefront. Nicholas Van Neal for 5 Aussies says, true, as a fan of the Yakuza series, I will never play it with the English dub as it is trash, even before the Yan Ye nonsense. There you go. There's a few things that I can't stand the Japanese versions of, but they're rare. Like Dragon Ball Z, I just can't get into. I just can't do it. Old lady voice Goku just doesn't work for me. I'm sorry. Just doesn't work. Yeah, like especially in Super, like oh my God, that woman was like losing her fucking mind when she was voicing Goku. It was like insane. Can you imagine Adam, like one of the most iconic male characters in all of anime is voiced by like a 7-year-old woman?
A 70-year-old woman or a 7-year-old?
70.
Oh.
She died recently. But yeah, I think she died. Goku's voice was like so high pitched. Yeah, it was fine for kid Goku, but as an adult, it's a little rough. In Super, she like fucking was just cheesing it in, like I guess intentionally.
I don't know. What's the take on the Sammy
you
G?
changed it?
Yeah.
I mean, it's better, but it's not clear what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She looks like a football head.
I don't know. We'll work on it. All right.
It's like a football with sunglasses on.
Sammy, how about this, Sammy? You make us a Sammy G emoji. How about that?
I don't know. We want it funny though.
Sammy, make us a funny Sammy G emoji, right?
Yes.
I feel like the Sammy G emoji should be like the smug Sammy face.
Yeah, look, there's a ton of good ones.
The smug Sammy face. That's what I think it would be, but anyway.
Look, we're gonna go with this one for now.
Okay. So we got JMac, we have CT, we have Sammy now. Nice. Building them up.
Let me see what I can find here in my Sammy G archive. Oh, here's the smug one. I remember the smug one.
Yeah. CT for 2 Canadians says, I try to get Adam to watch Ergo Proxy. Sad face. There you go.
Mm-hmm.
Fondue for $5 says, Adam, if you watch Modica, you can watch the 2 recap movies and then the 3rd movie, Rebellion. Don't do that. Just watch the show. Fondue for $5 says, imagine going to the Avatar. Oh, I read that one. That was funny, yeah. Solos for $5 says, normies, all of you. You don't even know the multiple sequels of FLCL and Modica. Don't dismiss the many great isekais like Ray Life, and you still won't see Berserk. No, listen, I know about the multiple sequels of Modica and FLCL. I just heard that they all suck, so we didn't talk about them.
Yeah, why would we talk about a shitty show?
Yeah.
We only talk about the good shows.
Stug for $7 says,
show.
Dragon Ball. Oh, I read that one. That was about Dragon Ball. Moondoggy for $10 says, just came back from Studio Ghibli's The Boy and the Heron. 6 out of 10. Thank God for theater alcohol. Oh, not a fan. Interesting. Fondue for $5 says, I know they get a lot of slack, but have you seen the rebuild Eva movies? I have not. No. And I know they do get a lot of slack. Muggy for 8 months says, let's kick up a notch for this nerd talk. Get Shady on. That'd be great, but I think Adam wants to end the stream relatively early. So
relatively early. We're doing terrible at that, but
I know.
We will look. Shady, DM me. We'll get you on. Maybe we can do it next Tuesday or the Tuesday after.
Awesome. I don't know if Shady's still in the chat, but yeah, definitely.
Shady's definitely invited on, and we'll come on. I just have to schedule it. So
right.
Look, and I've been scheduling kind of like a couple people because just people want to come on. So
Fondue for $10 says, the example Dev uses is pushing gay people off roofs. If you care about people generally, it's bad, but the fundamentalist is good. The outcomes are the same, but the way you view it is different. There you go. That's a good example. Shady says, you DM me.
Okay.
There you go. Look at that. What a diva. Oh my God. Craigly Chibi for 20 Canadian. Thank you. Says, hey, listen about all the Game of Thrones super chats. I was just pot stirring. No one wants to hear that, Sitch. Instead, you ask all your guests about House of the Dragon. Maybe ask them which is their favorite childbirthing scene. There you go. Gallus Janus, thank you so much for the 20 months. Thank you so much. A wave and a smiling face with heart eyes to you too. Okay, let me see here. Octoberism for $5 says, tell the Vanguard boys to debate infrared has creator and founder of MAGA communism. Stop clout chasing after his co-partner, Jackson Hinkle. Yeah, but the difference is, like, if they debated Jackson Hinkle, that'd probably get a lot of views. I mean, does anyone give a shit about Has? I mean, infrared's kind of like a crazy person. So. Anyways.
Okay, I did it.
There you go.
I got a new one up.
I'm going to complain. I mean, that doesn't really look smug. That just looks happy.
No, it looks like overly attached ex-girlfriend. That's
it does.
It does, doesn't it? I picked the perfect Sammy G.
It's like X Yandere X Sammy G.
Suandre.
No, Yandere.
Oh, okay.
Suandre is when you like someone but you pretend you hate them. Well, Yandere is like when you like are overly into them.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But I think Sammy G might be a little more Suandre, to be honest with you.
Yes.
Okay.
We'll work on
Look,
it.
we
Okay.
we can change it if you guys don't like it, but
Yes. It does look like either stalking Sammy G or it looks like everything is fine. The house is burning down, Sammy G.
oh yeah. That's a good one.
Soondir. I don't know. Whatever. Soon. No, it's Soondire. Technically, Soondire. Anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donations. Thank you for all of our wonderful guests, Vanguard boys, and Think Before You Sleep. Some cool, awesome conversations. Thank you, Adam, for putting this adorable picture with kitty cats on the screen for some reason. Or is this old? This was old. This was like an hour ago. I'm in the past. Anyway, thank you all for coming. You are the true superheroes. You are the true overpowered isekai protagonists of life. Okay? You are the true free will seekers. That's right. No one in the entire world, no one in the entire universe has universal free will. Except for you! You in the chat. You have the true free will. You are truly free from causality. You are the lords and masters of your domain. You exist outside of the matrix. You can see the code, the programming. You control all. You know all. You feel all. And you understand the existential dark horror that comes with knowing the truth of reality. That there's nothing but you. And hope you have a wonderful rest of the week.
Bye-bye, players.